Okay, folks, please take your seats. We're going to start in about 30 seconds. Greetings to all here in New York City and streaming across the United States, Canada, and around the world. My name is Ike Nahem on behalf of the International US-Cuba Normalization Conference Coalition, which called and prepared this hybrid conference, and the New York, New Jersey Cuba Sea Coalition, your host organization. Let me officially call this hybrid International US-Cuba Normalization Conference and Solidarity Gathering, which is streaming worldwide, to order. Let's begin today with a moment of silence and appreciation for special fallen comrades in struggle over the past period. And this is in alphabetical order. Alicia Rapco, a fighter against the Washington-backed military dictatorship of her Argentine homeland, co-chair National Network on Cuba, central leader in the fight to free the Cuban Five. Amanifu Williams, associate and follower of Malcolm X, proud UAW union activist and organizer, longtime supporter of the Cuban Revolution with the People's Organization for Progress in New Jersey and a founding member of New York, New Jersey, Cuba Sea. Chuck Kaufman, Alliance for Global Justice founder, staunch anti-imperialist organizer focused on the Americas, a great friend and supporter of so many of our movements, including Cuba Solidarity Forces. Tony Ryan, decade after decade, a heartfelt friend and revolutionary Cuba, fluent and knowledgeable on Cuban culture and history, strong activist, led the work of the Communist Party USA on Cuba. And Radames Rivera, executive vice president of 1199 SEIU Union, Healthcare Workers Union, great friend of Cuba's solidarity movement in New York and New Jersey, opened the doors of that great union to our movement. Anything we needed, space, venues, never a bill, a deep love for the Cuban Revolution. So I'd like for everybody to say, after we repeat their names, presente. Alicia, Amanifu, Chuck, Tony, Radames, presente. Thank you. The background to this movement and our future tasks and perspectives is the fact that our movement to end the U.S. blockade has advanced even in this human and medical disaster of the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020, and at the same time, the bipartisan deepening of the U.S. economic and political war against Cuba, and the continuity between Trump and Biden over the past 2 years. We were forced to postpone our planned spring 2020 conference at the Fordham School of Law here in New York, but our united movement advanced pretty seamlessly into excellent international webinars, created and fostered popular websites. Thank you, Cesar, for all the great work that you've done. Created the Saving Lives campaign for US-Cuba Canada medical collaboration, strengthened the work of the National Network on Cuba, the Canadian Network on Cuba, and La Table Consultation in Quebec established vibrant new coalitions in many cities over the past period in Miami, Los Angeles, the Carolinas, and much more as our movement has expanded. And seeing a new generation of young people and fighters stepping forward. We are more and more and better organized. The Zoom world has given us new impetus for coordination and organization along much broader lines, including internationally. We have supported and are building in many, many cities a growing list of monthly caravans initiated by Brother Carlos Lasso and Puentes de Amor. I'd like to recognize Brother Carlos and thank him for his physical presence here today. We are going to talk over the course of this weekend about the different campaigns: Solidarity Travel, Solidarity Aid, resolutions, and legislative and Capitol Hill outreach. We will be promoting all of these activities today and tomorrow, and in this critical year of struggle that lies ahead of us, that we are in fact already into. In fact, to the organizers of this hybrid conference, this weekend is a defiant act of protest in the heart of Manhattan to raise our voice against the blockade and to counter all the propaganda against Cuba. And we are very proud to host today, and we will be hearing from over the course of the weekend, our friends from Cuba directly that are here. So please welcome also today the large delegation from the Cuban mission to the United Nations and our special guests from the Federation of Cuban Women. We will be hearing from all of them very soon. You know, we used to be able to, they had the restrictions that people coming in, because they couldn't keep people coming in for UN activities, were restricted to 25 miles radius. So we could go to New Jersey, we could do things. Now it's so much more restricted. It's only in Manhattan, and not even all of Manhattan. So we are here in Manhattan, in the heart of it, and saying you are always welcome here. Our movement to defeat the blockade once and for all is learning and is conquering the art and norm of working together in unity, in a united front, and being comfortable with that, despite all the range of political differences and baggage we all carry with us from our distinct experiences and histories. For this beautiful cause of solidarity with Cuba and smashing this dastardly blockade, we are putting all of this aside. Of course, events and world politics are bound to continually throw challenges in our way, but we will meet them. Nothing must be allowed to break our unity, because although we have advanced much and are more and better organized than in a long time, if ever, it is not enough. We have much work ahead. We are not yet strong enough, with not yet enough political weight to bear on finally ending this blockade. This wonderful gathering is not the International US-Cuba Normalization Conference we had planned at the Fordham Law School in 2020, or that we had hoped to organize at this time before the Omicron storm hit New York City last January and forced the closing of large public and university spaces. And our projection of this hybrid weekend featuring our sisters from the FMC is what we have. And the great response that we have here, we have a full house and many more streaming, shows that even this relatively small effort shows the growing resonance of Cuba and of our united movement to fight the blockade. So that international conference still lies ahead of us. But this weekend will be a wonderful boost to our movement as 2022 unfolds, and we believe the pressures on bipartisan Washington are bound to increase in all the Americas worldwide and at the UN, where there are upcoming General Assembly votes against the embargo. So Let me introduce right now. Well, let me first give some special thanks, including, I think I mentioned Carlos, the People's Forum, but let me bring up our sister Claudia de la Cruz, who will give the official welcome from the People's Forum. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. I come from the tradition of chants. I like chanting. Cuba sí, pero no le creo. I don't believe any of y'all. Cuba sí, Cuba sí, Cuba sí. And we will lift the blockade. Venceremos al fin. My name is Claudia de la Cruz. I am very honored to welcome you on behalf of the People's Forum to the space. I am very happy that we're having this gathering, that we're having these very important conversations that are not only of impact to the Cuban people, but are also of impact to the world. Because for as long as Cuba is not left to build its revolution, the rest of the world is not free to build our processes, whether we are in the Bronx, whether we are in the south of the United States, or whether we are in the global south. And so we're really pleased to be able to build these bridges of solidarity, because ultimately solidarity is the tenderness of the people. That is where our tenderness lies. In a moment where the United States and its imperialist force attempts to continue to maintain its dominance over the world politically, economically, militarily, it is very important for people of consciousness. People of consciousness, we don't have to be more than that. People who want to defend life, the life of human beings and the life of the planet, to stand together and defend life. And what the US blockade on Cuba has meant is death, it's misery, it's pain. It has cost the Cuban people over 60 years, $800 billion. And then the United States has the audacity, has the disrespect to talk about the Cuban revolution as a failed revolution. The United States has strangled the Cuban economy, and it has not allowed for the Cuban revolution to flourish the way in which it's meant to flourish. You have access to health, but can't get equipment for medical needs. You have access to education, and yet you can't access necessary technical equipment like laptops for students. The United States has done that. The government of the people of the United States has historically strangled the economy and the possibility, the hope of the Cuban people. And so we don't have to be a revolutionary. We don't even have to be a socialist. We just need to be people of consciousness to understand that there has been a war waged against the Cuban people. And as people of peace, as people of love, as people who understand solidarity to be the strongest bond between people, it is our need and is imperative for the salvation of the world to fight against the blockade, to fight against sanctions, and to make sure that we hold any government, whether it's Trump's or Biden's, accountable for death in this world. And so it is with the utmost pleasure and honor that I welcome you all to this space, and that I hope that when we leave here, we're able to multiply this message. Bloqueo no, Cuba sí. Cuba sí, bloqueo no. Let that be our prayer when we leave this space. Let this be our chant when we leave this space, and let it take front and center in everything we do every day, because our connection to the Cuban people is deeper and bigger than our connection to the US government. come and scold me. I got all excited. I'm a preacher too. I'm going to do it right. So if go past this for peace. Now I'm going to do a proper introduction, so just wait for it. If go past this for peace, the first time I went to Cuba in 1997, it was a yellow bus. And there was this man that I was like, but you're a reverend, who talked all sorts of things in very powerful forms and was yay high. And his man was Reverend Lucius Walker. Long live. And I didn't quite understand why he was so powerful in his speech. And I remember being told that when you hold the truth, you have power. And he held the truth of love, of solidarity, of bridges amongst people, and taking stands for what was just. And I always heard about this daughter who ultimately, grand stature, great commitment, great organizer, great sister to me and many. Her name is Gail Walker. And she's taken on not only a legacy, but her responsibility to move forward an agenda that is a people's agenda. That is the agenda of love, solidarity, and building bridges and connections. And she's taken a lot of ish for it too. And so I appreciate the opportunity of welcoming to the stage, to the space, as always, my sister, my friend, my comrade in arms and love, Rev, doctor, pastor, minister, activist, organizer, educator, mentor, Gail Walker.
I love me some Claudia de la Cruz. She's a fantastic activist, sister, friend, director of this program here. But thank you for that beautiful introduction, Claudia. I just wanted to very quickly stand up and just to welcome you once again. Buenos días y bienvenidos otra vez. Es un honor para mí venir aquí con ustedes y a practicar mi español con ustedes. It's a great time of the year when we have our friends that come to visit from the island, our friends from specifically from the Federation of Cuban Women, who come to share with us the reality that is Cuba. You know that we are inundated with the lies and the distortions, and so it's really important for us to be able to hear directly from our friends from Cuba. And I want to just first extend our recognition of our special guests with us. Ike already referenced our delegation from the Federation of Cuban Women. We are honored that they are here participating at the United Nations in the conference is taking place there. We have with us Teresa Amarella Buye, who is the General Secretary of the National Committee of the Federation of Cuban Women. She is a member of the Cuban Parliament, the Council of State, and we're honored that she's here with us, along with our other sisters from FMC, Esmalda Hernandez Belleno, who is a member of the National Secretariat of the FMC, Federation of Cuban Women, and really with the focus on international relations, and our dear sister Gretel Morante Rosette, who is a very important member of the staff of the FMC and focused again on international relations. And we're grateful that you all are here. We're looking forward to hearing all of what you have to share with us. It's an honor for us to always have friends directly from the island. So bienvenidos, welcome, and thank you for all that you will be doing throughout this weekend to help enlighten us. I just want to say a couple of quick things, just that we're here not only to express our solidarity, of course, with Cuba, but also to learn. Too often we're thanked. We in the United States are thanked for what we do, being in the belly of the beast. And that is in no way taking away from the international solidarity that Cuba enjoys across the globe, rightfully so. But here in the belly of the beast, and dealing with the aggression, the daily aggression, it's important that the world know and that our Cuban friends know that you're not alone, that you have a community of support here in the U.S. That is willing and ready to stand in solidarity with our Cuban friends. But as I said, we're not only here to express solidarity, but also to learn. And that keen interest in learning about Cuba is growing. And we've got a number of people who are interested in traveling to Cuba, seeing it for themselves, and that will continue to take place. And that is really illustrated by the people that are here in this room, the people who are joining us digitally, virtually through Zoom. We have a lot of people, whether it be their interest in women's rights or healthcare, education, labor, the environment, anti-war expressions against the war, housing, whatever the issue might be that is of most import to our community here, we can find an example in Cuba. And I think that's what makes our appreciation for Cuba so important. There's so many different ways that we can express our solidarity with Cuba, and that's what we need to do. We, last year on a caravan, Ambassador, we had a theme, Cuba Lights the Way. And that is very, I think, very, very profound. Cuba is a shining example, a shining beacon. And that's why you see so many people here and so many people that are joining us online, so many people who can't be here in New York, but want to hear directly from our guests from Cuba, to learn, to understand, and to find ways to really solve some of the pressing issues that we're battling with here in the United States. So thank you just for being you and for being the example that you represent. I want to quickly just say, you know, being a Cuban diplomat in the belly of the beast cannot certainly be easy, Ambassador. Yet Ambassador Pedrosa Cuesta takes on this challenge with incredible grace, and we're so immensely grateful for that. Whether you've realized it or not, we adopt you. You come to the United States, and all due respect to our friends in Cuba, you're our ambassador. You're our team. We love you. We appreciate you. We know it's not easy fighting this battle here, but you're not alone. You have a cadre of support behind you. Prior to the post of ambassador, Ambassador Cuesta and Ambassador Pedrosa served as permanent representative to the United Nations office at Geneva and other international organizations in Switzerland. At the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, he served as Deputy General Director for Multilateral Affairs and International Law. A lifelong diplomat, the ambassador also served in Kenya, as well as permanent representative to the United Nations Environmental Program, UNEP, and the United Nations Human Settlements Program, or UN Habitat, in Nairobi. Bottom line is that we have a seasoned diplomat, but also a friend, someone who is generous with his time and his expression of support and solidarity. And we are blessed and honored to have you not only here with us in New York, but also with us here today to share with the community that is gathered as we begin today's conference. So please join me in welcoming Ambassador Pedro Pedrosa.
Thank you, Gail. Thank you, Claudia. Thank you, Ike, for this organization. Thank you, Carlos. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to all our friends. It's really a huge honor and privilege to attend this new edition of the International Cuba-US Normalization Conference. I thank the organizers for the kind invitation extended to us to be present at this important meeting. On behalf of the Permanent Mission of Cuba to the United Nations, I wish to convey our warmest greetings and esteem for making these days of fraternity and friendship towards Cuba possible. We appreciate the countless expressions of sensitivity and humanism, which we highly value and which show the desire of broad sectors in this country to strengthen its ties with Cuba and to put an end to all the hostility towards our nation. You will have the opportunity to exchange views on the fight against COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, and the advancement of women. These are topics of utmost importance and in which Cuba is making gigantic efforts to reach standards on par with the most developed nations despite the unjust siege imposed on us. The panel discussion on issues relating to the advancement of women and gender parity will count with the presence of Comrade Teresa Marelle, Secretary General of the Federation of Cuban Women amongst the panelists, as well as other members of this organization that emerged as a fruit of the revolution, and without its contribution, it would not have been possible for Cuban women to reach the leading role they play in our society today. Nowadays, the Federation of Cuban Women is promoting even broader rights for women through the National Program for the Advancement of Women, as well as through the new draft family code, which is being debated by our population in an exercise of broadly participatory democracy. My dear friends, today more than ever, the support we receive from you gains special significance to us. Cuba is under a siege never seen or heard of. During the administration of President Donald Trump, a vicious attack was launched against the well-known process of improvement of relations between the two countries undertaken under the administration of President Obama. Since then, the U.S. policy towards Cuba has sought by all means to suffocate the Cuban economy. For this purpose, it resorts to the application of a wide range of unilateral coercive measures, some of them unprecedented. To mention just a few examples, we are talking about the international persecution of fuel supplies to our country, the intimidation and imposition of penalties on those banks and financial entities that would operate with Cuba, the implementation of cruel restrictions on transfer of remittances from the U.S. to Cuba, the roadblocks to travel between both countries, which has considerably affected Cuban families. By what logic could the idea of inflicting direct harm on children, parents, and grandparents through measures like this be understood? What inhumane policy is that one that seeks to divide families and try to make an entire people surrender due to shortages? It should not be forgotten that during the 4 years of the Trump's term in office, over 240 measures were adopted against Cuba, including those that tightened the blockade. In addition to those already mentioned, others stand out, such as the full implementation of the Helms-Burton Act to expand the extraterritorial application of the blockade, and even the unbelievable and slanderous inclusion of Cuba in the list of states sponsors of terrorism drawn up unilaterally by the State Department. What makes the aforementioned onslaught against Cuba even more abominable is the context in which it was launched. Once the COVID-19 pandemic spread globally and as it began to devastate the health systems and economies of all countries, the former US government saw this as an opportunity to further aggravate the effects of the blockade and the suffering of the Cuban people. Thus, COVID-19 pandemic became an ally in the policy of aggression against Cuba at a time when the world needs more brotherhood and more solidarity than ever. The hostile actions reached such a point that they prevented people and solidarity organizations around the world from sending donations and medical supplies to tackle the COVID-19. There are no terms to describe how despicable this policy is. Unfortunately, the current Democratic administration in the US has not brought about any change in their policy, in the US policy towards Cuba. Despite his campaign promises, President Joe Biden has not changed an inch the burden of the blockade, even keeping immutable all the measures taken by his predecessor. Instead of fostering exchange and cooperation in the best interest of both countries and of the region, the current US government has opted to intensify a campaign of internal destabilization in Cuba, encouraging a matrix of false public opinions through digital platforms and allowing the blockade to continue to wear down the Cuban society. Friends of Cuba, last February 3rd marked 60 years since the official promulgation of the United States economic, commercial, and financial blockade of Cuba, through the signing of a decree by President Kennedy on the same day in 1962. Over the years, the blockade has toughened and expanded with the adoption of subsequent legislations and new regulations. Therefore, we reach this shameful anniversary with a much more intensified blockade, which reinforces as the lengthiest and most comprehensive system of unilateral coercive measures applied against any country. How many more years will the Cuban people be forced to endure from this cruel policy? To what extent will immorality and insensitivity reach in order not to understand that this blockade causes incalculable damage to human beings? At this juncture, the Friends of Cuba in the United States and in other parts of the world represent an indispensable pillar for the Cuban people in their resistance and struggle for dignity. We know that you are advocating in your respective communities for justice to be served in the face of our demands and are calling with resolution for the immediate end of the infamous blockade. For this and much more, we owe an eternal gratitude to all of you. Dear friends, to conclude, I wish to reiterate that the Cuban people and its revolution will continue to defend with determination our right to be sovereign. In spite of the blockades and aggressions, we will continue to resist. Despite pandemics, we will continue to persevere. Our efforts have allowed us to develop 3 homegrown vaccines and 2 vaccine candidates against COVID-19 under extremely adverse circumstances. No matter how huge challenges can be, we can overcome them because Cuba is not alone. We wish you fruitful deliberations during the important conference. We know it will be a successful event. I thank you all very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. Gracias, muchísimas gracias. And thank you again for being here, taking the time out of a busy schedule to enlighten us and to share with our community. We are going to now set up for our first panel. So don't go anywhere. You can maybe get up, get a cup of coffee, use the restroom, but we're going to set up for the first panel and get things started. Ike, excuse me. Do we know who the, and or Cindy, whoever, we're going to get set up for the next panel. I know Cindy Domingo, who's with US-Cuba, US Women and Cuba Collaboration. I have to do a dance when I say it just to get it in my mind. But a dear sister who we're so blessed to have here. Do you all know Cindy? Show her a little love. All right, a little love. All right. Listen, I'm from that, call and response. We need to, call it out. We need a little bit of love. We're here. We're awake, and we are excited to celebrate Cuba. Moon Vazquez, also. Kathryn Hall Trujillo. ¿Quién más? Teresa. Do you want me to do anything? So I'm going to turn it over to Cindy.
I am so happy to be here to see people that I have been looking at Zoom for 2 years and finally getting to meet people, to see their face, to embrace. And your words, Ambassador, warm my heart because I always wanted an ambassador who praises the role that women play in their society. And you have done that today for me and others. And, as a Filipino, I always wish my ambassador in the Philippines would, or in the US would speak the words that you have praised women and the women's role that they play in your society. But unfortunately, our Philippines is not in the best place right now. So thank you for your words of praise for your women and the Federation of Cuban Women. And today's conference is such a groundbreaking conference because we are centering women. We are centering the role that women play in Cuba, and we are centering the solidarity that women in the United States can play in terms of building solidarity with our Cuban sisters, but the role that women can play in this country in terms of lifting the US blockade. And that is why US Women in Cuba Collaboration has been doing our work for a little bit more than 20 years in the United States, building relationships with the Federation of Cuban Women. And I want to say Gretel has been a godsend to our work to solidify once again our relationship with the Federation of Cuban Women. I want to give her a hand. Yeah, thank you so much. So, that is why US Women in Cuba Collaboration was formed back in the early 2000s to build that solidarity, because Cuban women and the Federation of Cuban Women have been such an inspiration to our work. And as we face the conditions in our country in terms of women's rights, in terms of LGBTQ rights, we get our inspiration from the Federation of Cuban Women. If only we had a national organization that represented almost 80% of our country, we could change US foreign policy. We could lift the blockade. We could do unimaginable things if we had that power in this country. So US Women in Cuba Collaboration has been doing this work for almost 2 decades. Women's International League for Peace and Freedom, the Cuba and the Bolivarian Alliance Issues Committee, which I am the co-chair with Dr. Lenny Villagomez-Reeves, who could not be here today, has the oldest women's peace organization in the world, over 100 years old. And we have been doing our work in WILF, building solidarity, working around the world to help lift the blockade. And since we've been doing that work for 30 years. So unfortunately, Jan Strout was supposed to be chairing this panel, so you're gonna have to bear with me and look at me for 4 hours. And so I'll be chairing both panels this morning and this afternoon. But Jan Strout is going to be available to do our welcome to the Federation of Cuban Women and all of you via Zoom. I do want to say, I want to dedicate these panels to Alicia Jarabko. you know, we miss her so much. Such a strong woman. And as Ike said, she leaves us here, but she leaves us with such inspiration and such work she did in her short life. The other woman who I have held deep in my heart, and her name is Fifi Beaucourt, who I met many, many years ago. She was a leader in La Guanera in Cuba, and she always told me, and I remember her words, and those words resonate deeply with me, is that she loved the revolution because the revolution loved her, and the revolution loves all of you, and that's why you are here today. So we will, thank you. So I'd like to have David, if you could bring on Jan Strout to do welcome. Oh, sure.
I don't mean to interrupt, but I failed to do something a moment ago that I want to do just before we get started. And that is to give a recognition and support of a very important part of this conference organizing, and that is our sisters who are with us representing the Canadian Network on Cuba. So Tamara Hansen, are you here? There's Tamara, and where's Allison Bodine? Okay, we have two representatives of the Canadian Network on Cuba. We're grateful to have them here. They've been a very invaluable and an important part of not only this conference, but the cross-border solidarity with Cuba. So we want to acknowledge you and welcome you, and just grateful to hear more from you all later during the program. So please see our dear sisters Tamara or Allison if you have any questions about what's happening in Canada, the solidarity initiatives, and we'll hear more from them later in the program. Thank you.
So now I'd like to introduce Jan Strout from U.S. Women and Cuba Collaboration, and also member of Women's International League for Peace and Freedom, our Cuba and the Bolivarian Alliance Issues Committee.
Good world. Thank you, Cindy. I know you cannot have too much of Cindy Domingo, believe me, even if she is going to moderate both panels. I wish I could be there in person. Bienvenidos and saludos desde Montana, my state. I'm especially pleased to participate on this panel with my hermanas of the Federation for Cuban Women, Abrazos de Todos, as well as the compañeras of the U.S. Women in Cuba Collaboration. I'd like to briefly share a little of my story and the relationship to Cuba, their FMC-led Women's Human Rights Agenda, the Families Code, and why it matters to the United States. I am Jan Strout. My pronouns are she and ella, known as Juanita in Cuba, and with Cindy, co-founded the U.S. Women in Cuba Collaboration. It's difficult to believe that over 30 years ago, in 1990, I had the life-changing experience of organizing a small group of 8 diverse New Jersey women in a delegation to Cuba. Hermanas, sisterhood in Central America and the Caribbean, got bit by the Cuba bug, as all of you, and haven't looked back. It was in 1995, over 25 years ago, that I saw the Cuban women's rights agenda in action at the UN conferences on women in Beijing, China, where it was famously declared that women's rights are human rights, something the FMC has modeled from its founding following the triumph of the revolution in 1960 and demonstrated in practice by the literacy campaign in 1961. Sitting right behind the Cuban women's delegation in 1995 at the stadium on opening day, I witnessed their global solidarity, hermandad, and what social movements and women's rights advocates could accomplish by a small country with huge human and heart resources, a revolution, and even limited financial resources. I wanted to learn from their vision, strategies, and accomplishments to take home and benefit my feminist and social justice organizing in the United States, and to educate my compañeras here about the gross injustice of the US blockade. One of the most impressive of the many outcomes of these UN conferences on women in 1995 is the Beijing Platform for Action, a 12-point global action agenda that implements the UN Women's Rights Treaty known as CEDAW, the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. CEDAW defines what constitutes discrimination against women and girls broadly to include sex-based distinctions, exclusions, and restrictions that keep all those who identify as women and girls from enjoying their human rights to safety, economic security and justice, and health and well-being, as well as fundamental freedoms. And CEDAW highlights that culture, stereotypes, and beliefs shape gender roles and calls for proactive measurements to address these concerns, and specifically that yes, the personal is political, that is marriage and family life, thus Cuba's family code. I wish I could see a raise of hands outside of the chat for those who know and work to advance this CEDAW international law. But alas, the United States is the only so-called developed democracy in the world which is not ratified. Cuba, however, was one of the first nations to ratify CEDAW in 1980, after adopted by the UN in 1979, to use this Beijing Platform for Action to implement this Women's Human Rights Action Agenda and recognize its importance through the FMC leadership and organizing at the grassroots level through their 5-year plans, which included development of the Family Code and Senisex, among many other accomplishments. We are here today because of the important US-Cuba Normalization Conference, as well as the annual Global Feminist and Women's Human Rights meetings of the UN Commission on the Status of Women and gatherings of its grassroots activist forum over 2 weeks ending March 25th. Right now in Cuba, women's rights advocates, led by the Federation of Cuban Women and many more, have created through education and organizing at every level of Cuban society exemplary models and realities of advancing basic human rights for the diversity of women and girls and the LGBTQIA+ communities in policies, programs, and in the Cuban Constitution to advance gender and all equity. Feminists in the United States can only dream about, but still work hard to achieve some of these human rights of Cuban women, including constitutional equality in the law, ratification of CEDAW, political representation in the US Congress still hovering below 25%, and for Indigenous and women of color, far worse. Reproductive health and justice through healthcare as a human right, abortion access, which only requires this procedure being performed by a doctor in a hospital in Cuba, the same as giving birth, and comprehensive age-appropriate sex education, economic security through pay equity, paid family and sick leave, social safety nets from cradle to grave as human rights, plus guarantee of education as a human right from pre-K, elementary school to higher education, leading to most elimination of segregated occupational and training opportunities for women, and especially Cuban people of African descent, that have been opened to all. One key policy now, under much discussion, is the updating of the Family's Code, a major effort to create the sharing of care, rights, responsibilities, affection, and solidarity in recognition of all Cuban families. Why is this so important here in the United States? I'll share a little bit more about the fact that I live and work in Montana, that now is fully controlled by fundamentalist religious right, who are mostly authoritarian, misogynistic, white supremacists, gun-loving, homophobic elected representatives. Take a breath. Many of us in Montana were just feeling recovered from the 2021 legislative session, which passed numerous punitive and harmful bills to basically eliminate the human right to abortion, medically accurate sex education, food, housing, and other economic security supports, equal pay in childcare, family and sick leave, voter rights, especially suppressed to Indigenous peoples and students, plus especially grievous attacks on trans youth and the LGBTQ two-spirit community. Then the tidal wave nationally of anti-LGBTQ bills started rolling in from states like Florida, Texas, Idaho, and Arkansas. We know that this cruel attempt to roll back basic rights for LGBTQ people and families, specifically trans youth and their parents, was meant to create panic and shame. That's why Cuba's family code is so important and so needed to educate, inspire, and envision another way to be as families and communities founded on human rights, solidarity, equality, and the elimination of patriarchy. In closing, with these positive changes happening in Cuba, we who seek human dignity and rights, equality and equity, racial and gender justice, peace and solidarity, we have an opportunity to re-envision who we are and what we can build as human rights and feminist activists in the United States, and to lift the brutal US government blockade of Cuba. Thank you.
And so now we're going to have the women from the Federation of Cuban Women, and I present to you FMC Secretary General Teresa Amaral Boye.
En cuanto a las organizaciones de masas, hemos llegado a la conclusión de que se requiere revitalizar su accionar en todas las esferas de la sociedad y actualizar su funcionamiento. Es preciso rescatar el trabajo en la base, en las fábricas, en las granjas, en las cuadras y barrios, en defensa de la y en la lucha contra las manifestaciones del delito y la indisciplina social. Es necesario elevar la combatividad de intransigencia revolucionaria y fortalecer su aporte a la labor ideológica, el enfrentamiento a los planes subversivos del enemigo y a la creación y consolidación de valores. Continúa el apoyo desde el partido a la labor de la Federación de Mujeres Cubanas y otras instituciones en la defensa de los derechos de la mujer y la denuncia de la violencia de género.
La Federación de Mujeres Cubanas, esta organización que aspira a continuar siendo auténtica, se repensó y sin dudas acudió al repaso científico de expertas que con sus miradas de mujer nos condujeron a los diálogos con la membresía femenina de todos los sectores. Devino en una mezcla de fortalezas, amenazas, pero con la convicción de que seguíamos con aptitud ofensiva y estando en el centro de las cubanas. ¿Qué decir del accionar en las comunidades con situaciones de vulnerabilidad, donde nuestro activismo se engrandece en el enfrentamiento a la COVID-19 y la guerra mediática desatada contra nuestra isla? La solidaridad como valor esencial de los cubanos, una vez más presente en las familias. La fuerza de un país en dosis de Agdala y soberana que para orgullo patrio, cuánto de Vilma hay en ellas. Los nuevos métodos y estilos de trabajo nos conducen a tocar la espiritualidad de las personas, para lograr en verdad la motivación intrínseca de nuestra gente. El programa para el adelanto de la mujer, sin lugar a dudas, resume el sentir y la voluntad política del Estado cubano y constituye la piedra angular en el desarrollo de políticas a favor de las mujeres, al tiempo que da continuidad al avance y desarrollo de la igualdad de género. La estrategia integral de prevención y atención a la violencia de género y la violencia en el escenario familiar evidencian total correspondencia con lo plasmado en la Carta Magna, donde la voluntad es siempre tolerancia cero. La organización femenina, atemperada a la Cuba actual y creando oportunidades, promueve desde las casas de orientación a la mujer y a la familia la preparación y capacitación de quienes acuden a este espacio. Los cuidados constituyen un derecho y un deber para todas las personas. Conciliarlos con los proyectos de vidas personales, la convivencia familiar, constituye un fuerte desafío. Cuba y su pueblo han inspirado siempre a la solidaridad internacional. Los puentes de amor que en los últimos años han escrito nuevas páginas se evidencian también en los encuentros sostenidos con organizaciones femeninas amigas y con las que integran la Federación Democrática Internacional de Mujeres. Es momento de citar las palabras de Vilma cuando expresó: solo el socialismo puede garantizar tales realizaciones y sentimos el ineludible deber de brindar cada día un aporte a esta grandiosa obra.
Más que nunca nos hace falta hoy la fuerza y la moral de nuestras mujeres.
Así piensa él, así pensamos nosotras también. Jamás le fallaremos, porque Cuba vive en las mujeres.
Buenos días, hermanas, hermanos.
Good morning, sisters and brothers.
Tengo un gran reto:
I have a big challenge
hacer que la traducción logre transmitir lo que yo quiero transmitir.
to make sure that the translation expresses what I want to express.
Ese reto nunca será mayor que el que ustedes emprenden cada día en la lucha contra el bloqueo.
That challenge will never be greater than the challenge you face in your struggle against the U.S. blockade against Cuba.
Dice nuestro hermano Ike que hay límites de movimiento para nuestros compañeros en la misión diplomática.
Ike says that there is limitations on the movement of our compañeros at the Cuban mission at the UN.
Pero nunca habrá límites para la hermandad.
But there will be never any limits on fraternity.
Nunca habrá límites para la solidaridad y el cariño que ustedes expresan por el pueblo cubano.
There will be never any limits on the solidarity and affection that you express towards the Cuban people.
Entonces voy a asumir el reto.
So that's the challenge.
Ahí trajimos una presentación.
We brought a presentation.
Por favor, no la ponen. En esa presentación tratamos de transmitir en qué consiste la lucha de las mujeres cubanas en este momento, cuáles son nuestras principales misiones.
In that presentation, we try to present what are the main struggles of Cuban women today and their missions.
Y comenzamos explicándoles que contamos con un programa nacional para el adelanto de las mujeres.
And we begin by saying that we have presented a national program for the advancement of women.
Una norma jurídica que cumplió un año el 8 de marzo y que sale como un decreto presidencial.
And this is a legal measure that has been enforced for now 1 year since March 8th, and it is a presidential decree.
Que resume el sentir y la voluntad política del Estado cubano para el adelanto de las mujeres.
And it resumes the feelings and the political will of the Cuban state in terms of the advancement of women.
Es una hoja de ruta.
It is a guide, a roadmap.
Pero entiéndase que para las cubanas,
But for you should understand that for Cubans,
su primer programa de igualdad
The very first program for equality
es la propia revolución.
is the revolution itself.
Imágenes de las mujeres cubanas en acción.
The image of Cuban women in action.
Puede pasarla. Este programa nacional tiene 7 áreas de especial preocupación.
This national program has 7 areas of particular attention.
El empoderamiento económico de las mujeres,
The economic empowerment of women,
los medios de comunicación
a means of communication,
para que logren reflejar en toda su dimensión las historias de vida de las mujeres.
to reflect in all the avenues of life the
La
experiences of women,
la educación, la prevención y el trabajo social.
education, prevention, and social work.
Podremos tener muchas leyes,
We can have many
pero
laws,
si no logramos educar y sensibilizar, no avanzaremos lo suficiente.
but if we can't educate and raise consciousness, then we cannot make it progress.
La cuarta área, el acceso a la toma de decisiones,
The fourth area is access to decision making,
legislación y derecho, marco normativo para el tratamiento y atención a la violencia de género,
legislation and law, a normative or policy making framework for treatment and attention regarding gender violence,
la salud sexual y la salud reproductiva
sexual health and reproductive health,
y las estadísticas y las investigaciones.
and statistics and research.
Este programa se coordina al más alto nivel gubernamental. ¿Pueden pasarla?
This plan is being coordinated at the highest government level
Y constituye una gran oportunidad
and is a big opportunity
para monitorear los avances en materia de género,
to monitor advances in the area of gender,
lo que convierte al programa en una de las principales herramientas para la garantía de los derechos humanos de las mujeres.
which makes the program into one of the main tools or instruments for guaranteeing human rights for the progress of women in our country.
Para la implementación de este programa,
For the implementation of this program,
se creó un grupo de trabajo temporal
we created a temporary working group
presidido por la viceprimera ministra
headed by the first Prime Minister,
y acompañado por la Federación de Mujeres Cubanas,
together with the support of the Cuban Women's Federation,
y está integrado además por otros organismos
and it includes also other bodies
que les corresponde llevar a la práctica el programa.
involved in carrying out and enforcing this program.
Esto nos permitió crear comités de género, la última,
This allowed us to create commissions on gender
y estrategias de género en estos organismos.
and strategies regarding gender in these bodies.
Y tiene el propósito de seguir impactando en la vida de las mujeres.
And the goal is to continue having an impact in the lives of women.
Por ejemplo, en el empleo,
For example, in employment,
hemos crecido
we have grown
de un 37 a un 39% total de empleo femenino.
we have the percentage of women in employment has grown from 37 to 39%.
La tasa de participación es de 54,9%.
The women's labor participation rate is 54.9%.
Y en el trabajo por cuenta propia, hoy son mujeres el 35%.
And in self-employment, women represent 35% of those jobs.
De las personas ocupadas en la economía, el 95%.
Of those occupied or employed in the economy, women represent 95%.
De los que tienen nivel superior o medio superior,
Of those having achieved the high or middle level
son mujeres.
education, those are women,
Lo que nos ubica en una situación ventajosa
which puts us in a very advantageous position
para acceder a empleos de calidad.
to have access to quality jobs.
Además, el 67,4% del personal de educación
Also, 67.4% of personnel in education
son mujeres.
are women.
El 70% de los jueces profesionales y fiscales, más
More,
del 70%.
more than 70% of professional judges and prosecutors.
El 62% de los médicos
62% of doctors.
y el 64% de los que prestan servicios en otros países.
And 64% of those that are involved in international collaboration abroad.
Según un informe de la Organización Mundial de la Propiedad Intelectual,
According to a report by the World Organization on Intellectual Property,
Cuba ocupa el primer lugar
Cuba is in first place
de mujeres inventoras
in terms of women inventors,
con un 53%.
with 53%.
Entonces la traducción me va haciendo bien el trabajo, ¿eh?
Okay.
Un
So-
aplauso para el traductor. Y después me lo tendrán que dar a mí. En la toma de decisiones,
In decision making,
recuerden que habíamos dicho que era un área de especial atención.
remember I had said this is an area of particular attention being placed.
El 51,6% de los cargos del Estado y el gobierno
51.6% in positions of the responsibilities in the government and the state
están ocupados por mujeres.
is made up of women.
Y en la Asamblea Nacional del Poder Popular,
And in the National
en
Assembly
el
of,
Parlamento,
in the Parliament, and the National Assembly of People's Power,
representamos el 52,3%.
we represent 52.7% of those in Parliament.
Y en el Consejo de Estado
And in the Council of State,
es el 52,3%.
it's 52.3% who are women.
En las asambleas municipales del Poder Popular
In the municipal assemblies of People's Power,
a nivel local
on the local level,
son el 54%
women represent 54%
de los que ocupan las presidencias y las vicepresidencias.
of presidents and vice presidents.
En las asambleas municipales
In the municipal assemblies,
representan el 54,35%.
they're 54%.
Y el 37,5% son los intendentes.
And 37.5% of the local mayors are women.
Este es un cargo que se introdujo con la implementación de la nueva Constitución de la República.
This is a new position in government that was created with the adoption of the new Constitution.
¿Qué más estamos haciendo para lograr el empoderamiento de las mujeres?
What else are we doing to advance the empowerment of women?
Acabamos de aprobar la apertura de casitas infantiles en centros laborales.
We have just begun to open what's known as the casitas infantiles in workplaces. Casitas infantiles is like daycare centers.
Menos mal que hay muchos traductores.
Fortunately, we have many translators here.
Es como una extensión de los círculos infantiles que tenemos en Cuba,
It's like an extension of the existing childcare centers that we have in Cuba.
pero para que funcionen en los centros laborales
But they function or they operate in the workplace itself.
y le presten ese servicio a quienes trabajan en esos lugares.
And they provide services to those working in those jobs.
Esta es una de las mayores demandas que hacen hoy las mujeres cubanas.
This has been one of the greatest demands of Cuban women.
Mujeres empoderadas,
Empowered women
incorporadas al empleo,
that are involved in jobs,
doctoras en ciencias,
doctors in sciences.
necesitan fortalecer esa corresponsabilidad en los cuidados.
They need strengthening those co-responsibilities on the job.
Hemos también implementado un
We-
proyecto
We have also implemented a project
que conocemos como Espumas,
that is known by the abbreviation ESPUMAS,
que ya presta servicio en 93 comunidades,
which is providing services already in 93 communities,
que además de ofrecer empleo a las mujeres,
that offers jobs to women,
acerca el servicio de lavandería a la comunidad.
Also provides or facilitates laundry facilities for women, for families.
Acabamos de aprobar también en el Consejo de Estado
We also just approved in the Council of State
el decreto ley de la maternidad
the decree law on maternity rights
de la trabajadora
for women workers
y la responsabilidad de las familias.
and family responsibility.
Yo sé que ustedes como conocedores de Cuba
I know that you, as being knowledgeable about Cuba,
ya están apreciando lo novedoso de este proyecto.
you can appreciate how new and groundbreaking this work is,
Desde el título,
just from the title itself.
no es solo para las mujeres,
It's not only for women,
sino que incorpora a los padres, a las abuelas, a los abuelos, no solo a las trabajadoras del sector estatal,
incorporates not only women, but fathers. It includes, incorporates grandmothers, grandfathers, and not only in the state sector,
sino también a las familias del sector no estatal.
but also families employed in the non-state sector.
E incorporamos también a las estudiantes.
We also involve students,
Es
women
decir,
students.
que las estudiantes también tendrán acceso a esa licencia de maternidad.
That women students also have access to maternity leave.
El Ministerio de Educación entonces aprobó las normas y procedimientos para el otorgamiento a los círculos infantiles
So the Ministry of Education also approved norms and procedures for granting, for the establishment of child care centers,
priorizando el tratamiento
giving priority to the treatment or
a
dealing with.
asumir
Mhm.
a las madres con niños que presentan necesidades educativas especiales
For guaranteeing attention to mothers with children who have special educational needs,
a las que tienen 2 hijos o más
for mothers with 2 or more children,
y a las estudiantes.
and for women students.
Es decir, que hay prioridad para las madres, para las familias que tienen varios hijos
That is, we're giving priority to mothers, to women who have several children,
y además las estudiantes.
and also female students.
Seguimos. Entonces, aprobamos también.
We also approved.
Miren qué interesante.
You
Qué
can-
revolución la que
how-
tenemos que defender.
You can see how interesting, what kind of revolution that we have to defend.
Acabamos de aprobar también
We also just approved,
cuando la Asamblea aprobó el presupuesto, incorporó presupuesto
when the Assembly approved the budget,
para otorgar una bonificación de un 50%
it included an extra payment of 50%
a las madres trabajadoras
to mothers, to working mothers
que tienen 3 hijos o más
who have 3 or more children,
para el pago de los impuestos
for payment of personal income
sobre
tax.
los ingresos personales. El pago de impuestos
Sí.
sobre ingresos
On
personales.
payment of personal
Ah, ya.
income tax.
Está bien. Yo entiendo el español, pero el inglés no. Entonces él había terminado y yo creía que no lo había dicho. Se actualizó y se puso en vigor
We updated and implemented
un acuerdo del Consejo de Ministros
an agreement by the Council of Ministers
que beneficia
to benefit
con soluciones habitacionales
and provide housing solutions
a madres de 3 hijos o más.
to women with 3 or more children.
Es decir, el Estado
That is,
le otorga el dinero
the state provides the money
o le compra casas
or buys a home
regaladas
for free
a las madres que tienen 3 hijos o más,
For
menores de 17
for
años.
mothers who, with 3 or more children who are 18 years or younger.
Beneficiadas hasta el momento 6,000 madres.
This program has benefited so far 6,111 mothers.
Y si no podemos avanzar más, es por las consecuencias del bloqueo.
And if we can't make further progress, it's because of the results of the impact of the
Es
blockade.
porque nos faltan recursos
Because we have a scarcity of resources,
financieros y materiales
both financial and material,
para desarrollar la infraestructura constructiva,
to develop our building infrastructure,
tener más cemento, más
to
bloques
have more cement, for more blocks, bricks,
y construir más
and
viviendas.
to be able to build more housing.
Por eso tenemos que seguir defendiendo a Cuba y debemos estar contra el bloqueo.
And that's why we must continue to defend Cuba and be against the blockade.
Aprobamos también un proyecto sobre el trabajo no remunerado,
We also approved a draft measure on unpaid work.
es decir, reconocer el trabajo de las amas de casa.
That is to recognize the work of housewives.
Y este proyecto está sentando las bases
And this project is laying the groundwork
para establecer en Cuba
to establish in Cuba
un sistema nacional
a national system
para el cuidado integral de la vida,
for the comprehensive attention or care of life.
se aprobaron otras medidas relacionadas con la prevención social
Other measures were approved regarding social prevention
y la calidad en la atención a personas vulnerables.
and the quality and the attention towards vulnerable people in vulnerable situations.
Desde la Federación de Mujeres Cubanas, desde la Federación de Mujeres Cubanas, fortalecemos nuestras casas de orientación a la mujer y las familias.
The Federation of Cuban Women is also strengthening its what is known as the houses for providing orientation to women.
Es un espacio para la capacitación, la orientación y la ayuda especializada.
It's an area to allow for training, education, and specialized help for women
por donde pasan más de 70,000 personas todos los años.
that more than 70,000 people go to every year.
Hemos abierto recientemente consejerías para la atención a mujeres víctimas de violencia
We have opened counseling centers for women who are victims of violence, gender violence,
y en 147 municipios también casas taller.
and in 147 municipalities, we've opened workshop centers,
Que es un espacio más pequeño, más personalizado,
which is a smaller, more specialized center
para dar atención diferenciada a estas mujeres.
to give specialized, differentiated attention to these women.
Contamos con un grupo de expertas
We have a group of women experts
que contribuyen,
who contribute,
un grupo de expertas que contribuye a la atención, al diseño de políticas en relación a la violencia de género.
who give attention to and help design policies regarding gender violence.
Por ejemplo, protocolos institucionales,
For example, institutional protocols,
estrategias de capacitación para el personal que brinda servicios en línea,
training strategy for personnel who provide online services,
un mapa de servicios
a map of services
del que de cualquier lugar de Cuba están los teléfonos y las personas pueden llamar
Where
a
where-
denunciar o a plantear una preocupación.
where people anywhere on the island can make a call and denounce raise a problem that they're facing.
Ese mapa de servicio está también en una aplicación para móviles.
That map of services is also available through an app.
Hemos establecido convenios de colaboración con el Ministerio de Justicia
We've developed an agreement of collaboration with the Ministry of Justice,
que es el organismo rector en la actualización de la legislación cubana,
which is a leading body in the establishment of laws.
y eso impone entonces que estamos revisando toda la legislación
So that means that we're reviewing all legislation
para que responda a los desafíos
to take into account the response to the challenges
que en materia de género
in the area of gender
existen en el país.
that exists in this country, in our country.
De igual forma, lanzamos la campaña Juntas por la No Violencia,
We also launched a national campaign called Together for Nonviolence.
una campaña comunicacional que permite sensibilizar
It's a communicational campaign that is to help raise awareness.
y todo ello nos permitió
And all this allowed us
que el Consejo de Ministros
for the Council of Ministers,
aprobara la estrategia integral
for the Council of Ministers to approve a comprehensive strategy
de prevención y atención a la violencia de género
for prevention and attention to the question of gender violence
y en el escenario familiar.
and in the family environment.
Es una norma jurídica
It's a legal norm
que abarca desde la prevención
that includes prevention
hasta la legislación,
all the way to legislation.
desde lo local comunitario
From the local communities
hasta las grandes instituciones,
to the highest institutions,
los programas educacionales
educational programs,
y también con el apoyo de Naciones Unidas,
and also with the support of the United Nations,
agencias que existen en nuestro país.
UN agencies in our country.
Aprobamos también una campaña de sensibilización
We approved a campaign of consciousness
que
raising
denominamos
awareness, which we call
Sin estereotipos de género,
Without Gender Stereotypes,
rompe esquemas.
Breaking Schemas.
Cuando estén en Cuba,
When you go
la
to Cuba,
televisión cubana lo pone constantemente.
you'll see it on television constantly.
Entonces, queremos comentarle un poquito qué está pasando con el nuevo Código de las Familias, con
So-
el proyecto.
So we would like to tell you now a little bit about what's happening with the new draft Families Code.
¿Están de acuerdo? Terminamos aquí.
What do you think? Should we end here or should I continue?
¿Quieren saber del código? Ah,
You want to learn about the code, right?
sí, yo se los iba a decir.
I was going to tell you.
Bueno, Cuba, como parte de su sistema político, democrático y participativo, somete ahora a consulta popular el Código de la Familia.
Cuba, as part of its democratic and participatory political system, is submitting for a popular consultation its family's code, after having subjected it to a process of specialized consultation.
Lo que estamos sometiendo a consulta popular es la versión 24.
The version of this code that we're presenting to the population is the 24th version of this document.
Imagínense ustedes cuántas opiniones, cuántas experiencias ya están incorporadas en esa versión 24.
You can imagine how many opinions, how many experiences have already been incorporated into that version number 24 of the Family's Code.
El proceso de consulta inició en el mes de febrero
The process of popular consultation began this past month of February,
y se realizará en más de 78,000 puntos de reunión
And
en las
will-
comunidades
and will be carried out in more than 78,000 meeting places across the island.
La población puede llevar por escrito sus propuestas o tenerlas identificadas y exponerlas.
The population can bring its proposals in writing or have them identified and to present them.
Y luego, cuando se concluya este proceso,
And then later, at the end of this process,
podrá comprobar si efectivamente fueron incorporadas.
we'll be able to verify whether those things were incorporated into what they presented
O se tuvieron en cuenta.
or if they were taken into account.
Este proyecto de código responde al mandato constitucional
This draft code responds to is based on the constitutional mandate
y constituye expresión de la más alta importancia que el Estado brinda a la institución familiar
as an expression of the great importance that the state gives to the family institution
y a la necesidad de transformar la legislación vigente
and to the need to transform existing laws
que responda a la diversidad familiar
that respond to the to the reality of family diversity
y brindar opciones
and to provide options,
para
alternatives,
solucionar
to resolve
los innumerables conflictos
the innumerable conflicts
que existen
which exist
y no tienen amparo en el derecho.
and that are not covered by laws.
Es decir,
That is,
voy a explicarlo de una manera más práctica.
I'll explain it in more practical terms.
Lo que estamos haciendo
What we are doing
es llevar la vida
is to bring life
al código.
into the code.
Es decir, no estamos haciendo una ley
We're not
para
developing
que
a law.
después se cumpla.
We're not creating a law just for it to be carried out.
Estamos llevando a la ley
We're bringing into the law
lo que ya pasa en la vida
what
cotidiana.
exists today in everyday life.
Este proyecto
This draft
fortalece la responsabilidad familiar.
strengthens family responsibilities.
Lo decía la hermana que hablaba ahorita.
The sister who was just speaking talked about it.
Y la fortalece desde el punto de vista emocional,
And strengthens this from an emotional point of view,
educativo, formativo,
educational,
económico
and
también.
also economic point of view.
Sitúa a el amor,
It,
a esos puentes de amor que han tomado mucha fuerza,
it places love, those bridges of love that have,
a la solidaridad
and also it places solidarity
y la responsabilidad
and responsibility
en los más altos valores familiares.
among the highest family values.
Se sustenta en principios rectores
It's based on leading principles
que pasan por la igualdad y la no discriminación,
that are based on or include equality and non-discrimination,
por la pluralidad familiar.
the plurality of families.
Se busca un estatuto jurídico
The aim is to develop a legal statute
a los distintos modelos o construcciones familiares
for different family models and constructions or constructs.
el principio de solidaridad y protección a los más vulnerables,
The principle of solidarity and protection of those most vulnerable in society,
tanto menores como adultos mayores.
both minors as well as older adults.
Ampara a las personas de la violencia familiar y la discriminación.
It protects people from family violence and discrimination.
La prevención de la violencia transversaliza todo el código.
The opposition to violence in the family runs throughout the code,
Aunque incorpora un título
although it
a
includes,
este tema.
although it gives a title to this particular topic.
Es un código de oportunidades y alternativas,
This is a code of opportunities and alternatives,
de sumas y multiplicaciones,
of multiplying, of adding and multiplying,
que reconoce y garantiza derechos a quienes no los tenían,
that recognizes and guarantee rights for those who did not have them,
pero de ninguna manera
but in no way
afecta o limita los ya reconocidos para otros.
does it affect or limit the rights that are already recognized for others.
No establece moldes,
It does not establish molds,
ni obliga a escoger un modelo familiar
nor does it require anyone to choose a family model
que no sea el deseado por cada familia.
that is not the one that is desired by each family.
Es un código amplio,
It-
integral,
It is a broad and comprehensive code,
revolucionario, moderno,
revolutionary and modern.
desarrolla muchas instituciones familiares,
It develops many family institutions.
protege la maternidad y la paternidad
It protects motherhood and fatherhood
y la promoción de su desarrollo
and the
responsable
promotion of its responsible development
en sinergia con el respeto a los derechos de niñas, niños y adolescentes
in harmony with respect for the rights of girls,
en el ámbito familiar,
of boys and teenagers in the family environment,
teniendo en cuenta
t- uh,
el interés superior
taking into account the highest interests
y la autonomía progresiva.
and gradual autonomy of the
Entre las
children.
principales modificaciones,
Among the main modifications that have been made,
solo algunos ejemplos.
just to give you a few examples,
Se sustituye el término de patria potestad
we replace the term patria potestad, or you could translate it
Por-
as parental authority,
responsabilidad parental.
with the term parental responsibility.
que implica estar apto física y psicológicamente
which means to be physically and psychologically capable
para garantizar y velar por los derechos,
to guarantee and protect
el bienestar
the rights, the well-being,
y la felicidad de las hijas e hijos.
and the happiness of daughters and sons,
Darles participación,
or children, to provide participation,
escucharlos,
to listen to them,
protegerlos,
to protect them,
brindarles amor
to bring them love,
y propiciar que crezcan en un ambiente de afectuosidad.
and to foster their growth and development in an atmosphere of affection.
Otro elemento, la
Ano-
gestación solidaria.
Another element is gestación solidaria, which could be translated as surrogate motherhood.
Y se produce solo cuando una mujer,
And this happens when a woman,
es la propuesta,
that this is the proposal,
pariente o amiga muy
a
cercana.
relative or a close friend,
Ustedes saben lo que es parientes.
you know what, a relative, un
Ustedes
pariente.
son nuestros parientes.
You are our family, our relatives.
Son gente cercana
You are people
que
who
nos
are,
apoya, que nos
close.
entiende.
you are close to us, you
Que
support,
confía en
and,
nosotros.
who understand us, who
Esos son los
believe in us.
parientes que están en el código.
Those are the relatives that are included in the code,
O amigos muy cercanos de quienes quieren asumir
or close friends who want to assume the
la maternidad y paternidad.
motherhood and fatherhood.
Es decir, esas mujeres que deciden gestar un bebé en su útero
And that is those women who decide to give birth to or gestate a
por
baby
motivos
in
altruistas
her uterus for altruistic reasons,
o ajenos a cualquier tipo de retribución monetaria o mercantil.
without any interest, any monetary or mercantile interest.
Y este proceso se autoriza únicamente
And this process is authorized only
por la vía judicial
through legal channels,
e incluye procederes médicos
and it includes medical procedures
a partir de las técnicas de reproducción asistida.
based on the techniques of assisted reproduction.
Técnicas, por cierto, que están muy limitadas precisamente por el bloqueo.
And techniques and methods that are, in fact, very limited because of the blockade.
Esta institución
This institution
beneficiará a mujeres con alguna patología médica
will benefit women who have faced some kind of
que les
medical
impida la
pathology
gestación,
that prevents them from giving birth,
a personas estériles,
to people who are sterile,
a hombres solos o parejas de hombres,
to single men or couples with two men in a couple.
siempre que no se ponga en peligro la salud
As long as there's no risk to life
de quienes intervienen en ese proceder.
for those who participate in this medical procedure.
También se amplían los pactos matrimoniales.
We also broaden the options for marriage agreements.
Aparece el régimen de separación de bienes,
We establish procedures for the separation of property,
que es cuando uno de los cónyuges conserva la libre administración
which is when one of the spouses has the free administration
y disposición de sus bienes propios,
and disposition of their own property, their own belongings.
pero también se coloca el
But,
régimen mixto,
but we also established a mixed regime or mixed procedure,
que es una sumatoria o combinación de la comunidad matrimonial
which is a summer combination of the marriage community
y la separación de bienes.
and the separation of belongings and property.
La unión afectiva
The emotional union, the de facto emotional union
se reconocerá judicialmente o por inscripción registral
will be recognized by law or through registration
a dos personas que comparten un proyecto de vida en común
for two individuals who share a project of life in common
de manera singular, estable y notoria durante al menos 2 años.
if they maintain it in a way that is unique, stable for at least 2 years.
Uniones de hecho existen muchas en Cuba
De facto unions between individuals exist in many cases in Cuba,
pero no tenían consecuencias jurídicas.
but there were no legal consequences up to now.
Por eso se está incorporando en el proyecto.
That's why we're incorporating this into the draft code.
Casarse es una opción, no una obligación.
To marry is an option, it's not an obligation.
Hay personas que desean contraer matrimonio,
There are people who want to get married,
pero hay otras que no precisan de un documento para amarse y respetarse.
but there are others who do not need a document to love and respect each other.
La autonomía progresiva,
What's known as gradual autonomy
incorporada,
incorporates
es la capacidad que tienen las niñas, niños y adolescentes
is the ability of girls, boys, and teenagers
de ser sujetos de derecho
to have rights
a medida que manifiestan madurez física y
A-
psicológica.
as they progressively develop physical and psychological maturity.
No se trata de ninguna forma
It doesn't mean in any way
que el menor haga prevalecer su deseo,
that the minor child imposes their
sino que
desires,
exista respeto,
but it's based on respect,
participación
participation,
y escucha de sus criterios
and listening to their opinions
para que los adultos tomemos las mejores decisiones.
so that adults will make the best decisions for them.
Impone una forma más eficaz de educar,
It imposes a more effective form for educating.
pues a medida que sus competencias son mayores,
As their competence increases,
disminuye su necesidad de dirección y
The-
orientación
there is less need for them to be directed and oriented,
y aumentan ellos la capacidad de asumir
and they
responsabilidades.
become increasingly able to assume responsibilities.
Seguramente que todas y todos están pensando
I'm sure all of you are thinking
en esos momentos en que decimos,
in those moments when we say,
imagínate qué voy a hacer, ya ellos son mayores, ya toman
Oh,
sus propias
you know, think,
decisiones.
well, okay, they're already older, they can make their own decisions.
¿Nos pasa o no?
Does that happen or doesn't it?
Termino aquí.
I'll finish here.
Se reconoce el derecho también de abuelas, abuelos y otros parientes consanguíneos
The code also recognizes the rights of grandmothers, of grandfathers, and other blood relatives, blood relatives,
y personas afectivamente cercanas
and and individuals with close emotional connections.
a una armónica y cercana comunicación
The right to a harmonious and close communication
entre ellos en el entorno familiar.
among them in the family environment.
Por supuesto, ahora con consecuencias jurídicas.
And of course, now with a legal expression.
Desarrolla las posibilidades de solución armónica
It develops the possibilities for
de conflictos
harmonious resolution of conflicts
a través de la mediación y la conciliación.
through mediation and conciliation.
Expresa el derecho a una vida familiar libre de violencia
It expresses the right to a family life free from violence
e impulsa la protección en la herencia de quienes se han desempeñado como cuidadores familiares.
and it establishes the protection of the inheritance for those who have worked as family caregivers.
La Federación de Mujeres Cubanas forma parte del equipo redactor de este proyecto del Código de la Familia.
The Federation of Cuban Women is part of the team that has developed the family codes, the family's code.
Y también representación de todas las instituciones y organizaciones de masas del país.
And includes mass institutions and organizations throughout the country.
Por lo que es el resultado de la sabiduría popular.
This is the result of the popular wisdom, the wisdom of the people.
Estamos entonces en la consulta popular
So now we're going to be going to a popular consultation,
y esperemos entonces cuando concluya la consulta,
and we're expecting that when this process of consultation is completed,
todas las modificaciones que se harán
we can expect all the different modifications that will be carried out
para someter a referéndum popular.
to present this as a whole for a popular referendum.
Yo voto sí por el Código de las Familias.
I will vote yes for the Family's Code.
Y estoy segura que la mayoría de las mujeres cubanas también votarán sí,
And I am certain that the majority of Cuban women will also vote yes.
porque es un código para todas las familias,
Because it is a code for all families.
porque respeta todos los derechos
It respects all the rights
para todas las personas.
for all people.
Y porque, como dijo Fidel,
Because as Fidel said,
la revolución tiene en las mujeres cubanas hoy día un verdadero ejército.
Fidel said the revolution has in Cuban women today a genuine army,
Impresionante fuerza política.
an impressive political power.
Y por eso decimos
And that is why we say
que la revolución es sencillamente invencible.
the revolution is simply invincible.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. A lot of help.
So we're going to open it up for questions, discussion. I mean, that's what democracy looks like. Yes. Hold on.
El compañero va a hacer cuando usted responda, él va a traducir.
Oh, yeah.
Can he sit? Could he sit up there? Or? Sure.
Anything to turn it on?
Thanks. Let me come over here.
Yeah, actually.
My name's Joanne Kuniansky, and I'm part of a national slate of Socialist Workers' Party candidates running for office around the country. And one of the things that we have absolute confidence in is the capacity of workers and farmers in this country to act in our own interests. And the Cuban Revolution and what you've just described is a real example of that. And before I ask a question, I just wanted to say that what you raised is something that we hear and discuss all the time. In the United States today, because it's a capitalist country based on exploitation, women are being driven out of the workforce. Participation of women has gone down. Childcare is almost inaccessible, and having an affordable family is a real question. So what I wanted to ask you is, in this families code that's being debated and discussed, if we could get a feel for what some of the initial discussions are like in the popular consultation that is going on. You know, what are workers adding and discussing about the issues that you raise?
Do you want to do more than one question at a time? Take a group, or how do you want to handle it?
Why don't we take a couple questions?
Okay, so if you can come here, walk to me where I have the mic. And yeah, if we can just have questions. Only the time is really limited, so if you could just questions.
Yeah. Hi. Hello, everyone. My name is Regina. I'm from Los Angeles. I have more of a logistical question. I wanted to know roughly how long the process is of popular consultation. Like, after you put out your proposal, how long would it take to get your answer back? And how do people submit their answer? Thank you.
Just 2, 3? Yeah. Just 2. So, Mark.
Yeah. Get it.
Bien, buenos días. Bueno, un poco que para responder a algunas de las interrogantes que se nos hacían, un poco para también profundizar en el contenido del código.
To answer some of the questions and to deepen a little bit more what's involved in the Families Code.
A ver, voy a empezar con relación al tiempo de la consulta popular, que fue la segunda pregunta.
I'm going to start with the second question. The question of the popular consultation.
El proceso de consulta comenzó el 1 de febrero y se extiende hasta el 30 de abril.
It started on February 1st and it's going to continue until the end of April.
Y como se refería en la presentación, se crearon más de 78,000 puntos de reuniones.
And as it was explained in the presentation, there were over 78,000 meetings.
Reuniones que se organizan a nivel de la comunidad
Meetings that are organized at the community level.
y donde todas las personas pueden participar en estas reuniones y dar sus opiniones, ya sean orales o escritas.
And where everybody can participate in the meeting, either with written questions or speaking.
Es un proceso que permite que las personas den la opinión, es decir, no se trata de rebatir ni de querer convencerlas, sino de escuchar las opiniones que dan y todas las opiniones se tienen en cuenta.
It's not a question of debating or arguing, but where everybody can have their opinion heard and everybody gets a chance to give their opinion.
Como se explicaba, una vez terminada la reunión,
Once the meeting is over,
las personas que dieron su opinión tienen el derecho de revisar en el cuerpo del acta que se levanta en la reunión
everybody has the right to have listed in the minutes of the meeting that are filed afterwards
si se tuvo en cuenta la opinión como conforme la dio allí en la reunión.
if their opinion is down the way they had expressed it.
Esa opinión puede ser una propuesta de modificación,
That opinion can be a proposal for a
de
modification,
inclusión de un nuevo artículo
including a new article
o de eliminación de un artículo.
or eliminating an article that's in the code.
Por lo tanto, una vez terminado este proceso de consulta popular,
So once this popular consultation is finished,
la comisión redactora evalúa la posibilidad de incluir o no estos términos o modificaciones que se han ido proponiendo en estos 78,000 puntos de reunión.
the editing commission takes a look and decides which of those proposals they think should be included in the final draft of the Families Code.
Por supuesto, una vez redactado sería la versión número 25, se pone también a consulta con el pueblo, es decir, se circula para que la población conozca y pueda revisar si fueron tenidas en cuenta o no sus opiniones.
So that next version, which would be the 25th version, would then be distributed so that everybody can take a look at it and see if they agree with the modifications that have been made or if they have other proposals.
Quiere decir que una vez que se lleve ya a referendo popular, ya tiene todo el conocimiento de la población en general.
So then when it finally gets to the referendum, it'll be, everybody will have knowledge of what they're voting on.
De igual manera, se han habilitado direcciones electrónicas
There's also electronic versions of this
por el propio Ministerio de Justicia y de igual manera por la Federación de Mujeres Cubanas, los comités de defensa de la revolución,
through the Ministry of Justice, through the Federation of Cuban Women, through the Committees for the Defense of the
que
Revolution.
permite a las personas dar sus opiniones, ya sea en la reunión o de igual manera por estos correos electrónicos.
So that means that people can also give their opinions through the in-person consultations, or they can do it through this, the internet version.
Te ayudo.
I'll give you a hand.
Sí, y una vez que se concluya la consulta popular, se vuelve a llevar a la Asamblea Nacional, se aprueba en la Asamblea Nacional y entonces que va a consulta. Eso no demora más de 2 meses.
Okay.
Porque ya... Ay,
Once the popular consultation is done, then it goes to the National Assembly. Then once it's approved by the National Assembly, then it will go to the national referendum.
porque ya se le entregó a la Asamblea Nacional del Poder Popular
So it's already been turned over to the National Assembly of People's Power.
la marcha de ese proceso hasta el momento.
The progress of this consultation up to this time.
Es decir, no se va a esperar a concluir la consulta
We're not going to wait to finish the consultations
para ir trabajando ya en las modificaciones
to begin working on the modifications to the
que sea
draft.
necesario hacer.
the ones that are necessary to do.
Entonces, estamos ya en ese proceso.
So we're now in that process.
Y con relación a los temas que más se han discutido en la consulta popular,
In terms of the themes that have been most discussed in the popular consultation,
tiene que ver justamente con los que les explicaba,
it has to do with exactly what I have just explained.
porque me detuve justamente en esos
I, spent more time precisely on those points
que son los que más inquietudes han generado.
that have raised more doubts among people.
Ahí faltaría, por ejemplo, el cambio o la posibilidad de cambiar el orden de los apellidos.
For example, the possibility of changing the order of last names.
Es decir, que siempre tenemos como primer apellido el de nuestros padres.
Our custom is that the first last name is always the one of our fathers.
Puede seguir haciendo así,
It can continue being like that,
pero quien quiera poner como primer apellido el de la madre,
but whoever wants to have as their first last name the last name of their mother,
también lo puede hacer.
they can also do that.
Y cuando uno lo escucha así de primera instancia, pareciera que son cosas de feminismo,
When you first hear it, it sounds like something that's from feminism,
pero no lo son.
but that's not what it is.
Son temas que tienen que ver con las familias.
These are topics that have to do with the families.
Hay familias que su apellido es único
There are some families that
Por
their
ejemplo.
last name is unique, for example,
y no quieren perder el apellido.
and they don't want to lose that last name.
Entonces, se da la posibilidad cuando eso suceda y cualquier otro asunto interno de la familia que lo puedan hacer.
So that means that when they want to do that for any internal reason of the family, they can do it.
He participado en reuniones de consulta popular
I've participated in many of the popular consultative meetings
donde incluso quieren que sea retroactivo.
that they even want it to be retroactive, the new law.
Es decir, familias que ya perdieron el apellido
Families that had already lost the last name,
y quieren ahora virar para atrás
and they want to go back
para recuperarlo.
to recover that last name.
Son cosas que pasan en la vida cotidiana.
These are things that happen in daily life.
Ese es uno de los temas que se ha estado valorando y discutiendo.
That's one of the things that we've been evaluating and discussing.
La posibilidad que tienen las abuelas y los abuelos,
The possibility of the grandmothers and grandfathers,
la protección a las personas mayores en la vejez,
the protection of older people as they get older,
el tema de los cuidadores,
the question of guardians and caretakers,
la violencia de género,
gender violence
que tiene consecuencias jurídicas
that has judicial consequences
en casi todas las instituciones familiares.
in all of the family institutions,
Son el matrimonio entre dos personas.
the question of marriage between two people.
Son de los temas que más las personas están preguntando.
Those are the questions that people are asking most about.
No sé si satisfacemos. Y si no, esperan a mañana que viene Yamila.
I don't know if I've satisfied your questions,
Yamila
but
es-
tomorrow Yamila's coming.
Miembro del Comité Nacional de la Federación de Mujeres Cubanas, una jurista que ustedes ya conocen.
She's a legal expert that many of you know. She's a member of the national organization,
Que estará aquí también mañana.
and she's going to be here tomorrow.
Pero era una broma, pueden seguir preguntando.
That's just a joke. You can keep on
Hasta que yo
asking.
pueda responder y mis compañeras. Y
Y-
los compañeros de la misión que también ya lo han estudiado.
We'll answer it to the best of our ability, and also the compañeros from the Cuban mission here. They've also been studying this question and can participate.
Lo tenemos digital, se lo podemos dar a todos los que quieran.
We have this also in digital form, and we can give it to anybody that wants a copy.
Está enumerado párrafo a párrafo
It's numbered paragraph by paragraph
para facilitar la consulta.
to make it easier for the consultations.
Before we take some more questions, I just want to sort of give you where we're at time-wise. In about 15 minutes, they're going to start setting up for lunch, which is provided to everybody here. We want to continue this wonderful panel, and so we're going to probably take a couple of more questions, and then we have another presentation also. So we want to get all of that in, but people should be prepared for the lunch being served around 1 o'clock, and also at 1 o'clock, but during the lunch break, we're going to be showing the wonderful film, Cuba in Africa. We have the director, Nagash Abdurrahman, here, who will introduce it. It's a short film. It's won a lot of awards. So people that want to see that, the screening room downstairs holds 50 people. Line up when we break, and we'll let you in. And once you're in, there's nobody else going to be in during the showing of the film. And you can come back up and get your lunch at that time. I think that's what we're trying to do. So thank you.
So, Mark, you want to? What happened? Okay, so.
Mark with Regina from Los Angeles, the Hands Off Cuba Committee. Thank you very much for a very detailed explanation. And we look forward when our delegation from LA comes to Cuba for the May Day and other activities, learning a lot more. My question is about the family code and the Cubans who live abroad, the diaspora of Cubans, and how they are participating in the discussions on the family code and bringing them more into the movement of solidarity with Cuba, just as the Puentes de Amor caravans and other activities have done. It's a brilliant move. Perhaps you could explain more how it's being organized and the responses that you're getting. Thank you.
Hi, Allison Bodine here from the Fire This Time Movement for Social Justice in Vancouver, Canada. I actually have a question to relay from online. I want to let people know that we are live streaming. And so there's all of us in the room. And right now there's about 100 people online as well. So congratulations, and let's keep sharing that link. Lots of interest, especially about the family code in the chat here online. And someone is wondering if there's anything in the family code about the responsibility of men for caretaking of family and children.
I just want, Steve Clark from the active in the Cuba Sea Coalition here in New York. I just wanted to ask something about the question of adoption in the family code, both from the standpoint of the rights and equality of those who want to adopt, and from the standpoint of the conditions of the children who, for whatever reason, have lost their biological parents or are not living with their biological parents.
Bueno, sobre la primera pregunta, no está establecido que los cubanos que ya no tienen la nacionalidad cubana participen de los debates. Es decir, no se han organizado debates, pero pueden participar porque nosotros tenemos, como explicó nuestra compañera, correos electrónicos habilitados en muchas instituciones de Cuba para que todo el que quiera dar una opinión la pueda dar. Eso no, en esas opiniones que se están dando por correo electrónico también se tienen en cuenta. Es decir, que de alguna manera también pueden participar. Los cubanos que están en el exterior, en contratos de trabajo, pueden también cuando regresen a Cuba dar sus opiniones sobre el proyecto del código.
The Cubans outside the country that are no longer Cuban citizens, there's no mechanism for them to participate in the in-person consultations. But like anybody else, they can use the email that's set up with every institution where they're able to give their opinions. For the Cubans that are on work outside the country, they're able to participate through their workplace.
Me disculpan.
Sorry.
El tema que preguntaba alguien en el chat de la participación de los hombres en la responsabilidad en el hogar.
The question that's from the chat about the responsibility of men for the work in the homes.
Tenemos que decir que desde el código vigente,
We have to say that in the existing code,
en el año 1975,
70,
75,
in that code since 1975,
se establece las relaciones iguales a lo interno del hogar.
it establishes equal relations within the home.
Hay un programa de maternidad y paternidad responsable.
There's a program of maternity, of responsible maternity and paternity.
Desde el año 2003,
Since 2003,
también los padres tienen derecho a esa licencia de maternidad para que cuiden a los hijos.
the fathers also have the right to maternity leave to take care of the children.
Se pueden quedar en los hospitales al cuidado de sus hijos enfermos.
They can stay in the hospitals taking care of their sick children.
Y en este nuevo código,
And in the new code,
pues también establece esa responsabilidad paterna.
it also establishes this paternal responsibility.
Ahora falta que lo logremos.
Now the question is to actually carry it out.
Yo creo que hemos avanzado muchísimo.
I think we've made big advances.
Ya usted va a cualquier escuela cubana
You can go to any Cuban school.
y ve lo mismo a las madres que a los padres llevando a los niños.
You can see the mothers and the fathers bringing the children to school.
O las madres dejando un papelito encima de la mesa de la casa.
Or the mothers leaving a note on top of the table at home.
Recoge el niño a las 4.
Pick up the kid at 4.
Está el arroz en la lata. Pones la olla arrocera.
And, you know, this is when you put on the rice to boil and, you know, other instructions
Haz
like
la
that.
comida y recoge la ropa.
You know, go cook the food and then go fold the clothes.
Hemos avanzado, pero falta muchísimo en ese sentido.
We've made advances, but there's a lot more to do in that
No
sense.
basta con el código.
The code's not enough.
Si no lo logramos entender,
If we don't achieve in people understanding,
si no eliminamos esa división sexual del trabajo.
if we don't eliminate that sexual division of work,
Y yo confío en que sí lo lograremos.
but I'm confident that we are going to achieve that.
Llevará tiempo,
It'll take time,
pero lo lograremos.
but we will achieve it.
Y en relación a la adopción,
In relationship to adoption,
está bien organizado, está diseñado en el código cómo es la adopción.
it's very well organized.
En Cuba
in the
hay
code.
resolución del Ministerio de Educación que establece cómo hacerlo.
There's, you know, regulations established by the Ministry of Education and how to carry this out.
Establece en Cuba muchísimas normas y se valora mucho la cualidad de las personas
There are all kinds of norms. They evaluate the quality of the person
para lograr la adopción.
to be able to carry out the adoption.
Lo que nos cuesta mucho trabajo y hay listas amplias de personas que esperan por adoptar.
What is a challenge is that there's long lists of people that want to adopt
Porque no tenemos niños abandonados.
because we don't have abandoned children.
Porque no tenemos niños de la calle.
We don't have children living in the street
Porque las familias asumen a sus hijos.
because the families take responsibility
Incluso
for their
aquellos que
children.
en ocasiones tenemos que llevar a las casas de niños sin amparo familiar.
Even those that we have to take for the homes for children that, you know, like foster children that aren't being taken care of by their families.
Hay una preocupación por muchas personas si las parejas del mismo sexo
There's a lot of doubts that people have raised in terms of same-sex marriages, couples.
y está ampliamente recogido cómo van a ser las técnicas de reproducción asistida.
And there's a lot of information in the code on assisted reproduction, what's involved in that.
Y hoy en Cuba una persona sola puede adoptar, no importa su orientación sexual.
And in Cuba today, a single person can adopt. It doesn't matter what their sexual orientation is.
ese es uno de los temas que preocupa a muchas personas.
That's one of the themes that has been a concern of many people.
This session has been shortened by 45 minutes, so unfortunately, we're going to have to close. But before we close, I wanted Kathryn and Moon to just briefly say a little bit about their work. I think it's important because after all this information, we need to know what we can do here in this country with this information and how it will help us lift the blockade and educate people to lift the blockade. So, Kathryn. Kathryn Hall Trujillo is founder of the Birthing Project USA and is ambassador to the Federation of International Gender and Human Rights. She's an expert on the Cuban health system and at Charles R. Drew University of Medicine and Sciences.
Well, good afternoon. And I'm going to be very brief in what I have to say, but I think it's really, really appropriate in terms of the presentation we just heard. Birthing Project USA is probably the only grassroots, community-based, African-American, global maternal and child health project on the planet. We're about 34 years old, and I'm considered one of the founding mothers of the Black maternal and infant health movement that's been going on since about 1988. My relationship to Cuba is I was there when Elian's grandmothers, invited some grandparents from the United States to come to Cuba and see how children live in Cuba. And while I was there, I found out that Reverend Walker and IFCO Pastors for Peace was just getting ready to take advantage of the 500 medical school scholarships for students in the United States to go to Cuba and become doctors, absolutely free, if they wanted to do that because they wanted to come back and work in organizations like mine. Our organization was a full comprehensive clinic in Sacramento, California, but all the providers were midwives. I'm a midwife. We could not afford to hire a doctor. Medical students would come and volunteer at our clinic, and they would say as they were leaving for the program, their program in the US, when I become a real doctor, I'm gonna come back and work here. But when they became real doctors, they owed at least $350,000. They couldn't come and work at my clinic or any clinic like mine because we all practically volunteered. So I think I was there when Reverend Walker got there with the first group of students. And I would like to say that now we do have a medical director at the Birthing Project who was in that first class of graduates. And because of our exposure to being a part of the healthcare program in Cuba, the Birthing Project is now in 13 countries, and many of those are, the medical services are led by students who were educated in Cuba through that same program, for example, like Honduras. But what I want to say as a part of the family code is that the great gift that Cuba has given us is the work that they have done around Black maternal and child health. When I started working in the field, it was an assumption that there was something wrong with Black people, which is why they could not have healthy birth outcomes. Since I have been in Cuba, everything that I have been taught as a person born in the United States about Black people is upside down. Cuba has the highest literacy rate in the Western Hemisphere. It's not that Black people are stupid and can't learn. Cuba has one of the lowest rates of violence in the world. And Cuba is the best place on the planet for a Black baby to be born. Those of you who know the United States know that if Black people in the United States were a country, we would rank number 76 of all the countries. But the real thing about Cuba that fascinates most people who are in maternal and child health is that Cuba, as long as I can remember, has been ahead of the United States in terms of birth outcomes. And so the question is, how can a developing country with a blockade on its neck still be better than the United States with all the technology they have in terms of helping babies be born healthy and live to year one, and moms to be born healthy? And what Cuba has done, and along with opening their medical school doors to our medical school students, they have also opened their School of Public Health and allow me to facilitate a class for US policymakers, administrators, providers, community health workers, people who are trying to figure out what can we do with these fabulous young US doctors that have been trained in Cuba to come back and work in the United States in a system that supports what they're learning. And the thing that really, and I promise not to cry, the thing that really touches my heart is, as bad as we treat Cuba, Cuba has opened the door to help us learn how to make sure that our babies are born healthy. But the part that breaks my heart is that the birth rate for Cuban women is going down because of the impact of the blockade, where women have to stop and think whether or not they can literally be mothers because of all the things that we know, that they don't have access to the things that they need in order to do the medical care, to do the education, to feed themselves. We have come up with a system that really tries to kill people by denying them the things they need for life. But in the work that I do with my colleagues here and the people who are here today, is that it's so unfair that they are teaching us how to live. At the same time, they have to make decisions about whether or not they can bring life into the world. And so when we're thinking about what we can do, and I get an opportunity to say thank you to each and every one of you that are modeling the way that even when you're deprived of the things that you need, as long as you hang on to your stubbornness, your vision, and continue to model the way to those of us, because the black birth rate is also going down in the US, because Black women are afraid to have babies because they think they will not live through the process. They think so for both. One is because we have to learn to be as strong as you Cubans are in terms of remembering the things that really give us life, and that as long as life is still coming, we should honor it. And we should also find a way to end this horrible blockade, because you don't have to bear the burden by yourself. And every single thing that you have done that uplifts women, uplifts the community. So I want to end by saying the things that we're learning from you is that here in the United States, we treat maternal care in a vacuum. And what you're demonstrating is we really need a real healthcare system, because what happens to a woman when she's pregnant is not as important as what happens to a woman before she gets pregnant. You also invested in education so that people actually have the facts and are able to participate in their own government. And more than that, what you're teaching us is that we have to have a sense of belonging to a country and belonging to a world community. And so we get an opportunity, I get an opportunity today to say thank you, thank you, thank you to each and every one of you that keep modeling the way and the impact that you've had here in the United States and around the world on making sure that women and babies are healthy. Thank you.
So we're going to end here. I just want you, we didn't have more time to do Moon Vazquez's presentation from our Lesbians and Allies project. So if she's here, if you want to talk about it, they're planning a delegation in the next year. There's also a page of actions you can take, as well as our annual report where you could find about the webinars that we've done in the last 2 years. So thank you. Thank you to the Federation. Thank you to the interpreters. Thank you.
So we want to thank this panel. Thank you so much for your very insightful presentations. We want to hear more from Moon Vazquez. I'm looking forward. You're not going anywhere. Good. That's right. Grab Moon. Know that we've got these resources right here. I just want to very quickly say, you know, there are a variety of different tables. As you can see, there's information, books. Please make sure that you visit these tables. 2 quick things I want to point your attention to. If you want to know about the Elam Medical School Scholarship Program, there's a table on the back with brochures about that. We at IFCO Pastors for Peace are very proud to help facilitate that process. We want to make sure you know about that. The second thing, very important, there are brochures here. Can somebody just, thank you, Angie's holding one up. In the Blockade brochures, every single person, before you leave, you should take a batch of those, because all they're doing is sitting up at IFCO collecting dust, and that's not helping anybody. So let's make sure that you visit the tables and we see that. Ike, next.
Just again on the film.
Come. Okay. Stand in there.
Okay. On the film, which if anybody hasn't seen it, or even if you have, it's a wonderful film, Cuba and Africa. You got to start lining up at the door right here when we break. Lunch starts from 1 to 2, hopefully, más o menos. But if you want to see this film, line up over here. It's downstairs. And once you get down there, you can't get back out. No circulating while the film is going on. So.
Okay, that sounds very serious. One serious, huh? That's scary. But I do want to, before we break up and go in our respective directions for lunch, ask our sisters that are here at the People's Forum, Claudia de la Cruz. Huh? I do. Claudia de la Cruz is here. So please.
Well, we want to thank you. We want to thank our Cuban sisters from the Federation. Cuba's always been an inspiration and hope, and has intentionally given life to many revolutions around the world that are lighthouses. And so we just want to thank you for inventing the present future of our generations. And so we want to give you a small token of our affection. It says, "We dare to invent the future," which is a quote of Thomas Sankara. And Cuba has dared to invent the future for generations and poor people and working class people. And as you said, women have made that process invincible. And so we thank you.
you know where the Cuban women are? I think they're upstairs. Are they upstairs? Yeah, I think they went upstairs. Housekeeping.
Whenever you all ready,
Okay, good, good. Thank you, Allison. All right, could everyone please be seated so we can start? So again, my name is Cindy Domingo, and I'm chair of U.S. Women in Cuba Collaboration and co-chair of WILF's Cuba and the Bolivarian Alliance Issues Committee. This panel, Gender Equality, Key to Tackling Climate Change for Cuba.
I'm going to do this because Cindy won't. Can people please take your seats? Or if you're going to have conversation, have it a little further on the outside so we can hear from Cindy. Thank you.
Thanks. This panel, Gender Equality, Key to Tackling Climate Change for Cuba, is part of the virtual parallel event of the NGO Commission on the Status of Women, CSW, 66th United Nations Forum, is being held live at this conference. In the past, U.S. Women in Cuba Collaboration will have done joint in-person workshops with the FMC over at the God Box across the street from the United Nations building. So we are glad to welcome some of our international people that are online as part of this 66th session of the NGO CSW. Just to reiterate, the Beijing Platform for Action is the global women and girls human rights agenda, and this year's CSW will emphasize the leadership of women and girls in changing the world, especially when it comes to the issue of climate change. The Cuban delegation to the CSW will talk about how, under the Cuban Revolution, Cuban women have achieved gender equity, how women and girls are impacted by climate change in Cuba, and what is their role in how Cuba deals with climate change now and in the future. So we have one of the speakers from the FMC, and we'll have other speakers as well. But we are going to begin with Cheryl Wapasameas, who is enrolled in the Assiniboine Sioux tribe at Fort Peck Indian Reservation in northeastern Montana, to give us a land blessing.
My name is Cheryl Wapasameas, and my ancestors are from the lands from eastern Canada to central Canada and into the northern plains of the United States. I myself am an urban Indian and am a guest in the land of the Lushootseed peoples around what is known as the Salish Sea. I would like to acknowledge the ancestral lands of the Stachas Band of the Squaxin Island tribe and the Nisqually Indian tribe, who have long been stewards of the region's waters, plants, and animals. The southernmost point of the Salish Sea, these lands were and still are a place of gathering, trade, and community for many Coast Salish peoples. I would also like to acknowledge the lands of the Puyallup people who, along with the Squaxin Island and Nisqually, were victims of the treaty signing in 1854 at the Shinanum, known as the Medicine Creek Treaty. Also acknowledging is what we now call New York City, and it is the traditional home of the Lenape people, whose lands were stolen and many were removed to Oklahoma, while few communities remain in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. And finally, the larger stolen lands called Turtle Island have been occupied for over 500 years. Since time immemorial, the original inhabitants of Turtle Island have been the stewards of the earth, water, air, and fire. These things are held sacred. Colonization brought about not only the occupation of native lands and the genocide of the original inhabitants, but the fragile condition we find our Mother Earth is suffering at this time. It is said there are 574 tribes in the United States. However, there are hundreds, maybe thousands more, who continue to be unrecognized. Never forget the genocide committed in the name of manifest destiny and the lives the ancestors sacrificed so their children and their children's children would one day reclaim sovereignty and self-determination. Please take time to find out whose land each of you occupies by using Google search. Just put in your zip code plus tribe and acknowledge the land you are on. Tegwichi Chud, Tegwichi Chud, I raise my hands to you, Aho.
Thank you, Cheryl. And we're going to hear from Cheryl later on in the program, and she's going to give an Indigenous woman's perspective on the whole issue of climate change. So I'm pleased to introduce Osmaida Hernandez-Bellino from the FMC's International Relations Office, and she's going to be giving the presentation today. And I think we're also going to see a short documentary on Cuba.
Me considero una mujer exitosa porque soy una mujer comprometida con mi trabajo. Mira, yo soy una persona muy temperamental y tal vez mi actitud ante la vida es lo que me hace ser de esa manera, de exitosa como ustedes dicen, no sé. Pero yo soy así. Todas las barreras las cruzo así, todas las puertas las abro así, todas las actividades, todas las tareas, todas las misiones, todo lo enfrento de la misma manera.
He alcanzado el éxito, porque aparte de que me gusta, me he dado cuenta que me estoy superando más. Y entonces ya para cuando termine los 3 años de servicio social, me gustaría trabajar de fitosanitario. Pero todavía me falta hacerme ingeniera, porque ahora lo que soy es técnica, me falta hacer la ingeniería para entonces llegar hasta ahí. Me gustaría que dijeran que soy un ejemplo para las mujeres que, vaya, que no vienen a trabajar aquí por el machismo, por los maridos, por los padres, por los amigos, le dicen que no, que soy una mujer.
Bueno, yo he logrado el éxito en mi trabajo porque nos hemos puesto en la finca y hemos tratado de levantar cabeza, de superarnos y lograr lo que no habíamos tenido en la vida. Bueno, yo me describo siendo una mujer laboriosa porque yo lucho por tener un significado en la vida y mi familia me ha apoyado mucho, logrando las cosas que quiero tener en la casa y tratando de salir cada vez más adelante y luchando por sostener lo que en realidad no necesitamos en el hogar.
A mí me gustaría que me recordaran como una mujer sencilla, estudiosa, trabajadora, que le tiene mucho amor a su trabajo y a la investigación. Y si esto es alguno de los méritos que han dado posibilidad a que las personas consideren que soy exitosa, pues bueno, no es otro más que la forma en que he trabajado y en la que he vivido todo este tiempo.
He logrado el éxito en lo que hago porque me gusta. He logrado ser independiente, he logrado que las personas se fijen más en mí, me admiren más, tomen mis palabras como una cosa que tenga valor, ¿me entiendes? Que yo diga una cosa y no se me requiera porque de ser mujer o porque dicen, no, si es una mujer, ella no vamos a darle tanto valor, se me da valor.
Yo me siento feliz y realizada con mi labor porque llevo muchos años en la ganadería y espero no irme de ahí. A mí me gusta que mis compañeros me escribieran como una persona modesta, sencilla, muy exigente.
Yo creo que he logrado el éxito de mis años de trabajo con mucho esfuerzo y me he dedicado a eso, a mi trabajo. Me gustaría que me describieran como una persona que ha sido algo por este país. Y me gustaría que me miraran como mujer que soy.
Soy una mujer muy carismática, muy comunicativa. No tengo limitación para tratar a nadie. Para mí todas las personas son iguales. Y pienso que por mi forma de ser he podido lograr esos éxitos con mi vida.
En su propia finca está viendo que se están corriendo los ciclos del cultivo. Ya está viendo que en los periodos de lluvia no llueve. Ya está viendo que en los periodos secos son extremadamente secos. corresponde a nosotros como Dirección de Ciencia, Técnica, Innovación y Medio Ambiente tratar de garantizar, o al menos tratar de servir la mesa con todo lo que hoy podemos hacer para preservar nuestros recursos y para obtener mayores niveles de producción de manera sostenible, para poder mantener todas nuestras variedades y todas nuestras razas en el tiempo. Una manera de hacer sostenible nuestras producciones, en primer lugar, es haciendo uso de los recursos naturales de los que hoy disponemos de manera racional. Entiéndase suelo, entiéndase agua, entiéndase bosques. Tenemos el privilegio aquí en el Ministerio de la Agricultura de contar con proyectos de investigación que hoy se están implementando y han tenido una trayectoria excelente porque han demostrado y han intencionado el protagonismo de la mujer, la equidad de género. Un ejemplo de ello es el proyecto Basal, donde la participación mayoritaria es de mujeres, el colectivo directivo predominantemente son mujeres. Se ha podido identificar en los diferentes municipios de intervención de este proyecto muchas productoras que han tenido resultados exitosos en todos sus procesos de producción. Esto es un proyecto que, como bien lo indican sus siglas, Basal, que está dirigido a las bases ambientales que se están creando a escala local, en sintonía, o sea, en paralelo con la contextualización climática, ya bien sea en condiciones actuales como en condiciones futuras a mediano y largo plazo. El protagonismo de las mujeres en este proyecto se impone, además se intenciona esa equidad de género. Es uno de los objetivos fundamentales de este proyecto y pienso que en los años que lleva de implementación se ha logrado con muchísimo éxito. Ya hoy estoy aquí, me atrapó la agricultura y aquí estaré. Y es por eso que me considero exitosa, porque me siento realizada dentro de este sector, en la actividad que hago.
Yo sueño con ser ingeniera, sueño con matricularme, en capacitarme en un curso de eso para capacitarme para ser ingeniera.
Sueño con una agricultura mejorada. Sueño con un poco más de recursos para limpiar más áreas, tener la suficiencia alimentaria que tanto hemos buscado por muchos años y no lo hemos logrado por la situación de la maquinaria. Existen mujeres trabajando, pero muy pocas. Principalmente aquellas que están en casa, yo le diría que hay que sumarse a trabajar, porque la mujer en la casa no se desarrolla espiritualmente, no se capacita. Aquellas trabajadoras que quieran superarse, las podemos llevar a los politécnicos.
Aún con todos estos avances que se ha trabajado y los que se ve, se puede ver todavía machismo en el campo y lo hemos vivido nosotros, incluso en la fase de diagnóstico. Llegaba a cierta hora, por ejemplo, las 12 del día, los teléfonos empezaban a sonar. Que los esposos de las personas, de las mujeres que estaban allí, estaban llamando para que fueran a servirle la comida que ya habían dejado hecha. Y en muchos casos, personas que hablan de sus propias experiencias, que no pueden trabajar, que no pueden estudiar, que no las dejan, por ejemplo, salir de sus provincias para venir a una reunión aquí a La Habana.
Yo les diría a las mujeres que están por ahí, que no han podido vincularse al trabajo, que no tengan miedo, que se sepan enfrentar, que nosotras las mujeres somos fuertes y por duro que sea el trabajo, nunca hemos sido cobardes a la hora de enfrentar cualquier tarea. Por el proyecto Basal participé en la capacitación de género y pienso que esto es algo muy importante que se le pueda dar a la mujer, porque la mujer siempre se sentía como la persona que no era capaz de realizar cualquier tarea. Y ahí nos enseñan a nosotros, o sea, nos capacitan de cómo nosotros podemos darnos el propio valor que antes no nos daban y ya nosotros sabemos sobre qué nosotros nos podemos encaminar.
Yo le aconsejaría que se pusieran y lograran entrar al taller de capacitación para que así pudiera ocupar el lugar que ellas deberían de ocupar sin que la maltrataran tanto y pudiera ocupar cualquier cargo de trabajo sin problema ninguno.
No tiene que ver nada lo que digan los hombres, que esto es de hombre, que esto no. Porque eso también puede ser a las mujeres, porque no es un trabajo muy difícil. Si el hombre puede agacharse, la mujer también puede agacharse. Si puede guataquear, la mujer también puede guataquear porque tienen el mismo derecho.
No le tengan miedo a la agricultura, que la agricultura no mata a nadie y que se incorporen para que den algo por este país, den su tierra, lo que no pueden dar otros, que si lo pueden dar, que lo den. Ya la mujer puede hacer trabajo que no hacían antes, porque no se les permitía.
Todavía hoy usted se encuentra muchos hombres, ya bien sea en su vida personal, o sea, habitual, social, que en su vida profesional, que desestiman el trabajo de la mujer. Se han obtenido muchos resultados en cuanto a la equidad de género, pero todavía yo pienso que hay machismo. Todo lo que el sector de la agricultura pueda necesitar y que en nuestras manos pueda estar su solución, puede estar convencido que nosotros haremos lo imposible, por si no lograrlo, al menos encauzarlo. Equidad de género, conservación del medio ambiente y los impactos del cambio climático. Son tres cosas elementales que son transversales a cualquier actividad socioeconómica del país.
Muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Queríamos mostrarles este pequeño audiovisual
We wanted to show you this
que
short
recoge
video
algunas historias de vida
to give you a short clip of the life of these women.
de exitosas mujeres cubanas, como ellas mismas se han caracterizado,
As successful women, as they have characterized themselves and is kind of the title
porque
of the
han logrado
program,
hacer realidad sus sueños.
and that have been able to realize their dreams.
Son historias de vidas de mujeres que se han convertido en artesanas de la vida cotidiana.
These are women who have become very successful in showing the life of artisanal farming women.
Cómo a pesar de los efectos del cambio climático, ellas han logrado desarrollar sus potencialidades.
Despite the challenges they face because of climate change, they've been able to overcome a lot of their challenges and succeed.
Traemos una breve intervención que explica a grandes rasgos cuál es el papel de Cuba en el enfrentamiento al cambio climático y especialmente historias de vida y experiencias del desarrollo de las cubanas en este aspecto.
And so today we're going to bring the issue of Cuban women and how they are confronting climate change today.
En la Conferencia de Naciones Unidas sobre el Medio Ambiente celebrada en Río de Janeiro en 1992,
At the United Nations Conference on the Environment, celebrated in Rio de Janeiro in 1992,
nuestro líder histórico Fidel Castro señaló:
our historic leader Fidel Castro expressed,
todo lo que contribuye hoy al subdesarrollo y la pobreza
everything today that contributes to underdevelopment and poverty
constituye una violación flagrante de la ecología.
constitutes a flagrant violation of ecology.
Decenas de millones de hombres, mujeres y niños mueren cada día.
Tens of thousands of men, women, and children die every year
a consecuencia de esto.
as a consequence of this.
El intercambio desigual,
The unequal exchange,
el proteccionismo
protectionism,
y la deuda externa agreden la ecología y propician la destrucción del medio ambiente.
and foreign debt attack ecology and lead to the destruction of the environment.
A casi 30 años de aquella histórica reunión,
About 30 years today after this historic meeting,
la situación es cada vez más preocupante.
the situation is only more concerning.
Las políticas neoliberales y los irracionales e insostenibles patrones de consumo
The policies of neoliberalism and the irrational and unsustainable consumerism
obstaculizan el desarrollo equitativo de nuestros pueblos,
stand in the way of the equal development of our peoples.
aceleran la destrucción del medio ambiente y profundizan las brechas de género.
They accelerate the destruction of the environment and deepen the divide between genders.
La persistencia de normas sociales y culturales discriminatorias,
The persistence of discriminatory social and cultural norms,
el acceso desigual a la tierra,
the unequal access to the land,
al agua y a otros recursos naturales y productivos,
to water and other important natural and productive
la
resources,
escasa participación de las mujeres en la formulación de políticas relativas al medio ambiente,
the scarcity of women's participation in the creation and development of politics related to the environment,
hacen que a menudo se ignoren sus contribuciones.
mean that our contributions are sometimes either diminished or ignored.
Todo ello
Despite this,
obliga a adoptar medidas urgentes para alcanzar paradigmas de desarrollo
or because of this, we are obligated to adopt urgent new ways to build new paradigms
que integren la preservación del medio ambiente, la justicia y la igualdad de género.
and these paradigms of development that will integrate the preservation of the environment, of justice, and of gender equality.
En el artículo 16 de la Constitución de la República de Cuba,
In Article 16 of the Constitution of the Republic of Cuba,
se promueve la protección y conservación del medio ambiente,
we promote and protect the conservation of the environment
y el enfrentamiento al cambio climático,
and working to end climate change.
la reducción de riesgo de desastres naturales
We work to reduce the risk of natural disaster as a main priority,
es una prioridad sustentada en un marco legal
which will be built into laws
y con una sólida base institucional para garantizar y controlar su efectividad.
and with solid institutional support as a base.
Cuba, en su condición de pequeño estado insular en desarrollo,
Sorry, okay, permiso. That will guarantee and ensure its effectiveness with laws and institutional backing. As a small island and state, Cuba finds itself
se encuentra frecuentemente expuesta a los desastres naturales intensificados por el cambio climático.
in a situation of needing to defend itself against frequent natural disasters and challenges due to climate change.
Contamos con un sistema sólido, estructurado y organizado para la gestión de reducción de riesgos de desastre.
We count on our solid system, which is structured and organized in order to manage the reduction of risk of disasters,
Dirigido por la Defensa Civil Cubana
led by the civil defense in Cuba,
y enfocado a la disminución de las vulnerabilidades en las personas, sus bienes y sus recursos económicos.
and focused on lowering the vulnerabilities of people, of their goods, and also of any economic resources.
Cuba avanza en la implementación de su estrategia de desarrollo.
Cuba is advancing in the implementation of the development of its strategy, development strategy,
Incluida la ejecución de su plan para el enfrentamiento al cambio climático conocido como Tarea Vida,
including the execution of its plan to confront global climate change known as Tarea Vida or Life Task.
A pesar de los efectos sin precedentes del bloqueo económico, comercial y financiero impuesto por el gobierno de los Estados Unidos,
Despite the unprecedented effects of the economic, commercial, and financial blockade of Cuba imposed by the government of the United States,
aún en las condiciones de pandemia,
especially within the context of the pandemic,
la tarea vida está integrada por 5 acciones estratégicas.
Tarea Vida or Life Task has been integrated into 5 strategic actions and 11 tasks.
Y lo conforman 11 tareas a corto, mediano y largo plazo.
And these 11 tasks are of short, medium, and long term.
Combina decisiones al más alto nivel con una gestión descentralizada a escala sectorial y territorial.
And this is combined with decisions at the highest levels, along with management that is decentralized on a sectorial and territorial level.
Tomando como eje la protección de la vida humana con calidad y perspectiva de género.
And so within that, our access is the protection of human life and a human life with quality and keeping in perspective the issue of gender.
Y su aplicación contribuye a alcanzar las metas de los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible número 13.
Its application contributes to achieve all of the goals set forward by the ODS 13.
La tarea vida tiene antecedentes como las investigaciones que se hacían acerca del cambio climático. La tarea vida tiene entre sus antecedentes las investigaciones que se han hecho sobre el cambio climático.
And so within this, Tarea Vida has its focus on the issue of confronting climate change.
Entre las buenas prácticas,
in terms of best practices,
constan las alianzas de las instituciones del Estado
we count on the alliances between the institutions of state,
con la Federación de Mujeres Cubanas,
along with the Federation of Cuban Women,
para elevar la percepción del riesgo
in order to alleviate any sort of perceived risks,
elevar el nivel de conocimientos de la población,
to raise the level of consciousness in the population,
incorporando nuevos espacios de educación y sensibilización a través de todas las vías.
Incorporating new spaces for education and consciousness.
Se ha diseñado y publicado
We have also worked on designing and publishing
un manual comunitario sobre la gestión inclusiva para la reducción de riesgos de desastre.
A community manual on the inclusive management for the reduction of risks of disasters.
Es una herramienta educativa
This is an educational tool
que desde las dimensiones de género, niñez y discapacidad
which through the lens of gender, childhood, and also disabilities,
y con especial énfasis en las familias e instituciones escolares,
and with an emphasis on families, scholarly institutions, and incorporating strategies for prevention,
incorpora estrategias de prevención y respuesta ante los distintos tipos de desastres naturales.
Incorporate strategies for prevention and response ahead of any sort of distinct type of natural disasters.
A la vez que estimula y promueve la formación de conciencia sobre la protección del medio ambiente.
This also is able to stimulate and promote the formation of consciousness regarding protecting the environment.
El proyecto Bases Ambientales para la Sostenibilidad Alimentaria Local
The project basis for environmental basis for sustainable local sustainability,
que reflejábamos a través del audiovisual,
which we saw a bit about on the video today,
incluye una estrategia efectiva para el intercambio de conocimiento entre actores claves.
Includes an effective strategy for the exchange of knowledge,
con énfasis en el uso de la información agrometeorológica.
and that this knowledge can be shared between key actors with an emphasis on the use of information of agrometeorological information.
y herramientas para la toma de decisiones,
It is a tool for making decisions,
así como visibilizar las capacidades, saberes y potencialidades de las mujeres en el sector de la agrícola.
but also to illuminate the capacities, the knowledge, and the potentials of women who are working in the agricultural sector.
De igual manera, se ha articulado la iniciativa
At the same time, we have created an initiative.
Optamos por la igualdad de género en la adaptación al cambio climático.
Called We Opt for Gender Equality in the Face of Climate Change,
que involucra a las mujeres para ejercer un rol de liderazgo transformador en los procesos de adaptación y mitigación.
which calls on women to play a leadership and transformative role in the process of adopting, mitigating, and any sort of national and international challenges.
Tanto en el ámbito nacional como internacional.
Sí.
Nacional e
Y
internacional.
internacional, sí. Which again is for mitigation at both the national and international level.
De igual manera, el proyecto Fortalecimiento del Sistema de Alerta Temprana Hidrometeorológico.
At the same time, the project for the strengthening of the early warning system of hydrometeorological,
Diseñado para proteger a la población
which was designed to protect the population
y los recursos económicos en zonas vulnerables a inundaciones.
and economic resources in vulnerable zones from floods.
Incluye un sistema de alerta temprana,
This includes an early warning system,
vigilancia, la toma de decisiones, aviso público,
as well as vigilance or local guardianship, making decisions, and also public announcements.
la protección a la población
And protection for the population.
y desarrolla acciones de capacitación a las mujeres
And takes on actions, again, for women to build their capacity.
sobre la prevención y mitigación de los impactos de los fenómenos extremos.
And builds prevention and mitigation of any impacts of extreme events.
Un alto número de mujeres en Cuba son jefas de centros de gestión para la reducción de riesgo.
A high number of women in Cuba are leaders in these centers for management.
Y son responsables de los puntos de alerta temprana de sus territorios.
The management again of the reduction of the of risk, and they are responsible for these early warning systems in their territories.
O tienen responsabilidades en sus comunidades.
Or they have responsibilities in their communities.
El avance de estas y otras iniciativas han constituido una oportunidad
The advancement of these initiatives has constituted an opportunity
para integrar el enfoque de género a todas las políticas, los programas y las acciones de cambio climático.
to promote a focus on gender to all areas of politics, programs, and actions.
El medio ambiente y la reducción del riesgo de desastre,
The environment and the reduction of risk of disasters
en correspondencia con la implementación de la Agenda 2030 y el Programa Nacional para el Adelanto de las Mujeres.
corresponds with the implementation of Agenda 2030 and the national program for the advancement of women.
Cuba ha ratificado su compromiso con la protección del medio ambiente
Cuba has ratified its promise to protect the environment
y la plena implementación de la Convención Marco sobre Cambio Climático y su Acuerdo de París.
and the full implementation of the Convention about climate change and the Paris agreements.
Conscientes,
Conscious,
como diría también nuestro líder histórico Fidel Castro en Río,
As again, our historic leader Fidel Castro said in Rio de Janeiro,
Si se quiere salvar a la humanidad,
if we want to save humanity,
hay que distribuir mejor las riquezas y tecnologías disponibles en el planeta.
we have to have a better distribution of the wealth and of technology available in the planet.
No más transferencias al tercer mundo de estilos de vida
We should not be transferring to the third world lifestyles
y hábitos de consumo que arruinan el medio ambiente.
and consumerist lifestyles that are ruining the environment.
Hágase más racional la vida humana.
We have to make human life more rational.
Utilícese toda la ciencia necesaria para un desarrollo sostenido sin contaminación.
We need to find a way to use science in order to develop all of our necessities in a sustainable way without contamination.
Gracias.
Thank you.
So we're going to take the rest of our speakers and then open it up for discussion and questions. Our next speaker is Helen Yaffe, who you all know was not able to join us here in person, but she is going to add on to the discussion about Tarea Vida, and she'll also be speaking on the next panel, I think. Helen is the professor in economic and social history at the University of Glasgow and respected specialist in Cuban studies. And you can also buy her book on the table, just a reminder. So David.
Hi, thanks so much for inviting me and for, yeah, it's a real privilege to join this panel with other great speakers. I really wish I could be there. But unfortunately, that wasn't possible this year. I'll be back. Okay, so the previous speaker from Cuba gave a very good presentation about Tarea Vida, life task, the state plan to confront climate change. So I think maybe what I'll do is speak a little bit about the economic history, the political history behind that, because there are many people, including in the solidarity movement, including I'm sure many of you there, who I can't see, which is really weird, who, you know, are aware that the Cubans were sort of, in a sense, obliged to make a dramatic, very quick shift towards organic agriculture following the collapse in December 1991 of the USSR, and earlier than that, the collapse of the socialist bloc countries, where Cuba faced an existential crisis. It lost 85 to 86% of its trade and investment. And that includes, of course, the importation of hydrocarbons, oil, diesel, fertilizers, chemical fertilizers for its agriculture. Cuba had an astonishingly industrialized approach to agriculture. They had more tractors per person than the United States, something astonishing like that. And that was because Cuba was following a model being adopted by many developing countries, including countries like Brazil and India, called, ironically, the Green Revolution, but it was an attempt to really use machinery and industry to bolster agricultural production. But so there is a sort of misconception in a way that, you know, Cuba only did these things because they were forced to. And of course, that doesn't help us understand why other countries that are facing ecological disaster, like neighbors in Haiti, you know, they are not doing the things that Cuba has done to be upheld since 2006 as the only country, according to the World Wildlife Fund Living Planet report of that year, the only country to be achieving sustainable development in the world, which means living within the carrying capacity of their ecosystem whilst improving the standard of living of its population. So I'm just going to rewind a bit. I mean, I think it was Cheryl was talking about the environmental destruction caused by colonialism. And that's where this story starts. I mean, I'm a historian, so I always rewind, right? But this story starts with Spanish colonialism and then US imperialism in Cuba. And what you have as a result of that, if I just sum it up in one statistic, is that forest cover in Cuba goes from about 95% in pre-colonization to at the beginning of the 20th century. So, you know, when the Platt Amendment is being introduced and the United States really start, you know, the occupation is taking place, it's between 8 and 14% of forest cover by then. So you have a massive environmental destruction, which is the result of the imposition of the sugar industry, which again is, you know, an expression of Cuba's status as a colonized nation and as a dependent nation. So Cuba depends on the United States to export its sugar. It depends on the United States to buy food because it's, you know, land is taken up with the production of sugar. So this is the scenario when the Cuban Revolution of 1959 takes over, a wrecked environment. Now, how did the Cubans respond to this? So they had some key figures and leading members of the revolutionary government who were geographers and already trying to pursue an environmental agenda, like Antonio Núñez Jiménez. But also Fidel Castro was very vocal about this early on. So very early on, they start reforestation campaigns in 1959, in May 1959, so just a few months after the revolution, you have the agrarian reform, which is already protecting forests and exempts forests from the redistribution of land. So early deforestation campaign. And this is something incredible as well. In 1976, when the revolutionary state introduces its first constitution since the revolution, it actually puts concern and the responsibility of the state to care for the environment in that constitution. So this makes Cuba one of the first countries in the world to put concern for the environment and give the state a responsibility for protecting the natural environment, one of the first in the world. And that's 11 years before the famous Burton report, which talks about, you know, this report developed by the United Nations, which normalizes the term sustainable development. So Cuba is already thinking in those terms. They set up a commission to protect, you know, for the rational use of natural resources in 1976 as well, known as Comana. And lots of scientific studies take place, but they are still polluting and contaminating the environment, and they have this green revolution. And so that process, really, they begin to address that process much more seriously from the 1990s. And the Cuban speaker talked about Fidel Castro's speech when he went to the Earth Summit in Rio de Janeiro. And it was uncharacteristically short, but appropriately alarming. And he made it absolutely clear that a species is in danger of extinction, and that species is mankind. And he gave all the reasons that she said. You know, he located the destruction of the environment in terms of the political economy of capitalism and capitalist consumption. So when they return, the Cuban delegation returns from Rio de Janeiro, they immediately set about setting up a new institution, which is the Ministry of Science, Technology and the Environment, and they adapt the Cuban Constitution. So 1992, the theme of sustainable development is put in there. So this is a key moment, and you have the transition to organic farming, organic agriculture and city farming, and the organiponicos, which we saw on the short video that was played there. And, you know, you have bicycles, like over 1 million bicycles imported from China to a Cuban population with no culture of cycling, and many other measures are taken. And so the really important thing to point out is that this is led by science. This whole process is led by science and scientists. And this is a characteristic of Cuban development that you see from the field of medical science to renewable energies, to whatever it is, education. You know, the Cubans have this incredible investment in education, and they can build this capacity, this critical mass of scientists. And the government, the policymakers, listen to the science. So you have this set of investigations continuing: what the state of the rivers, what the state of the coast, how is climate change affecting and you have these macro projects that are projecting the impact of climate change up to 50 years in the future. And then around 2015, Raul Castro says we need to turn this into a policy platform. And that's how they go about creating Tarea Vida, the state plan to confront climate change, which is approved by the National Assembly, the highest decision-making body in Cuba, in 2017, with these first starting out by identifying at-risk populations and regions, and then setting up a hierarchy of tasks and strategies to deal with them. Now, where is the role of women? I think that's been seen slightly in the video, but put it this way, Tarea Vida is a unique approach to tackling climate change because it's based on three things. One is environmental science. And, you know, we have some incredible statistics from Cuba in terms of scientists. So 66% of Cuba's science and technology personnel are women. I mean, 50% of those of engineering workers are women. I mean, that is incredible in comparison to my country, Britain, where I think it's 8%. So even just saying, you know, this draws on scientists, then you're talking about women having a protagonistic role, having an important role because they are scientists in Cuba. It's also based on natural solutions. Now, how do you work out what the natural solutions are? You have to know your locality. You have to know every area. And that is where we come to the third really vital element, which is community participation. And it is, you know, the women in these communities have a really important role because they know the environments they live on, they know how climates are changing, how waters are rising, or how, as they were saying in the video, you know, soil is drier than usual and so on. So just by having an approach to climate change, which is based on finding grassroots communities and which depends on the sort of creativity and local knowledge of local people, you are by default giving women a key and active role in this process. So I'm not even sure how long I was supposed to speak for, and I don't want to overlap with any of the other speakers, so I'll stop there, but obviously we can talk more if people have questions or comments.
Thank you, Helen. You made the perfect connection with our next performer and speaker, who, as we know, climate crisis impacts more than just Cuba, but it impacts other island nations. And our next, and I also thought we're a little bit short on art and culture in our program today, and so I invited our next speaker, Isabella Borgeson, who's going to perform a spoken word poem that she wrote. And she is an award-winning spoken word artist. She's currently an outside policy fellow with the Ella Baker Center for Human Rights, working on criminal justice issues. And she actually was in the Philippines in the aftermath of the most powerful typhoon ever to hit the earth at this point, Typhoon Haiyan. And she wrote this poem that I thought would be very impactful for us here in the audience, as well as those online, and to just speak briefly about the impact of these presentations on the work that she's done and what she's seen in the aftermath of Typhoon Haiyan. So, Isa.
Thank you, Auntie Cindy. Hello, everyone. My name is Isa, or Isabella. I use she, they pronouns, and really honored to be in space with everyone today. As Cindy said, I'm an organizer and poet from Oakland, California, calling in from Chochenyo, Loni lands. And I also have a homeland in the Philippines where my mom lives and organizes. And today I'm gonna share a poem with you about Super Typhoon Haiyan, which is locally known in the Philippines as Super Typhoon Yolanda. Cindy asked me to perform this poem. I first read it at the United Nations climate change negotiations in Paris in 2015 with a small cohort of Pacific Islander poets, we came to plead with global leaders to understand the human impacts of the policies that they were debating during COP21. Yolanda hit the Philippines in November 2013, and at the time, it was known to be 300 kilometers per hour. There were over 10,000 deaths in the Philippines. My mom's hometown of Tanawan Leyte, which was where the eye of the storm hit, there were over 2,000 deaths alone. And so as Cindy names, I moved to the Philippines first to look for my mom, and thankfully I got a phone call. I think it was like a 10-second phone call before I came. My mom told me I hadn't heard from her in 6 days and was just seeing on news that our entire town of Tanawan Leyte had been flattened, and I couldn't recognize anything from the town. My mom told me, she said, I'm alive, we have no food, we have no water, there's no medicine, but come home. So I came home, and we started doing a lot of grassroots rehabilitation and relief organizing work in Tanawan Leyte that included partnering with Akbayanihan, which is the rehabilitation arm of the Social Democratic Party, Akbayan Party List. We built a sustainable school. We worked with local fisher folk in the coastal barangays and helped set up women's livelihood projects across Region 8. So I was very lucky that in our hometown of Tanawan, we had a progressive mayor who was very supportive of our efforts. But thinking just like during this presentation, what a world of difference it would have made if the Philippines had had a long-term plan for addressing the crisis of climate change, similar to Rea Vida, which you all are laying out today. And I think about then what is at stake during this year's upcoming Philippine elections this May, and which my mama calls the election of our lives, knowing this threat of climate change and knowing how the threat of another dictatorship regime potentially coming into office would mean for the sustainability of us as a people. So I really think that art and storytelling is such an important piece for our survival, to remember the ghosts of Super Typhoon Yolanda, to remember the impact of climate change is not some theoretical future of future generations, but it's the lived experience today for many Black, Brown, Island Nation communities, poor communities, and women are at the front lines of that battle. So I'll read this poem that's called Yolanda Wins briefly, and then I'll hand it back to this incredible panel. I wonder if my mother can still see the bodies when she stares into sea. November 8, 2013, Super Typhoon Yolanda was the strongest storm to ever make landfall in the recorded history of the world. My mama tells nightmares of how the ocean swallowed her town whole. Foam water rammed into house, snapped off our metal locks and flooded the doors open. It's like the winds were searching for me, Idai. When I arrive in Tanawan 1 month after the typhoon, I do not recognize my mother's home. The roofs are crumpled like balled paper. The basketball court where I spent each childhood morning is now an unmarked mass grave. 13 holes for over 600 bodies. My homeland is a country of islands counting down the years before we are drowning in a rising Pacific. When I return to the US, politicians label climate change a myth. They deny our existence as if natural disasters only count when there are white bodies to bury. Each year, an average of 20 typhoons hit the Philippines, and my tita tells me God is punishing us. How else can you explain storm surge waves taller than coconut trees, 5 corpses stuffed into one body bag, names of our entire family scribbled onto debris-made crosses at the traffic triangle turned mass graves? We people, born from ocean, now fear the sea that stole our families. This is not the problem of the Philippines, of the Pacific Islands or Oceania, long after the news reports. When the next super typhoon has blown away my family's relief tents, we will still be standing in sea salt flooded rice fields, brown fisher folk demanding, do not turn away from the disasters yet to come. Our islands are in your hands. These spirits, these Yolanda spirits sing a warning. Andagat gugutom lagiha. the sea that feeds us, will one day grow hungry again. Thank you all for listening, and just want to name again really in community with you all and in solidarity. And as Cindy names, this is an international, transnational movement. So thankful to be learning from Cuba and our women leaders today.
Thank you, Isa. To this day, Isa's mother cannot look at the sea because it brings back her memory of that typhoon and the death that her village faced. And the Philippines has been rated by the United Nations the #1 most impacted country in the world in terms of climate change. As Isa said, 20 typhoons a year hit the Philippines. Our last speaker, I want to bring back Cheryl Wapisameas. And just to add, Cheryl teaches Indigenous history and sovereignty issues at Chief Leshai schools at the Puyallup tribe. She's active in the National Organization for Women and is president of the Tacoma, Washington chapter and Washington State Now. And she's currently serving on NOW's national board. So Cheryl.
Thank you. Thank you so much for letting me be a part of this and these wonderful speakers. And, you know, my heart just hurts over what happened in the Philippines. So what I'd like to share with you today is, oh, do we have that PowerPoint that I sent you, Cindy? But if you're not able to show it, that's okay. I can just talk about it.
He does.
So,
Wait, he doesn't.
anyway, I'd like to start out by sharing that when the health of our Mother Earth is threatened, Indigenous women the world over step forward to lead the way in protecting the environment. And because they play a leading role in recognizing the causes that contribute to climate change, they are often leading the struggle to defend their lands, their rights, and the health of the environment. In essence, they carry the knowledge of their ancestors, which is passed on to future generations. I'd like to share a bit of information of such women from Turtle Island, all Indigenous, but from very different cultures. The common thread is their effort to secure a safe future for their descendants by combating the catalysts of environmental devastation. And the first one I'd like to feature is Winona LaDuke, whom many of us, she's very well known, and we all recognize her as a longtime Indigenous rights activist working on issues connected to climate change, human rights, green economies, clean water, local foods, and renewable energy. And she is the director of Honor the Earth and is the founder of the White Earth Land Recovery Project, which focuses on recovering the original White Earth Indian Reservation in Minnesota and preserving its people's traditional practices. In 2016, Winona LaDuke joined the Indigenous women and others at Standing Rock Reservation to battle the Dakota Access Pipeline with two grassroots groups, the Sacred Stone Camp and the Red Warriors Camp. Honor the Earth is an organization dedicated to raising the awareness and has granted over $2 million to more than 200 Native American communities since its founding in 1993. And another movement she has supported is Idle No More, a grassroots movement for Indigenous sovereignty, Indigenous rights, and respect for the treaties. Next, I'd like to talk about a woman that I know very well, a very dear friend of mine. Her name is Annette Bryan, and she is a Puyallup Tribal Council member. And she and other women from the Puyallup tribe, as well as men and allies from other tribes around Puget Sound, have been protesting the liquefied natural gas terminal, which sits on the edge of the Puyallup Reservation in Tacoma, Washington. And since time immemorial, the tide flats have been the Puyallup's home, where they come to the water to fish, traveling by canoe to gather plants for food and medicine. And prior to colonization and industrialization, shellfish were abundant at low tide, and the salmon were healthy and plentiful. The Puyallup tribe are leaders as water protectors, and the salmon is the mainstay of the Puyallup tribe. And clean tide flats is vital to the health of the salmon. Women in the tribe lead the efforts to demand justice for the environment. A major environmental hazard to the salmon is the Electron Dam, which was built in 1904 and is about 30 miles upriver from the Puyallup Reservation. As if the dam was not enough of an obstacle to the salmon, artificial turf was used to line a bypass channel to divert the river's flow during a construction project, and pieces of the artificial turf were found up to 21 miles downstream, which has created a danger to the salmon. And the tribe filed a lawsuit to force the owner of the dam to clean up the toxic materials, and the Washington State Department of Ecology also fined the owner $500,000. And the last woman that I would like to speak about is Nicole Horseherder. She is a Diné environmental activist in social and environmental justice, particularly around equitable water rights and natural resource conservation. And as director of the Todojoni Ani, she works to preserve and protect the environment, land, water, and sky, and people, and advocate for the wise and responsible use of the natural resources of the Black Mesa region in Arizona. The mining company on Black Mesa tapped into one of the deep aquifers, which was the only potable water source for the people on Black Mesa. And to protect the water and to ensure that it was going to be viable into the future, the Navajo had to put an end to the coal mining. The mine closed in 2005, and the stacks were demolished in 2020 and were replaced with energy sources like wind and solar. And what remains is the cleanup of the demolition of the stacks, which in itself is a monumental effort. Thank you for listening about these women warriors who, with scores of others, are making a difference in protecting our environment and battling climate change. And I'll leave you with this saying from our old ones: we must leave the earth for the next 7 generations to come. Aho.
Thank you, Cheryl. So we have about 40 minutes to open up for questions and discussion. Do we have? Oh, do we have a microphone? Mike. Okay. Are we gonna?
I have a question for the speaker from Cuba. How are you introducing the things that you're talking about into the school system, from elementary school, secondary school, the university, so that the generation of young people who are coming along carry this torch?
Could we have that? Do you want to do more than a couple at a time, or?
Yeah, let's do a couple.
Two?
Yeah, hi. A question for Helen. I wonder if you could comment on Cuban food production and, okay. Comment on Cuban food production and the use of industrial fertilizer and so on, because I understand Cuba has a problem of having to import a lot of food. If you could give us some background on that, thanks.
Con respecto a la primera pregunta,
With regard to the first question,
bueno, decirles que Cuba, que desde el Ministerio de Educación y el Ministerio de Educación Superior,
in Cuba, with the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Superior Education,
orientan la integración de la educación ambiental para el desarrollo sostenible.
we've been working to integrate education about the environment and sustainability
Desde sus estrategias particulares
with a particular strategy,
y se concretan en la concepción y currículos de los planes de estudio.
which has been concretized within our curriculum and our plans of study,
Y como un componente de la formación integral de los estudiantes,
and is an integral part of the learning of our students.
que éstas deben tomar como base orientadora, principalmente,
And this should be taken kind of as a base for our orientation
la Estrategia Ambiental Nacional,
in terms of the overall national
que fue aprobada
orientation,
en el 2017 hasta el año 2020.
which started in 2007 and continued up to 2020 and continues.
Y de igual manera, el Programa Nacional de Educación Ambiental para el Desarrollo Sostenible.
And this is a part of our national campaign for education around sustainability and confronting climate change.
Hay varios principios que sustentan la gestión y la política ambiental cubana,
There are many factors that impact the education around the environment in Cuba.
como por ejemplo el desarrollo sostenible,
Sustainable development,
la participación activa de todos los actores sobre la base de la cooperación y la corresponsabilidad,
the participation and responsibility of many different sectors of our society,
la educación, la comunicación,
education, communication,
la información ambiental orientada a desarrollar la cultura ambiental en toda la ciudadanía,
and initiative in order to promote consciousness and awareness about the environment in all areas of our
y por
society.
supuesto la visión preventiva.
And of course, looking specifically at preventative measures.
Es decir, que desde las primeras edades a los niños se les enseña en la escuela cómo proteger el medio ambiente.
And so this means from a very young age, Cuban children are learning about how to protect the environment in schools
Y cómo aprovechar las potencialidades que tenemos a partir del cambio climático.
and what potentials we have in terms of facing climate
Y por
change
supuesto los efectos que tiene el cambio climático.
and the effects that we are seeing today of climate change.
Con relación a la producción de alimentos.
In terms of producing food.
Ahorita una de las amigas hacía referencia a las alternativas que ha tenido que adoptar Cuba para la producción de alimentos.
There's been some references made by the compañera about how we've had to take different courses in order to, or different paths in order to improve food production.
Desde de desarrollar un programa para la agricultura urbana, suburbana y familiar, por ejemplo.
For example, looking at urban agriculture and growing food in urban areas.
En el que la Federación de Mujeres Cubanas
For the Cuban Federation of Women,
juega un papel importante
this is an extremely important task
en promocionar la creación de los patios y parcelas.
in terms of developing the patios y parcelas.
Patios y parcelas. E incluso los balcones también, las casas, por ejemplo, que no tienen patio, en las propias balcones.
So that houses could develop growing food and on their own patios in their own backyards.
También dedican a la producción de alimentos, sobre todo de cultivos de ciclo corto.
And so that people could be involved in development in their own areas.
La Federación
The Cuban Federation of
ha
Women
impulsado la creación de los patios
have pushed for the creation of patios
a nivel de las comunidades.
that are also communally owned.
Y de igual manera, desde el Sistema Nacional de Educación,
And in terms of our educational system nationally,
también se promueve la creación de organopónicos y el aprovechamiento de los recursos.
we've been pushing for the creation of more organopónicos, kind of urban organic gardens, and other initiatives.
El tema de los fertilizantes es un tema muy complejo.
Fertilizer is a complex issue.
y que no siempre se puede contar con el paquete tecnológico para ello.
And we can't always just count on technology for these
Y
issues.
se utilizan alternativas,
So we've been using different alternatives.
por lo tanto se fomenta también la siembra de pastos y forrajes, por ejemplo.
I need help, somebody.
Para la alimentación animal, pero también se utiliza la lombricultura, por ejemplo.
No traducí esto. Oh, fertilizer, somebody help me. Anyone? And
La lombricultura.
okay, within agriculture, fertilizer with environments within agriculture.
Es decir, que
Disculpa.
se buscan alternativas
So we're looking for other alternatives.
y las mujeres juegan un papel importante.
And of course, women are playing a really
Por
important
eso
role in
decíamos
this.
que las mujeres son artesanas de la vida cotidiana.
And this is why we say women are the artisans of daily society and daily life. We'll bring up Helen if she has anything
Hi.
else to add.
Yes. On the question of Cuban food, again, this goes back to a long history. I mean, there is a great book, it's fairly new, Luis Perez Jr. wrote it about rice in a time of sugar, which explains the very long history, the historical process through which sugar was imposed. Sugar plantations operated by slaves until very late in the 19th century were imposed on Cuba at the sacrifice of all other agricultural production. And there were lobbies in the United States that were pressuring for measures to prevent Cuban agricultural producers from producing alternative crops because they wanted Cuba to be in need of importing those crops. And that's a pattern that we've seen all over the oppressed countries, the colonized countries, and the global south. So, I mean, there is a historic issue with food production in Cuba. However, you know, we're now 60 years into the revolution, and as the question implied, there is still very high dependence on the Cuban state for imports of food production. And that does require some explanation. And you know, some of it is pretty simple and very kind of logical, common sense. And that is that, you know, if you have a nation with a high proportion of peasants or squatters, as they were called, landless, you know, workers, or the sugarcane workers who are like an industrialized, who are like a rural proletariat, you know, and you give them the opportunity to study for free. You build houses, you build, you know, cultural centers and so on. A lot of people leave the land and they go and live in cities, and they don't want to, or even if they remain in rural areas, they don't want to work the land. I mean, I'm sure, was it John that asked the question? I'm sure you've been on a solidarity brigade where you maybe spent a day or two under the searing sun doing some symbolic agricultural work. I know I have. And it's, you know, really hard and really hot. So, you know, agricultural work in Cuba, if you give people the opportunity to, you know, all the opportunities that are not normally opened up to poor people, then you'll find that many choose to move away from the land. But there are many other problems. Some of them are to do with climate change. So you'll know that in 2008, they had a really big campaign to transfer. There were 2 million hectares of idle state land. A lot of it had been overrun or invaded by this marabou kind of weed with very deep roots, which is very hard to get rid of. And they were, a lot of that land was packaged up and handed out to individuals and families, but also to entities, and to, you know, they had 2 years to get this land productive, to clear it of the marabou and operate. And, you know, there were results. It did raise domestic production, but it always has fallen short of expectations. And so much of that in US and other resources that it needs. Because, you know, it's one thing to say, here's the land, but you actually need tools and seeds and so on to sow. So there is a problem in Cuba, and so many of the measures that have been introduced in that period, particularly since Raul took over as president, have been about trying to incentivize individuals and families to go back to the land to raise production and productivity. And it is a battle that the Cubans have not won. And they retain a high level of dependence on food imports, which is a terrible situation to be in because it makes them very vulnerable. In a scenario like today, we're seeing that the cost of some key food essentials is going to go shooting up, or is shooting up now. It was anyway due to the pandemic and the global capitalist crisis in general, but now with the situation, the war in Ukraine. So it is a battle that Cuba is undergoing. In terms of the question of how much is industrialized, I think you're asking what percent is organic. My understanding is that something like 85% of Cuban agriculture remains completely organic. And if you look at the rules of the Small Farmers Association, ANAP, they are committed to organic farming, and it's actually prohibited to use chemical fertilizers in urban farms. The only places that, as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, that still use chemical fertilizers are the state farms for mainly export goods such as sugar and tobacco. So the rest of Cuban agriculture is organic. And I painted quite a dire picture, but there are some extraordinary successes, including the capacity for Havana to supply its own needs in fruit and vegetables. So, over 100%, some of it is sent out. And there has been, in the last year or year and a half, a renewed emphasis, as the Cuban compañero was saying, to return to this practice that emerged during the special period era of crisis of using any spare plots of land, any parcels of land, any back gardens, front gardens, balconies, roofs, to start to, if you're not already, to grow fruit, veg, herbs, and then those can be shared with your neighbors, exchanged for things that your neighbors have. So there is a push to reinitiate that. But there are some quite incredible benefits of that system. So with the organiponicos, these are basically urban farms, small urban farms. The number of people who have been employed by those is extraordinary. I mean, it's in the hundreds of thousands, and many of those people are women. Many of them are pensioners who would otherwise be sitting at home and not really out and engaging with people. Many of them are young people who haven't entered work and aren't in employment. So they're very good from a sort of social, political and cultural perspective as well. And I'd expect to see more and more emphasis on that. And of course, Cuba, by pursuing organic agriculture, is doing its part in terms of mitigation as well. And it's ceasing to contaminate rivers and contaminate the land, exhaust the land through these mechanisms. I hope that's answered your question.
Was John's question was addressed? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, so Nesbitt has a question.
Nesbitt Crutchfield from the Vince Ramos Brigade. This question is for the comrade sister panelist and for Helen. What effect has the economic embargo against Cuba had on climate change and the efforts that you're making to increase the productivity within your economy? Could you speak to that, please?
Bueno, los efectos del bloqueo económico, comercial y financiero. Por supuesto que en la agricultura tienen un reflejo importante.
So of course the US blockade on Cuba does have an impact on our ability to fight climate change.
Yo puedo dar algunos argumentos, pero también mis compañeras de la delegación también pudieran un poco que complementar la respuesta que yo pueda darles en estos momentos.
And so I'll answer these questions, but some of my other compañeras might also be able to add some important points to this.
Ahorita hablábamos del tema de los fertilizantes.
So talking about fertilizer,
Es algo que realmente afecta grandemente a nuestra agricultura.
this is something that really impacts our agriculture.
En nuestro país, por ejemplo, se aprobaron recientemente 63 medidas para impulsar la agricultura en el país.
And so recently we've implemented 63 new measures to
Buscar alternativas que
related to
puedan paliar la
agriculture.
situación económica que vive hoy nuestro país.
And to really confront the economic situation that our country is currently going through.
No solo con la importación de los fertilizantes necesarios,
Not only for importing the necessary fertilizer,
incluso comprometidos y ya comprados,
but it also involves the purchasing,
que en diversas ocasiones se ha visto limitada esa importación hacia nuestro país.
which is a challenge related to importing goods to our country.
Y decíamos ahorita cómo Cuba ha tenido que crecerse ante estas dificultades.
And it's made it challenging for Cuba to grow because of the challenges of making payments.
Por ejemplo, lo relacionado con el riego.
And so when we talk about risk,
Muchas maquinarias que hoy están obsoletas por el tiempo de explotación, por ejemplo.
many areas we're finding are obsolete, obsolete and facing the challenges of obsolescence.
Y que el propio bloqueo obstaculiza la importación de esas piezas de repuesto.
And so to get upgraded pieces or necessary items is a real challenge because of the import challenges that we're facing.
De igual manera, por supuesto, limita también el intercambio entre Cuba y productores de otros países, especialmente también de igual manera con Estados Unidos.
The blockade also impacts our ability to have exchanges and conversations with other farmers around the world, but especially in the United States.
Y muchas son las consecuencias que realmente siente hoy la agricultura cubana y que se refleja, por supuesto, en la vida de las cubanas y los cubanos.
And so this really, there's a lot of different ways that we can see the blockade impacting the agricultural sector in Cuba, and thus it impacts the daily life of Cubans.
Cuba hoy, por ejemplo, desarrolla un programa de la soberanía alimentaria y educación nutricional.
So today we're also working in Cuba on food sovereignty and on the issue of proper food for families.
En el que participa toda la sociedad y especialmente las mujeres.
Which all of our society is participating in, but especially women.
Por ejemplo, algo que la Federación de Mujeres Cubanas también impulsa.
For another project being put forward by the Cuban
Desde
Federation
una
of Women,
perspectiva de género,
from the perspective of gender,
trabaja con la agricultura,
is working on agriculture,
que consta de una estrategia consolidada
that has a consolidated strategy
para fomentar la participación de las mujeres en la producción de alimentos.
to get women specifically involved in the production of food,
Y de igual manera con la Asociación Nacional de Agricultores Pequeños,
and to get women more involved in the Association of Small Farmers,
que ha trabajado en fomentar las brigadas FMCEP, ANAP.
And so we've created special brigades that are a combination of the FMC and ANAP, the Cuban Federation of Women, and the Association of Small Farmers,
Que ha permitido incrementar en más de 3,000 mujeres que se incorporaron a estas brigadas.
which we've had over 3,000 women get involved in these combined brigades.
Todo esto permite ponerle un poquito más de amor a lo que hacemos como organización de igual manera
This shows the love that we're putting into the work that we're doing as an organization
y buscar alternativas.
and looking for new alternatives.
Como decían ahorita, es una situación compleja el tema sobre todo los vegetales.
And so, you know, as we've said, the situation is very complicated right now, especially we could talk about vegetables.
Pero las propias experiencias que se han tenido que ir desarrollando
But what we've gained in experience through the development
ha permitido
has allowed us
la siembra, por ejemplo, de policultivos
to plant policultivos
para poder aprovechar aún más las tierras y los recursos que tenemos.
Disculpa, otra vez.
Policultivos.
Policultivos.
Para aprovechar los recursos.
Diverse products, thank you.
Y las tierras.
To enable us to use different aspects of the land.
Es decir, que se está haciendo un papel, realmente es algo intenso lo que se está haciendo para poder fomentar la agricultura en nuestra sociedad.
And what we've been doing has been really intense in terms of broadening this within our society.
Y este tema de la producción de alimentos
and in terms of the theme of production of food,
ha sido catalogado como un tema de seguridad nacional.
We even see it as an issue of national security.
Porque bueno, todos sabemos lo que significa y no solo porque es una necesidad, sino porque sobre todo las mujeres que somos las que tenemos un mayor peso ahí en la elaboración de los alimentos y en esa responsabilidad diaria.
Because we all know the importance of food, the importance of
Porque no
nutrition,
hemos logrado
and the role that
compartir
women
esa
play in
responsabilidad
providing food for their
fundamentalmente.
families. And so this is why we continue to see this as an urgent matter.
Pero por supuesto que los efectos del bloqueo se sienten con mucha fuerza hoy en la agricultura.
But of course, the impacts of the blockade today are very strongly felt in the area of
Y
agriculture.
una de esas alternativas para poder paliar esta situación ha sido el desarrollo del programa de la agricultura urbana, suburbana y familiar.
And one of the most important ways that we're confronting this challenge is in the development of urban agriculture.
No sé si alguna compañera de la delegación.
I don't know if one of our other women in the delegation would like to come in and add.
Que me ayuden.
Trato.
Creo que no hace falta. Osmaida ha sido clara.
He sido buen catcher.
Something that I'd like to add.
Pero solo quería recordarles algo.
I just want to remind you of something.
Cuba en su condición de isla
Cuba is an island
es muy afectada por los huracanes
and is very affected by hurricanes
y lo mismo sufre de intensas lluvias
and also from intense rains,
que de una elevada sequía.
and sometimes
Una
times
marcada
of
sequía.
drought.
Y la salinidad de las aguas, la salinidad de los suelos
Because of the saltiness of the earth from the ocean
por la elevación del nivel del mar y todo el cambio climático,
and the rising sea levels due to climate change.
por supuesto que genera una afectación enorme a los cultivos.
All of these things have an impact on agriculture.
Se ha impulsado en el país un sistema, un programa de voluntad hidráulica
We have started also a new voluntary
que
system
está integrado por varios embalses, muchas presas desde Oriente, desde la zona oriental del país,
which has integrated especially a lot of folks from the eastern part of Cuba
con un esfuerzo extraordinario
with a great amount of care and force
que va conduciendo el agua hasta los lugares menos favorecidos por la lluvia.
that are taking water to areas that are not experiencing enough rain.
Y esa voluntad hidráulica necesita de maquinarias,
And this hydro project needs a lot of infrastructure,
necesita de recursos,
needs resources.
y hay un recurso que ha sobrepasado los límites del bloqueo, que es el petróleo.
And there's one resource that has been difficult with the blockade, which is oil
Un
or
cerco
gas,
total a las navieras
because of the blockading of ships
que llevaban petróleo a Cuba.
that bring petrol to Cuba.
Situaciones financieras, porque también la persecución es financiera.
And this is also an economic challenge because the persecution is also economic,
Que nos ha creado muchos problemas para producir alimentos,
which has also
Para
created
preparar
problems
la
for growing
tierra.
food, and for feeding homes.
y todo eso ha provocado desabastecimientos
And this has created shortages,
que generan tensiones en nuestra población.
which is really the intention of the blockade, to create problems for our population,
Y por supuesto a las mujeres,
and specifically for women,
que mayoritariamente son las que están en los hogares
who are in majority the ones who are working in homes
buscando alternativas para alimentar a su familia.
and who are looking for alternatives for feeding their families.
Entonces el bloqueo tiene un impacto directo
And so we see that the blockade has a direct impact
en todo lo relacionado con el sector agropecuario,
in everything that is related to
incluyendo
aquaculture.
incluyendo la zafra azucarera, que también está siendo muy impactada.
And we see that this is impacting work as well.
Muchas gracias.
Okay.
Yo creo que la secretaria y Osmaida han abordado de manera muy clara el impacto del bloqueo en el desarrollo de la agricultura en Cuba, en el desarrollo de nuestra capacidad para garantizar la seguridad y la soberanía alimentaria, que es un nuevo programa que se ha acabado de adoptar en el país. Pero es importante entender que el bloqueo tiene un impacto multidimensional en toda la economía cubana y en toda la sociedad. O sea,
la traducción, por favor. So the two compañeras have spoken very well about the impact that this has on our agriculture, but we also have to look at some other dimensions of the blockade.
O sea, no hay un área, no hay una esfera de la economía o del programa del desarrollo del país que no esté impactada por el bloqueo.
There's really not a single area of our economy and our development as a country that's not impacted by the blockade.
Por ejemplo,
As an example,
como parte de la estrategia de desarrollo nacional del país hasta el 2030,
so as a part of our national plan for the development of our country up to the year 2030,
Cuba ha incluido una meta de alcanzar una matriz energética
Cuba is developing a new energy matrix
que se propone alcanzar en el 2030 el 24% de la producción energética del país sobre la base de energías renovables.
And so we are working towards
24% de la matriz energética.
En el 2030, el 24%.
to have 24% of the national energy coming from sustainable sources by the year 2030.
Pero el desarrollo de las fuentes renovables de energía es altamente intensiva en tecnología
But in
y
order
en recursos financieros.
But in order to develop these kind of green technologies within the economy, we know that we need huge economic resources and huge technological resources.
Y no nos vamos a detener en esa meta.
And we're not going to let anyone down in this path.
O sea, y tenemos la potencialidad en recursos humanos para trabajar fuertemente en el propósito de alcanzar esa meta.
Because we have a huge resource, which is our human resources, in order to take on this big task.
Pero ¿cómo accedemos a la tecnología que nos permita trabajar más aceleradamente en pos de eso? ¿Cómo accedemos a los recursos financieros si Cuba no tiene acceso a las fuentes internacionales de financiamiento por el bloqueo?
So, but the big question remains, how do we get access to this technology with the blockade? How do we get access to these resources when we're being blockaded?
Si las entidades o organizaciones financieras que podrían darnos financiamientos son perseguidas, son multadas como consecuencia del bloqueo.
When we see that the different paths that we try to take are constantly being blocked or shortened because of the blockade.
Si las compañías internacionales que desarrollan las tecnologías más avanzadas en el área, por ejemplo, de las fuentes renovables de energía, y tenemos que tener en cuenta que el cambio climático está particularmente vinculado al consumo de energía, sobre todo energía fósil.
So when we see that these big international companies who are saying that they're focusing on renewable energy, but are still very much involved in energy consumption.
Y ellas no pueden entonces transferir tecnologías a Cuba porque el bloqueo se los impide.
And they are refusing to transfer those technologies or sell those technologies to Cuba because of the blockade.
Entonces, en la agricultura, es en la industria, es en el desarrollo de las fuentes renovables de energía. Por eso decía que es multidimensional en todas las esferas del desarrollo del país.
And so, this is when we discuss agriculture, when we discuss sustainable development, when we discuss renewable energy, all of these areas are impacted by the blockade. And this is why I say that it's a multidimensional challenge that we're facing in terms of fighting climate change and how it's impacted by the blockade.
Una pregunta.
Carlos Lazo and I will make you a deal. We have plenty of rain in Seattle, Washington, and we will exchange for your sunshine. All right.
So we have an interesting situation. No shortage. Sorry. Thank you, David. I said we have an interesting situation. Let me get out of the way here. We've got about 5 or 6 questions, but we have very little time. So I know the next session will be on climate change. Ike tells me we should be finishing up by about 5 to 4, which is in what, about 10 minutes? So I don't know how you want to handle it, Cindy. I just want you to know what we're doing.
I think we have to have a closing by Dr. Melissa Barber. We have a closing by Dr. Melissa Barber. So what we could do is move into the closing. It's just a wrap up, and then we can have a few minutes break and then move into the next section. Is that okay? All right. So David, if you could bring on Dr. Melissa Barber, who many of you know is a graduate of the Latin American School of Medicine, ELAM, and former program coordinator of the IFCO-administered Cuba U.S. Medical School Scholarship Program, and she's going to close us out today. Welcome,
Hi,
Melissa.
everybody. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to say thank you so much for inviting me. It is such an honor and a pleasure to be here amongst this wonderful conference and to see all of the wonderful work that is being done by Cuba and the Federation de Mujeres to advance the work of Cuba. And what I want to say is, as a product of the Latin American School of Medicine, as I consider Cuba one of my homes, and it's a dear part of my heart, I just want to also incorporate some of my work and incorporate some of the learning skill sets that I've incorporated into how I think about healthcare, how I think about community from Cuba. Ms. Gail Walker mentioned in her talk early this morning that the theme was Cuba lights the way. And for many who have been talking on these panels have talked about, the blockade, and it has talked about, how multidimensional it is to be affected by a blockade. But I think what we really don't understand most often is that we live in what we call the United States of America, but in many of our urban communities, and I'm from the South Bronx, so that's where I hail from, we are actually under the same blockade. We are under the same level of lack of resources. We are under the same level of oppression from our governments when it comes to the area of climate change and thinking about how to design and incorporate our communities in a way that we think about some of the forward alternatives and progressive movements that need to take place. Currently, just recently, I was a part of being an investigator on a project called Urban Heat Islands and what that's doing to many of our communities. So we've talked about climate change, we've talked about the increase of temperature, but many of our urban communities are undergoing that increase of temperature. We're feeling it. What my research showed is that literally here in the South Bronx where I live, the temperatures are about 7 degrees higher than in most wealthy neighborhoods, or the equivalent of a neighborhood that looks like Central Park. And so what that translates into is that increase of climate or temperature is also affecting us in the areas of flooding. I also live on a coastal area. So, just as Cuba has come out with Tarea Vida or Life Task to implement these alternative changes that will actually allow, communities to not have to deal with some of the onslaught of coastal floodings, the hurricanes that are coming in, salting of, I don't know how she pronounced it, but the salting of the actual soil that's really destroying many crops. We deal with a lot of what Cuba is dealing with right here in many of our urban communities. And we have had to come up with alternatives just like Cuba has. And so when we talk about them lighting the way, I want to let you guys know that many of our urban communities are watching you. We're watching you because as we watch you, we are learning those alternatives and how to bring them into our communities so that we won't feel the detrimental effects of many of the things that are going on, like the coastal floodings and the flash floods that are taking place. How do we actually create situations where we can feed the population? We, right here in the South Bronx, we've had a movement of community gardens that have increased within neighborhoods. How do we get green space to buffer, the temperatures and climate change that is affecting all of us, right? And so we're looking to you for the examples. We're looking to you at what you're doing and knowing that as we look to you and as you're lighting the path and you're really showing us the way of what to do in many of our urban communities, we are adopting many of your strategies. We are looking at so much of the work that you are doing and making sure that as communities, urban communities here, that we can also survive. And so, unfortunately, you have had to go through this blockade where you have been cut off, but you have also learned to endure. You have also learned to come up with strategies that has literally built a revolution, fueled a revolution, and allowed you to keep pressing forward as so many other nations have not been able to do. So I just want to say thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for continuing to show us the way, continuing to allow us to feed off many of your ideas and what you're doing. And also, being innovative in the way that you incorporate gender equality. Some of the statistics that we heard this morning about women being at the forefront of so many sectors in your society, Melissa, and women being at the forefront of this movement of even agriculture and how changes are taking place as women are in the forefront or in the roles of trying to feed families and stuff, and how the roles in which they incorporate what they know into the brainstorming and the strategies and the planning that's going on to build this nation up as it moves forward. So I hope that many of us who have been listening to what has been going on, many of the panels that have shared so much of this excellent information, I hope that we are actually taking this information, we are using this information, we're bringing it back to our communities, and we're really trying to incorporate that so that we as urban communities will also survive the onslaught of what it looks like to be under a blockade within a developing nation such as the United States. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Melissa. Thank you for joining us. And thank you for all the other speakers. And I think we're going to end this session. Just if you want to get involved in any of the U.S. Women and Cuba collaboration or WILF's Cuba Issues Committee, you can contact us at womenandcuba@gmail.com, and also YouTube. You can just Google our name and all of our contact information will come up. Thank you. Thank you to the FMC.
So let's take a few minutes break. We'll try to start. Thank you for the excellent panels, translation, everything. We're just going to break, and we're going to try to get the next panel on climate change started as close to 4 o'clock as possible. Thank you. Change, and it's going to feature Helen Yaffe's wonderful Tarea Vida film in its entirety. So take your seats, and in a few minutes, we'll introduce Helen, who will introduce the film. We only have a couple of panelists, but we're going to get started in a few minutes, so please take your seats.
Mind a latte with milk.
Well, I don't know if they got
it. They have almond milk, any of those. Good afternoon, everybody. We're going to begin the next panel, which will be on climate change as well. It's my pleasure to introduce Helen Yaffe, who we heard from briefly during the last. Dr. Helen Yaffe is a senior lecturer in economics and social history at the University of Glasgow and a visiting fellow at Latin America and Caribbean Center at the London School of Economics. Since 1995, she has spent time living and researching in Cuba and participating in solidarity campaigns. She has produced 2 documentaries, Cuba and COVID-19, Public Health, Science and Solidarity, and Cuba's Life Task, Combating Climate Change, which we will be watching today. She is the author of several books, one which is able to be purchased today at half price. So this is the deal of the day. Get some, bring them back. They are a great book to bring and sell to the various solidarity activists you work with. It is an excellent book on Cuba, and it will give you everything you need to know in order to fight this darn embargo and end it. So I'd like to introduce Helen Yaffe. Helen?
Hello.
Oh, there you are. Great.
Hello
You're in
again.
good hands now. Thank you.
Okay, so again, I'd like to thank you for the invitation and say I would really rather have been there than in Glasgow, but we have had some sunshine in Glasgow today, so it's not all bad. Okay, so I've just been asked to introduce the documentary. Many of the themes in the documentary were touched on in the previous panel, and I hope it will help you to sort of visualize them, what was talked about before. And just to say, so I went to Cuba last summer, in 2021. So it was a very, very difficult period. I mean, we ended the last session by talking about how the US blockade, and it is a blockade, not an embargo, how it affects Cuba and, you know, capacity to deal with climate change. That's touched on in the documentary. But just to say, before the Trump administration took its really punitive measures to strengthen the blockade of Cuba, the National Association of Cuban Economists had already calculated the cost of the blockade to the island to be $4.4 billion every year. And that's equivalent to $12 million a day. Now, those of us who know Cuba and we know how the state is set up to prioritize the well-being of its population, then you can just imagine what it could do with that $12 million a day. And of course, the cost of the blockade to Cuba has soared exponentially under the measures taken by the Trump administration. So it was calculated to have cost the island over $9 billion just in 2020. And of course, the situation was made so much worse by the pandemic and the need, because they were prioritizing public health, to close their borders and so on. So you'll see how the blockade also impacts their capacity to get all early warning equipment and stuff for the, you know, for the climate change issue as well. What I want to say, I want to highlight a few points very briefly that I hope, that I observed in making this documentary in Cuba in summer 2021. We were filming, as you can see, it was the peak of Cuba's COVID surge. And you can see that because we're all wearing masks and, you know, sweating under that hot sun, wearing masks everywhere you go. It's very tough. We had just 3 months to actually make the documentary once we came back, because it was for launching at the COP International Climate Change Conference, which took place in Glasgow. And the premiere took place on the first day of COP, and it was attended by Cuba's Minister of Science, Technology and the Environment, Elba Rosa Montoya, who was heading up the Cuban delegation to the COP conference, and she came along with the rest of the delegation, which was fantastic. We hadn't planned for that. So some observations for Cuba, as for many SIDS, and as we heard from Melissa, even communities in the United States, climate change is a crisis today. It's not an abstract future. What marks Cuba's response, as we'll see in the documentary, is the notion, or what underlies it, is the notion that the state, and I mean state in the broadest sense, not just government, but all of the institutions of the country, the state is responsible for safeguarding the population and the environment, and it doesn't leave it to private profit-seeking interests. They're not involved in Cuba's climate change response. Cuba's response is founded in science, as I believe I was saying in the contribution in the last panel. They recognize that without grassroots popular participation, their important and ambitious plans are not achievable nor sustainable. So they trust in communities to comprehend, appropriate the tasks, and to use their local knowledge to propose natural solutions. The Cuban government and scientists are willing to share their results and the benefits of their approach Tarea Vida around the world. In fact, there's already a great deal of collaboration with the 5 Cs of the Caribbean and other countries. And they made it clear they came to COP ready to share their experiences with the rest of the world. And the final point is that in the Cuban analysis, they see the roots of the environmental destruction and climate change in colonial and imperialist exploitation and the rapacious expansion of capitalist consumer societies. And part of that analysis is to have a critique of the way of the current approach by the industrialized advanced capitalist countries to solving the global problems which threaten the future of the planet. And it does leave us to question the extent to which it is at all possible to tackle climate change and environmental destruction to achieve sustainable development under a capitalist system. So I will leave it for the documentary and the people we interviewed to do the rest of the talking for now. Thank you.
Everything we produce and consume comes from nature, and nature sets limits on how much we can exploit it. Scientists are warning us about climate change, and its effects are already being suffered around the world. We must change the way we treat this planet before we run out of time. I have been visiting Cuba for more than 25 years, learning about their alternative development. In Cuba, the state plans and controls production and distribution. This has played a crucial role in society's interaction with the environment. As a developing country, Cuba faces many challenges. Although Cuba's share of world CO2 emissions is less than 0.1%, its population of 11 million is disproportionately threatened by climate change. I have come to Havana to find out how vulnerable Cuba is to climate change and what is being done about it.
En Cuba, los desastres naturales más comunes son los asociados a los fenómenos hidrometeorológicos, fundamentalmente los ciclones tropicales que afectan al país en la temporada de junio o noviembre. Asociado a los ciclones tropicales está el fenómeno conocido como surgencia, que es la sobreelevación del nivel del mar por efecto de los vientos, que provoca inundaciones costeras.
We see the air pollution, climate change, the disappearance of forests due to deforestation, water scarcity. You know, there's like a lot of these environmental problems that are leading our planet to a point of no return.
En enero de 2019 nos afectó a capital del país un tornado F4 que afectó 5 municipios densamente poblados y con un nivel de industrialización importante en nuestra capital.
En Cuba la temperatura media ha aumentado en más de 1 grado Celsius, las precipitaciones han disminuido sensiblemente, ha disminuido la variación de la temperatura en varios grados en el día.
Las sequías en nuestro país nos han impactado. Son eventos cíclicos, recurrentes, extensos. Tenemos ejemplos de que la sequía 2003-2005 fue una sequía muy intensa, muy extensa, ocupó casi la totalidad del país. Se le tuvo que llevar agua en tren a una gran cantidad de población.
Hoy en Cuba está ocurriendo una transición completa del clima del país. El clima actual es un clima tropical húmedo y hay un movimiento hacia un clima subhúmedo, un clima de otra característica diferente, donde todos los patrones de lluvia, de disponibilidad de agua, de estado de los suelos, de temperatura van a ser diferentes.
El clima será mucho más caliente, mucho más árido y evidentemente eso tiene una repercusión negativa sobre el medio ambiente.
La elevación del nivel del mar tiene hoy efectos ya en nuestras costas y tendrá mayores efectos. Estaremos perdiendo, por supuesto, superficies terrestres de nuestras zonas costeras.
Muchos poblados y poblaciones, más de 1 millón de habitantes, que habrá que moverlos hacia zonas más altas.
It really scares me. A few days ago, I talked with my sister and I almost cried because I was like, oh my God, this is something that it's going to happen really soon.
Lo que podemos sufrir es tremendo. O sea, hay muchas islas que van a desaparecer.
What can we do to prepare for the damaging effects of climate change? Finding solutions is now essential. Cuba has come up with a 100-year plan to protect its population and environment, known as Tarea Vida.
Es un plan de acciones que cometen todos los organismos de la Administración Central del Estado y sus instituciones para la adaptación y la mitigación del cambio climático en correspondencia con lo que el país requiere y en cumplimiento de los convenios internacionales con la Convención Marco, con el Acuerdo de París. Es coordinado por el SIGMA, o sea, el Ministerio de Ciencia, Tecnología y Medio Ambiente, que tiene papel de secretaría. Y la máxima responsable de esa secretaría es la ministra de Medio Ambiente, la compañera Elba Rosa Montoya. Pero adicionalmente, a nivel de las máximas autoridades del gobierno, se le presta una gran atención a este tema.
La Tarea Vida es la respuesta de política a la información científica de Cuba sobre el cambio climático. Desde 2014 aproximadamente se volvió una práctica que todos los años se llevaba a gobierno la más reciente información científica, sobre todo sobre el ascenso del nivel medio del mar, porque para Cuba, como una gran isla, un archipiélago, pero con una isla principal, todo lo que tiene que ver con la zona costera es clave. Y en el 2016, en diciembre de 2016, el presidente indicó que esa información científica la trasladaran a una plataforma política para llevar a medidas ejecutables la implementación de la solución o la paliación de esos problemas climáticos.
Para Cuba es único y para el mundo no creo que haya muchos como plan de Estado. Todos los organismos del Estado cubano tenemos que dar respuestas con planes de acciones a corto, mediano, largo y muy largo plazo. Porque, por supuesto, los cambios en los fenómenos ambientales no se perciben con 1 año o 2 años de diferencia. Por eso se enmarcan cada 4 o 5 años estos periodos para poder evaluar realmente los efectos del cambio climático ante estas afectaciones en nuestro país.
Tarea Vida, se ha visto el plan de Estado, es un documento muy corto, porque es como una especie de plan sombrilla, que después se abre a los territorios y después va hasta los municipios. De hecho, hoy el peso mayor va estando en los municipios porque el propio proceso de gobernabilidad de Cuba está transitando por una descentralización donde el municipio adquiere un papel mayor. Y entonces allí se espera que se tomen las decisiones.
Existe una práctica a nivel del país que periódicamente el presidente de la República, junto con los viceministros primeros, se reúnen con los científicos cubanos para chequear, para revisar el estado de programas y proyectos de prioridad nacional. Por ejemplo, hay uno dedicado a la agricultura, otro dedicado al tema del agua, y el tema del cambio climático a través de la Tarea Vida es objeto de chequeo permanente. Y periódicamente el presidente de la República escucha los resultados que se van alcanzando en este plan de Estado, que es la Tarea Vida.
Entonces eso tiene un seguimiento muy institucional, porque nosotros, sin juzgar a nadie, pero también hemos visto planes de cambio climático que son para cumplir con los compromisos internacionales, algo que se hace bonito, se publica, se edita y se engaveta. Y Tarea Vida es un proceso vivo en Cuba, y eso es una consecuencia del sistema que lo generó.
Estas acciones involucran a todos los sectores de la sociedad cubana. De hecho, las comunidades son los actores fundamentales y con ellos todas las personas que dentro se desarrollan económica, social y políticamente. Es decir, no hay nada, no hay ningún elemento que esté aislado de este plan de Estado. Por eso, dentro de sus 5 ejes estratégicos y sus 11 tareas, cada una involucra no solo instituciones científicas, sino a instituciones de gestión, de investigación, de educación, de cultura. Es decir, todos los sectores de la sociedad cubana están involucrados en el cumplimiento de cada una de estas acciones.
Antes de entrar en la escritura específica, se dijo, aquí la prioridad, como es la vida humana, hay que poner un peso muy importante en los asentamientos humanos que están más amenazados, que son los que están en la zona costera. Otra prioridad clave es la seguridad alimentaria. Por tanto, la agricultura es otro renglón que tiene que estar muy representado en Tarea Vida. Y después se fue a las playas y al turismo, pero pensando sobre todo en que el turismo como fundamental fuente de ingresos de divisas para Cuba es también el mecanismo institucional para tener los recursos que demandan otras tareas. Por ejemplo, la tarea 3 tiene que ver con las playas, la tarea 5 tiene que ver con la reforestación, pero sobre todo de los manglares y la vegetación costera. La tarea 6 tiene que ver con los corales. porque de alguna forma el pensamiento de Tarea Vida es buscar las soluciones climáticas a través de las soluciones naturales, reforzando la agenda ambiental con la agenda climática. Buena parte de los problemas en la costa que la hacen muy vulnerable tienen que ver con la destrucción de las barreras de coral, con la destrucción de la vegetación costera, con el daño a la línea de costa. Y cuando todo eso se restituye, usted tiene una solución ganar-ganar. Mejora la resistencia, la capacidad de resistir los impactos climáticos de la costa, pero mejora también la biodiversidad y otros aspectos de los recursos naturales del país.
Land ownership and control over agriculture and extractive industries are key for implementing environmental policy. After the Cuban Revolution of 1959, large land holdings were nationalized and converted into state farms or redistributed to small farmers and cooperatives. A series of environmental laws were also introduced.
In our country since 1959, with the triumph of the Cuban Revolution, the conservation of nature became a political will. In 1976, the Constitution of the Republic of Cuba was approved, and it provided in its Article 27 the duty of the state and the society to care about the environment.
Hoy se le llama Plan de Estado, pero desde muchos años siempre le ha dedicado una atención especial al tema del cambio climático y a los temas medioambientales. De hecho, desde Río de Janeiro, con las palabras de nuestro comandante en jefe Fidel Castro, ya pone de hecho evidencia de todas las acciones y de las preocupaciones por el ser humano como elemento fundamental.
Una importante especie biológica está en riesgo de desaparecer por la rápida y progresiva liquidación de sus condiciones naturales de vida, el hombre. Es necesario señalar que las sociedades de consumo son las responsables fundamentales de la atroz destrucción del medio ambiente. Han envenenado los mares y ríos, han contaminado el aire, los bosques desaparecen, los desiertos se extienden. No es posible culpar de esto a los países del tercer mundo, colonias ayer, naciones explotadas y saqueadas hoy por un orden económico mundial injusto. La solución no puede ser impedir el desarrollo a los que más lo necesitan. Lo real es que todo lo que contribuya hoy al subdesarrollo y la pobreza constituye una violación flagrante de la ecología. Si se quiere salvar a la humanidad de esa autodestrucción, hay que distribuir mejor las riquezas y las tecnologías disponibles en el planeta. No más transferencias al tercer mundo de estilos de vida y hábitos de consumo que arruinan el medio ambiente. Páguese la deuda ecológica y no la deuda externa. Desaparezca el hambre y no el hombre. Mañana será demasiado tarde para hacer lo que debimos haber hecho hace mucho tiempo. Gracias.
Yo creo que el principal valor del discurso estuvo en poner en un contexto socioeconómico la problemática ambiental, porque a veces todo ese tema ambiental se ha visto desgajado de sus orígenes en el desarrollo capitalista, de las bases de un sistema que basado en el consumo y desmedido y en los patrones inadecuados de producción y consumo trajo hasta la realidad actual. Y el análisis de Fidel, que al final es un análisis marxista, puso eso en un contexto de las relaciones socioeconómicas y de la evolución histórica. Y eso yo creo que es lo más valioso de ese discurso. Tuvo repercusiones importantes para Cuba. Cuba modificó en ese mismo año, la 1992, la Constitución de la República, y en esa reforma constitucional introdujo el concepto de desarrollo sostenible.
Another huge step in this environmental process was the creation of the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Environment. I mean, the conservation and protection of nature in our country received like a huge boost with the creation of this body.
En el viaje de retorno de Río, se vino conversando sobre la necesidad de un organismo en Cuba para atender estos temas ambientales y así surgió, en pleno periodo especial, el Ministerio de Ciencia, Tecnología y Medio Ambiente. Y Fidel, en la situación más dramática tal vez que ha tenido económicamente el país en esos años del periodo especial, apostó a reforzar la agenda ambiental del país.
Another huge step in this environmental process was the creation of the Environmental Law 81. Currently, this is the main law in our country that regulates everything related to the Cuban environmental protection and establishes the main standards and principles to control and direct and executing the environmental policy in Cuba. It puts boundaries and limits to the activities of the transnational. The constitution in force is the constitution of 2019, recently approved. This repealed the previous constitution, and this constitution in its article 75 establishes the right to enjoy a healthy and balanced environment as a human right. This Tarea Vida definitely is another important action in our country because it's the Cuban state plan to confront climate change.
En Cuba hay un sistema de protección civil instaurado desde el principio de la década del 60, a raíz del huracán Flora, que provocó muchas pérdidas de vidas humanas, y animales y daños a la economía. Está organizado de manera que desde el momento que hay una amenaza, hay una vigilancia permanente sobre el fenómeno de que se trate, y está establecido ya en diferentes etapas cómo son los mecanismos de protección, de evacuación.
La conceptualización de la defensa civil de Cuba se basa en un enfoque sistémico. Tiene la función de proteger la población, sus recursos, sus medios, la economía, el medio ambiente ante diferentes tipos de eventos y peligros de origen natural, tecnológico y sanitario. Y son no solamente para situaciones de desastre, sino también para ante la guerra o ante las consecuencias del cambio climático. Estamos ubicados en la 4ª región de formación de huracanes en el mundo. La actividad meteorológica es bastante activa. Estamos en pleno desarrollo de la temporada ciclónica que se inició el 1 de junio y concluye el 30 de noviembre. Por lo tanto, nosotros tenemos establecidos procedimientos operativos, técnicos, para la alerta temprana ante el impacto de eventos meteorológicos extremos. Tenemos bien establecido las zonas de vigilancia reforzada y las zonas de máxima alerta, donde le damos seguimiento al acercamiento de un evento y al probable impacto que pueda tener en nuestro país.
Este sistema, que está organizado a nivel nacional, hay un Consejo de Defensa Nacional que sencillamente coordina las actividades a nivel del país, se reproduce en todos los niveles, escalas del país, a nivel de provincia, a nivel de municipio, a nivel de barrio. Y, por ejemplo, un detalle de este sistema es que a nivel local existen unos centros de estudios de los riesgos que se ponen en función del fenómeno en particular, ya a escala de municipio. Y bueno, a nivel local el barrio se organiza, las organizaciones sociales que existen en el barrio toman la precaución, los gobiernos locales se constituyen en consejos de defensa locales, que lo que hacen es organizar cómo trabaja el sistema, se redistribuye los alimentos de una manera, se garantiza la distribución de alimentos básicos para que a las personas no les falte, se chequean todas las instalaciones eléctricas, se chequea el plan de evacuación y se produce la evacuación, ya sea la autoevacuación. Hay personas que se autoevacúan a lugares más seguros de vecinos, de amigos, de familiares. Y también está determinado quiénes son los que tienen que evacuarse a instituciones del Estado porque sus viviendas estén en mal condición.
Las organizaciones políticas y de masa son parte también de ese sistema de defensa civil. Esas organizaciones de masa no es más que la componen que la población. Por lo tanto, cuando hay una situación de un evento en el país, esta misma población es parte, por ejemplo, de las brigadas sanitarias que se activan en los consejos populares, en las zonas de defensa, apoyan el trabajo de los linieros, que son los especialistas que van a establecer los sistemas vitales relacionados con la energía, apoyan en la limpieza de sus propios barrios, porque después de un evento se supone que hay una gran afectación al tema volado, edificaciones, estructuras, y todo ello son parte también de los trabajos que se realizan en los territorios.
Eso garantiza varias cosas. Primero, que esté a nivel de barrio la protección. Y segundo, que hay un conocimiento pleno, porque son los mismos vecinos que saben exactamente dónde está la persona más vulnerable, cuál es la edificación más desprotegida. Y eso da seguridad en este proceso.
Nosotros tenemos un ciclo de reducción de riesgo de desastre, que es prevención, preparativo, respuesta y recuperación. Y una recuperación que tiene dos periodos, el que rehabilita los sistemas vitales y la reconstrucción. En nuestro país se desarrolla un ejercicio anual en el mes de mayo antes que comience la temporada ciclónica, que es el ejercicio Meteoro, o el ejercicio popular de las acciones ante situaciones de desastre. Que eso en sus inicios se hizo por el tema de los ciclones tropicales y de los huracanes, pero ya ha ido cogiendo una connotación mucho más amplia y se incorpora lo que debe hacer la población ante la sequía, ante los sismos. Es decir, que ese ejercicio le da preparación a la población y la percepción de riesgo es bastante elevada, y los fallecidos que tenemos, si cuando se hace el estudio, el análisis, casi siempre son por negligencia.
Cuando hay problemas climáticos, enseguida la defensa civil y el gobierno se atiende al pueblo cubano y se evacúan y se prestan todas las atenciones. La Cruz Roja, la defensa civil, inclusive el ejército, los militares, todo. Inclusive los vecinos.
Hace poco teníamos un encuentro Cuba-Puerto Rico viendo los temas de cambio climático y veíamos en torno a los fallecidos por el huracán Irma, que en Cuba fueron 10 y en Puerto Rico fueron 3.000.
Nosotros tenemos pérdida de vidas humanas también en eventos meteorológicos, pero han sido mínimas, son mínimas las pérdidas. Las tasas son muy bajas, siempre se hace un análisis. Nosotros contamos con un procedimiento donde participan varios organismos de la Administración Central del Estado, y cuando hay un fallecido hay que realizar una labor de investigación profunda del por qué el fallecido, cuáles fueron los motivos. Y en muchas ocasiones son negligencia de las personas.
¿Usted vive por aquí?
Sí, sí.
¿Y ha tenido daño en su propia casa?
Afortunadamente he sacado las cosas, las he levantado.
Ah, pero el agua entró a
Sí,
su casa.
Y mucho fango que deja, sí.
Ay, mi
hasta
madre.
el rodapié de la casa, es ahí.
Sí, hasta...
No, hasta
sí,
rodapié.
vaya. Okay.
Pero mira, para allá sí llega hasta aquí.
Sí.
Hasta aquí. Se les ha inundado las casas, han perdido colchones.
¿Y se han destruido algunas casas, me dijeron, allá más cerca?
Sí, mira, pero para allá y para allá, para la parte de allá. Mira, el mar es allá, después de esa casa, al fondo.
Entonces podemos ir allá y ir caminando.
Para allá es la zona baja, allí sí, pero siempre se ha tomado medidas y se ha ayudado.
Sí, se evacúa a la gente.
Sí, cómo no, inmediatamente, la defensa civil.
En nuestro análisis en el Ministerio de Ciencia, Tecnología y Medio Ambiente, el tema de los asentamientos humanos amenazados es considerado el más complejo de todos. Porque con independencia de la inevitabilidad de algunas medidas, siempre es traumático. No se trata de incomprensión de las personas, puede haber casos de incomprensión, sino que en cualquier situación es muy doloroso, porque implica todo un cambio de formas de vida, implica un cambio cultural, implica un cambio de tradiciones.
¿Puedo hacerles una pregunta? Nos dijeron que esa área Santa Fe está muy baja y entra el mar, y que esas casas que vemos aquí han sido abandonadas.
Como el lío del cambio climático, las marejadas que se forman de aquí del noroeste, se han llevado todos los muros de la orilla de la playa, se los han llevado. Y como no hay para reparar, se va desbaratando más y se va desbaratando más y se va desbaratando más.
¿Y usted vive aquí?
Yo vivo ahí, yo nací ahí. Mi casa, cuando el mar entra, quitamos las puertas del frente, y la puerta del fondo y la puerta de frente. Subimos todas las cosas para arriba y el agua entra por la puerta de atrás y sale por adelante como si estuvieras en el mar, como si estuvieras en un barco en el mar. El agua sale por ahí. Pero si ha llegado a la escuela, a la secundaria que está casi a 5 cuadras de aquí.
Cuba, yo creo que siempre tiene consultas. No quiere decir que el 100% de la población esté de acuerdo con esa toma de decisiones, por supuesto. No es obligado, no es una represión para el que no lo haga. Lo que realmente hay que evaluar esta posibilidad de que el Estado cubano te está dando, de que vayas a vivir a otro lugar cercano también, porque las personas que viven del mar y que han nacido en el mar jamás van a querer darle la espalda al mar.
El problema es que el 99% de la gente que vive a la orilla del mar aquí no se quiere ir de aquí, ¿viste? Nosotros mismos, mi casa antiguamente era de madera, de 2 pisos.
Ajá.
El mar, la primera vez que el mar entró, dejó la casa, la parte de arriba y la parte de abajo la dejó en la pared de frente y en la pared de atrás. Y nos dijeron que estaba inhabitable, pero nosotros la levantamos. Después tumbamos la parte de arriba y empezamos a construir. Pero no hemos quedado parados porque los materiales están muy caros. Todo está muy caro.
Y no quieren mover de aquí.
No, nosotros aquí no nos vamos. Esa casa se puede quedar en un bloque que yo aquí no me voy. En un bloque. Yo me meto bajo el bote, son muy...
¿Y ustedes son pescadores?
Pescadores, todos somos pescadores. Que el origen más, el que vive al origen más lo que hace es pescar. El que vive en el campo vive a la tierra, el que vive al origen más lo que vive es la pesca.
Llegará el momento en que realmente esas casas no van a poder estar ellos viviendo en ellas porque quedarán inundadas.
A mí simplemente no me gustaría salir de aquí porque ya es un amor que le tengo a esto. Pero bueno, Dios gracias que nunca tenga que mudarme. Me gusta esto aquí, simplemente el barrio, los amigos y todo lo mismo. Y ya uno está acostumbrado a esto.
Sí, pero en tu alrededor, mira cuántas casas abandonadas aquí, que es muy probable que ustedes van a tener que también abandonar, ¿no?
Sí, ya de un tiempo, quizás de aquí a un tiempo puede ser que también tengamos que irnos o evacuar, no sé, cualquier cosa debido a cualquier cambio climático.
Toda la parte de Santa Fe, el náutico, todo eso tiene una prioridad en todo el trabajo de adaptación al cambio climático y sobre todo de estas zonas pesqueras y de estas áreas donde habitan personas de toda la vida que viven ahí y que hacían uso de la costa fundamentalmente. Lo que pasa es que hoy tienen una afectación y dentro de 50 años tendrán otra afectación mayor.
Todo ese proceso de reubicación de personas que residen en asentamientos que están bajo alto riesgo por su vulnerabilidad es financiado por el Estado. De hecho, esa es una de las complejidades para dinamizar más ese proceso, porque como no es dejado a las posibilidades de cada ciudadano, sino que el Estado asume esa responsabilidad, requiere recursos cuantiosos que el Estado tiene que prorratear entre muchos gastos que tiene. Pero es una de las áreas priorizadas de actividad del Estado, generar esa reubicación. Se han construido nuevos asentamientos, se han construido nuevas comunidades, se han construido nuevas edificaciones en comunidades preexistentes. Una de las cosas que también nosotros hemos aprendido es que no es solamente un tema físico de reubicar viviendas, se tiene que reubicar toda una forma de vida, se tiene que reconstruir un escenario donde esas personas tienen los servicios sociales, los servicios médicos, los servicios educativos y tienen las oportunidades de trabajo. Eso se hace más complejo cuando el trabajo original en la comunidad está muy ligado a la costa, como pasa en el caso de las comunidades pesqueras. Hemos ido evolucionando hacia la idea de que la reubicación de comunidades es una medida extrema que solo se aplica cuando se han agotado todas las otras medidas. Porque al final, viviendo en una isla estrecha y alargada, usted no puede resolver los problemas en la zona costera a través de la reubicación de la población. Entonces eso hay que resolverlo con medidas sobre la costa. Y ahí es donde estamos privilegiando las soluciones naturales donde quiera que es posible. No se trata de una cuestión mecánica.
Tenemos que entender que tenemos que construir de acuerdo al área de intervención con los materiales y con las formas arquitectónicas mejores de resistencia y de menor costo económica también para la familia.
En el caso de Cuba se estudia el cambio climático ya científicamente organizado desde la década del 90. Desde entonces se viene haciendo este trabajo en Cuba. En el año 92 se hizo la primera evaluación de impacto del cambio climático.
También podemos decir que los estudios de peligro, vulnerabilidad y riesgo que se iniciaron en el 2007 por indicación del general de ejército, Raúl Castro Ruz, fueron la base también para el plan de enfrentamiento al cambio climático. El estudio del macroproyecto. Macroproyectos son los escenarios de cambio climático, de elevación del nivel del mar con periodo 2050-2100. Es la antesala también de la tarea vida.
Nosotros, por ejemplo, tenemos estudios para Cuba que indican que el ascenso del nivel medio del mar estaría en el orden de los 29 centímetros al 2050. Pero entonces ese mismo análisis lo tenemos hecho para 66 puntos del territorio nacional donde hay diferencias que dependen de las circunstancias locales. Un análisis de ese tipo, donde usted lleva los datos del IPCC sobre el ascenso del nivel del mar a nivel global hasta una localidad en Cuba, solo lo puede hacer si tiene una ciencia muy fuerte de respaldo atrás.
Hay algo que Cuba tiene a su favor y es que tiene institutos de investigación, universidades y centros científicos en todo el país. Hay delegaciones del Ministerio de Ciencia, Tecnología y Medio Ambiente en estos territorios. Están los estudios de peligro, vulnerabilidad y riesgo para el cambio climático en todos estos territorios, con equipos de trabajo, y eso facilita que el proceso sea más expedito, más rápido.
Nosotros hicimos y presentamos al gobierno este año una evaluación del 2017-2020 y en estos días debemos presentar las proyecciones 2021-2025. Pero una de las debilidades del corto plazo es la limitada participación de las ciencias sociales. Nosotros estamos convencidos de que hace falta mucho más intervención de las ciencias sociales porque informamos mucho a la población, se comparte la información con ellos, pero también hay que tratar de hacerlos unos participantes más activos en la toma de esas decisiones, porque por ahí van a venir muchas ideas que a lo mejor no se han considerado de inicio.
Las ciencias sociales, como es conocido, llegamos un poquito tarde a la dimensión ambiental de este desarrollo, no solo en Cuba, sino a nivel mundial. Y cada vez yo creo que van ganando un papel mayor, que tiene que ver con estos referentes metodológicos del cómo hacer, de cómo trabajar con las personas. El trabajo con las personas lleva metodología, lleva acompañamiento. Entonces hemos estado acompañando desde procesos que tienen que ver con la educación popular ambiental, la investigación, acción participativa, el diseño de planes de consulta. Yo creo que cada vez más las ciencias sociales estamos jugando un papel que es crucial, es un papel definitivo. Hay un tema que para nosotros es de gran importancia y es lo vinculado a la gestión del conocimiento. Ese conocimiento científico tiene que tener un lenguaje accesible a las personas, que las personas lo puedan entender, que las personas lo puedan comprender. Ahí hay un elemento importante. Yo creo que otro elemento importante que las ciencias sociales tienen que jugar es a ese diálogo de saberes, entre ese saber científico que se produce y el saber que tienen las personas en los espacios locales y comunitarios.
In our country, in Cuba, from preschool education, we see how the education teach boys and girls to care about the nature. And we have a lot of institutions and community organizations that work with kids and with young people in activities like planting trees and collecting waste, collecting plastic, cleaning the beaches and the rivers. And definitely this is something really important to teach the kids because they are the future generation.
Los medios masivos de comunicación dedican un importante espacio también a esta problemática climática. El Instituto Cubano de Radio y Televisión es también parte de este grupo de trabajo para la tarea vida, de manera que institucionalmente eso está bien. Después, cuando usted va al detalle de la implementación, hay todavía muchos aspectos que mejorar. Es importante que eso se comprenda. Son procesos muy complejos. Es el cambio en la mentalidad. Uno de los procesos complejos en la educación es convencer de que no estamos experimentando una situación transitoria que tiene que ver con un huracán o otro evento extremo, sino un cambio completo en las condiciones en que vamos a vivir, que implica que hay que alimentarnos diferente, construir diferente, vestirnos diferente. Y entonces eso es muy complejo. Y por tanto hay que explicar muy claro los impactos incluso del cambio climático en la salud o en la seguridad alimentaria. Hay que vincularlo a los problemas de la vida de las personas para que no parezca que es una cuestión teórica, conceptual, metodológica.
Nosotros recibimos en 1 metro cuadrado, solo 1 metro cuadrado, una radiación solar equivalente al consumo promedio en Cuba. De toda una casa. A las 12 del día, más o menos te coge 100 y pico grados. Está echando vapor. Pues.
¿Y qué está bien?
Una cocina.
¿Una cocina?
Es una cocina solar. Ahí se puede hacer papas, hacer por lo que tú quieras. Nosotros tenemos un plan. Ya tenemos que estar en la tarea de vida, de de llegar a un 24% de la electricidad producida, que en este momento estamos produciendo con petróleo y fundamentalmente petróleo importado, de producirlo con fuentes renovables de energía.
¿Qué implica tarea vida? O sea, una reconversión, digamos, a un transporte más limpio, eléctrico. Y entonces eso tiene un costo alto. Pero el razonamiento es el siguiente. De todas formas, Cuba tiene que invertir en transporte. De todas formas, tiene que invertir en energía. Entonces, a veces no es tanto cuánto más implica eso desde tarea vida o desde la política climática, sino la posibilidad de hacerlo diferente. Si ya tengo que invertir en transporte, voy a la búsqueda del transporte colectivo, de tipo eléctrico, el que sea más eficiente. O sea, mi inversión normal, hacerla lo más eficaz posible, lo más verde posible, lo más limpia posible. No solo la inversión climática propiamente, sino cualquier inversión que yo haga.
En todos los países del mundo, en cualquier lugar de Europa, en cualquier lugar de África, en cualquier lugar de Asia, en cualquier lugar de América, en cualquier lugar del mundo, existen suficientes fuentes renovables de energía para lograr el verdadero desarrollo sostenible. Nosotros tenemos la energía solar directa, que la podemos utilizar tanto para calor, por producir calor, o producir electricidad. Pero tenemos el viento, tenemos la biomasa, tenemos los residuales, tenemos el biogás, tenemos tantas cosas que realmente son mucho más que las cosas que necesitamos. Realmente podemos, todo podemos hacerlo con fuentes renovables. No tenemos ya por qué seguir contaminando. Ya no hace falta contaminar el medio ambiente.
También estamos apostando a los instrumentos económicos, de manera que los propios mecanismos de tarea vida generen recursos que regresan a esas actividades. Por ejemplo, el estímulo para que las personas puedan introducir sistemas de biogás en la finca o que puedan instalar paneles eléctricos en la casa y el establecimiento de líneas de crédito del Estado para eso. De manera que usted tendría un capital retornable. No todo el capital sería a fondo perdido, sino que tendría un retorno de capital.
En este momento nosotros estamos enviando un poquitico de CO2 a la atmósfera. Acuérdate que la economía nuestra es muy poca, pero estamos contaminando. O sea, podemos decir que también contaminamos. O sea, los carros son petroleros. La electricidad nuestra es eminentemente petrolera. Entonces nosotros tenemos que primero tenemos un programa. Ya tenemos un programa donde hay que ir al transporte con fuentes renovables de energía. Podemos. Y tenemos también que ir al uso de las fuentes naturales de energía, que también podemos. ¿Cuál es nuestro gran problema? El gran problema es el bloqueo. El bloqueo, por eso es que no podemos caminar más rápido.
Son ya más de 60 años de bloqueo. En estos momentos muy incrementado. La administración de Trump ha hecho mucho daño y todavía Biden no muestra, a pesar de que lo dijo en su campaña electoral, nada por aflojar las medidas, y tiene el país en situación muy difícil porque aunque muchos piensan que no, hay una persecución real.
Que quite el bloqueo contra el pueblo cubano, que es genocida criminal. Que quiten el bloqueo.
Si quieren ayudar a nuestro país realmente, como lo dicen, que se elimine definitivamente el bloqueo contra nuestro país. Somos un pueblo listo para combatir junto a Fidel, a Raúl, a Canel y a todos los revolucionarios que vamos a defender nuestras conquistas al precio que sea necesario.
Defendemos la paz y que quiten el bloqueo, que es asesino y criminal.
Y nos merecemos trabajar sin presiones. Nos merecemos ser libres para nuestro comercio, libres para comprar más medicamentos, para que nuestra vida social tenga armonía, tengamos calidad de vida. Eso se lo merece el pueblo de Cuba.
Si realmente quiere ayudar a Cuba, levanta el bloqueo, levanta las sanciones. No es tan complicado, es solo un pueblo que quiere valerse por sí mismo y lograr desarrollarse.
simplemente eso. No más agresiones, solamente levanta el bloqueo.
If Biden really thinks that we believe his claims that he's doing what he does to help the Cuban people, I think he needs to take a look at this movie, right? I mean, it's obvious to all of us. I get so moved and so angry when I see what this country does. And I'm so proud and impressed by the ingenuity of the Cuban people, their strength, their integrity, and the purpose that they have to make things better. Thank you, all of our Cuban friends, for doing everything you do. I apologize for having to cut this film short. We're running a little late, but you can find the film, which is Caridad, Cuba's Fight Against Climate Change and for Environmental Sustainability, on the US-Cuba Normalization Conference, normalization.org website. I'd like to introduce now Regina. Regina Cobian is a Latina nurse and a leader in the Los Angeles U.S. Hands Off Cuban Committee. She will be part of a tour of LA Youth Tour to Cuba later this spring and will be speaking at meetings at the National Aquarium at the University of Havana. Following that, we'll have Allison Bodine, who is a central organizer with climate conferences, Metro Vancouver, a grassroots climate justice coalition based in Vancouver, Canada, and a board member of the West Coast Climate Action Network. Allison is also on the editorial board of the FIGHR This Time newspaper and a journalist, author, and researcher with a focus on environmental, Latin American, and immigration issues. As a Latin American solidarity and climate justice organizer, Allison has traveled to Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua on 19 international delegations since 2006. I think we're in good hands. Regina and Allison.
Good afternoon, everyone. My talk will probably be not as long as some of the other ones, but that's okay.
Oh no.
So it's no secret that climate change's #1 perpetrator is capitalism. And this is because, thank you. And this is because capitalism is a system and ideology that seeks to maximize profits at any ecological or social cost. US manufactured wars are one of the greatest contributors to climate change, emitting more greenhouse gases per year than entire industrialized nations such as Sweden, Switzerland, Hungary, New Zealand, and Norway. Capitalism has destroyed or irreparably degraded 80% of our forests over the last 50 years. We reached peak deforestation in the 1980s when we cut down 150 million hectares of forest, which is roughly half the size of India, and we continue to lose 5 million hectares every year. More recently, capitalism has found a sinister way to profit off of climate change through what is called green capitalism. The corporations will sell you the same products, except now they're made out of biodegradable material or some percentage of recycled material. Unfortunately, this is not the solution, and our greenhouse gas emissions only continue to grow. On top of that, green capitalism shifts blame away from the corporations who are emitting most of the, Capitalism shifts blame from the corporations who are to blame for over 2/3 of all the greenhouse gas emissions and most of the ocean pollution towards the working class. I would like to note that these statistics do not account for the greenhouse gas emissions of militaries around the world. Green capitalism pushes the idea that our individual actions as consumers are responsible for the state of our planet because we could not afford organic produce, paper straws, or drive electric cars. What they don't tell you is that organic crops require more land and more cows to produce manure, and most paper straws are not recyclable or compostable. And electric cars require extensive mining to produce. These sustainable alternatives are not any better than the other products currently being manufactured through imperialist nations. Some companies might boast about switching to biofuels instead of fossil fuels, but these are also just as bad because they require a great deal of electricity to produce. The problem is not the products you buy, rather, it is the capitalist system and method of production itself. If we do not do something soon, in less than 20 years, we will be facing irreversible changes, and many of us will face famine and natural disaster. The sad truth is that the people who contribute the least to climate change, such as the global south, are the ones who are suffering the most from it, and they will suffer faster and on a larger scale. A small island nation some of us know and love is only responsible for 0.08% of global carbon emissions, and yet they are hit hard with the consequences of climate change through increasing frequency and severity of natural disasters. This small country has also been held basically at gunpoint by over 60 years of embargo and 243 sanctions. Despite the hardships the US has caused them, they have a more comprehensive plan for climate change and have made more strides to keep their word than any other imperialist nation. I am talking, of course, about Cuba. The other speakers here today will go into more detail about their plans, but it is worth mentioning that by 2030, Cuba hopes to have an energy matrix with 1/4 energy sources being completely renewable and to reduce their fossil fuels by 50%. They plan to increase forest cover by 33%, and their constitution explicitly states their need to protect the environment. We can all learn from Cuba, we can all learn from the proud Cubans, because as our comrade Fidel said, something must be done to save humanity. A better world is possible. Thank you. I would also like to say that we have these pamphlets that the National Aquarium of Cuba has come up with. They're $4 if you guys would like to buy one. It's about how they're going to reduce plastic in the oceans. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, excellent job, Regina. It is really great to be on this panel with you. We know we have to build an international climate justice movement. Cuba cannot do it alone. Someone in LA cannot do it alone. Myself from Canada cannot do it alone. Climate change is international. Our movement must be international. I'll take off my mask. Hello again, everyone. My name is Allison Bodine. I've been really honored to be part of the organizing of this conference. I think today has gone really well. I am definitely just so happy to be here with our guests from the Federation of Cuban Women, the guests from the Cuban Mission. It is really an honor to have this exchange and time together, and with all of the co-organizers here today and all the participants too, because for a lot of us, this is the first event we've been able to have in person due to capitalist mismanagement of the COVID-19 virus, which has cost so many lives around the world, including here in this city of New York. What we really want to show today and to talk about today already began in the discussion in the previous workshop. And for that, I'm really thankful. I'm thankful for Regina as well, because I can cross some things out of my talk and make mine shorter too. I'm also, of course, very grateful to Tarea Vida, the film that Helen Yaffe and Danny Films has produced is an incredible tool for all of us. Many of us may not have seen the whole film yet, but it goes on to describe more about why Cuba has been able to make such important achievements, why Cuba is a leader in the fight against climate change. And that's what I want to talk a little bit about here with you all today. The world today is characterized by air pollution, climate change, deforestation, species extinction, soil degradation, and the continuing genocide of indigenous peoples, alongside wars, occupations, and the mass movement of millions of refugees on this planet. In this way, Cuba is more than a breath of fresh air. Knowing what's happening in Cuba makes me breathe a little easier, and probably you as well, because we know we have that example. While developed countries develop plans for so-called net zero by 2030 and never meet a single target since 1985 or before, while plans are published, printed, and filed, as Orlando Rey Santos, the Cuban scientist, one of the tremendous Cuban scientists we saw in the film, said, or as in the case of Canada, where I live today and organize against climate change today, the government buys a dirty tar sands pipeline for $4.5 billion in taxpayer dollars. The price tag on that dirty tar sands pipeline, which we're fighting in the city of Vancouver, is now over $20 billion. But Cuba shows us that building a more sustainable and just world is possible. In contrast to the inaction of the world's biggest and richest countries, Cuba is action. Cuba's Tarea Vida is a plan to combat climate change that is fueled by the dynamism of the Cuban Revolution, a revolution that is constantly changing and updating and analyzing and looking at data and facts, and as we've learned so well today, talking to people, getting input, organizing communities. And that's so much what we have to learn about, like Dr. Melissa Barber was saying. This revolution is guided by principles of building a transitional socialist society with a planned economy that puts people before profit. It is only with socialism that Cuba, an island of 11.5 million people, has become a leader in the worldwide struggle against climate change. It is only with socialism that Cuba was declared the only sustainable country in the world in 2006 by the World Wildlife Federation. And that's almost the same time I went to Cuba for the first time. Actually, it was that same year. And that's something that I was looking for when I went to Cuba and saw it with my own eyes. But I think it's also important that we break down, like I said, why has this been possible in Cuba? Why does a socialist transitional society make this possible? Well, starting with the 1959 Cuba Revolution, Cuba has taken a fundamentally different approach to combat climate change. And this can be seen in all facets of Cuban society and economy. Many of us have been privileged to get to know about Cuba's organic farming revolution. Many of us have heard about how the tremendous difficulties of the special period forced Cuba to develop innovative ways of growing food and really developing this idea of what it means to be sustainable in Cuba, to really have autonomy over their own food resources. But that started in 1959 because organic farming in Cuba would not be possible without land reform. It wouldn't have been possible without the agrarian reform that came with the Cuban Revolution and the various stages that it was updated throughout the history of the Cuban Revolution. Or the laws that we heard about in Tarea Vida, the law in 1976 that came in the Cuban Constitution, Article 27, saying that it's the duty of the state and society to care about the environment. Or all the way to the 2018 Constitution that enshrined in Article 75 the right to enjoy a healthy and balanced environment. Those are
you know, a galaxy away from what we're used to hearing here in the United States or Canada. It wouldn't be possible without Cuba's government or institutions, which are a fundamental part of how the revolution works in Cuba. In 1990s, as we heard about, Cuba created the Ministry of Science, Technology, and the Environment. As one marine scientist, David Guggenheim, president of a program called Ocean Doctor, a nonprofit in Washington, once said, "It's impressive. Cuba is an unusual country in that they actually respect their scientists, and their climate policy is science-driven." Why are we talking about this in 2022? But I would say there was a similar response to COVID-19, for sure. There's also public education in the media. When you go to Cuba, and when I first went, and when so many people go, one of the things that hits you when you come back, especially to a city like New York, is the billboards, right? You're looking around all of a sudden, and there's people selling you things again. There's people telling you to buy a new phone, that yours isn't good enough. There's people telling you to, you know, replace your entire wardrobe. It's constant. It's pervasive. It gets inside of you. And you notice that so much when you come back to the United States or Canada or other capitalist countries, because in Cuba, you know what the billboards say? They say save water. They say plant trees. They say help us combat malaria. They also have messages against the criminal US blockade, but they're a tool of public education, and public education in Cuba includes education about climate change. There's also some of the main mechanisms of Tarea Vida that I just wanted to list to put us in kind of the frame of how Cuba can be so different. How are any of these that I'm going to say possible in any sort of significant scale in a capitalist society? Cuba activates all of their state institutions. It enforces what it says it's going to do. It starts at the level of municipalities and works its way up, because in Cuba, people have a voice. It brings the climate debate to all levels of society, which as a climate justice organizer is what we're constantly facing. How do we reach people? How do we make this a dinner table discussion? Well, in Cuba, you can often turn on the TV and there it is to help it bring it to your dinner table. There's also a part in the film that we didn't get to, Helen, but I wanted to refer to because it's very significant, of course. The same scientist I spoke about earlier says that without forming the new human, it's very difficult to confront the climate issue. And that, of course, reminds me of Che Guevara, Cuban revolutionary Che Guevara, and man and socialism in Cuba. The idea that building a socialist society also involves really rewiring what it means to be human, from an individualist mindset to a community mindset, from really working in order to build up your neighbors and support one another, to what it means to be able to have access to health and education and healthcare, and all of the other services that the Cuban Revolution offers people. It doesn't happen overnight, but I think we know from COVID-19, and we also know from our own experiences of being told exactly what Regina was saying, you know, that you can't buy an electric car, so therefore you're not an environmentalist, or I saw you with a plastic bag the other day, this is all your fault. We know that that's not the answer, that's not, we're talking about the kind of core individualism that capitalism builds into all of us that says it doesn't matter if people around the world are mining cobalt for your electronics or your batteries because this is supposed to be how you're living sustainably. And that the quality of life of people in the US and Canada that is fueled off of the complete exploitation of people in developing countries around the world, that is what really we need to dismantle. We need to understand that we can all live together, we can all have the same quality of life and human rights, but it can't be how it is operating today and based on this exploitation. We extended the film a little later than we were going to because we wanted to show the US blockade against Cuba, which is what I wanted to say as well. Because defeating the US blockade against Cuba is a climate justice issue. The US blockade prevents Cuba from accessing resources and technology needed to combat climate change, as we saw. But there's also the information blockade, and part of the reason why we organized this conference here today and tomorrow, because it limits the possibilities of exchange and collaboration between Cuban and US scientists, which is really criminal, especially given that the US and Cuba, for example, share a vital ocean ecosystem, and of course share the same atmosphere. The US blockade has also prevented people in the US from learning about Cuba's achievements and learning from Cuba's achievements, from sustainable agriculture to methods for disaster preparedness, which of course we could talk at length about how many people in the United States die, New York City, New Orleans, all across the US due to the complete lack of any sort of disaster preparedness here. The US blockade prevents Cuba from sharing its know-how with other countries, especially the colonial and semi-colonial countries also. It's attempting to break the bonds that are naturally there between Cuba and other places. I've noticed in my, oh, actually I can see it here, wow. We're showing some photos from Vancouver, from the climate justice movement in Vancouver and climate convergence actions, just to give you a taste, because I'm here talking about building an anti-capitalist climate justice movement with Cuba as an example, but also I want to emphasize how important it is that we participate in all levels of the fight against climate change. A lot of these are going to be from organizing against pipelines in Canada, for example, and in solidarity with Indigenous peoples. As we've already talked about today, capitalism is the enemy of Mother Nature and cannot solve the climate crisis. The power of Cuba's socialist revolution and its commitment to defending Mother Earth and humanity is more clearly understood when we've examined capitalism. We can really see the contrast in front of us, because the economic system of imperialist countries like the United States and Canada is a system that puts profit and exploitation of resources above all else. And that's what's warming and melting and killing the planet and humanity. In 2017, just 100 corporations produced 71% of global emissions. And each time a new report is released, such as the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, or the IPCC report, the 6th just came out in February 2022. Predictions are grimmer, and the united voices of scientists are clearer. Yet the governments of the wealthiest countries in the world continue their operations, their business as usual. In Canada, I just want to say, because I come from Canada, it's important to say that it's a country that really shows what the status quo has looked like. Despite the Liberal government professing to be a climate leader on the international stage, I know probably no one in here in this room was fooled by Justin Trudeau going and actually the ministry in Canada, for example, the Ministry of the Environment and Climate Change. You'd think Canada believed in science, but no way. Canada is per person the highest greenhouse gas emitter in the world. Canada's emissions escalated the most since the 2015 Paris climate agreements of any other G7 country. And you know what they don't count? Military emissions, like we've talked about, but also they don't count the oil that gets burned when it comes out of Canada. Canada, the dirty tar sands, the oil gets shipped out of the country. It gets burned somewhere in the world, but that doesn't fall on Canada's back. Canada gets to say, those aren't our emissions. It's disgusting. Each year, every person in Canada produces 22 tons of greenhouse gases. This is 3 times the G20 average. G20, you know, we're not talking about developing countries here. We're talking about the developed countries of the G20, and yet Canada can still go around and profess that they are climate leaders, while at the same time, I will say, violating and trampling on Indigenous rights the entire time. The US Department of Defense is the world's largest polluter, of course, And that's a significant difference with Cuba. Cuba's contrasts sharply to what the United States and Canada when it comes to the US war machine. The US Department of Defense releases 1.2 billion metric tons of greenhouse gases, GHGs, annually. That's the equivalent of 257 million cars on the road for a year. This is added to the continued environmental and human impact of chemical and radioactive weapons that are constantly used by the US war machine and their allies like Canada. We're talking about Agent Orange, depleted uranium, and the impact of 1,000 US military bases around the world. Of course, including Guantanamo Bay in Cuba, which must be returned to Cuba immediately. What Fidel spoke about at the Rio Summit in 1992 is as true today as it was then. If capitalism persists, the necessity of bringing in super profits will always surpass the interests of our Mother Earth. Whether we're talking about companies that extract oil or corporations that manufacture solar panels and build wind farms, that green capitalism that we were talking about. The capitalist system encompasses production and distribution in all aspects of human life, from food and energy to our health and education systems, but not in Cuba. Unless we get rid of this system and release the powerful technology and human capacity that is only possible without capitalism, we will not be able to fundamentally change humanity's destructive relationship with our Mother Earth. And Cuba cannot reverse climate change alone. So I'm calling on people here who consider themselves Cuba Solidarity or Latin American activists, organizers against the US blockade, to also join in the movement against climate change. It will impact everyone around the world, and especially our brothers and sisters in Cuba. By its nature, the struggle for a sustainable world requires international cooperation, solidarity, and unity across borders, something that Cuba is also a fantastic example of. The destruction of the planet is something that we can all be angry and sad and depressed about, but we have no other option to fight back. And our example is 11.5 million people on the island of Cuba. We must build a more united and stronger international climate justice movement, although we fight at every level. We fight against pipelines and oil spills, the destruction of forests by imperialist corporations, but we have a vision and a strategy to direct this international movement to be anti-capitalist and anti-imperialist as much as we can. And that's why Cuba is a fundamental part of our conversation. Thank you all. Sorry, that was kind of long, but it's really an honor to be here. And Erin is doing a fantastic job of live streaming, so I can say briefly that we're going to open up discussion as she walks over here. We will have time for discussion. Helen Yaffe is still with us here today, which is excellent. I don't know because I moved time zones, but it's late in the evening for Helen. She is in Scotland. And also our Cuban brothers and sisters, of course, if there's any questions you want to answer or anything you want to add to this panel, you're very welcome. But Erin, sorry, go ahead.
That was terrific. Thank you so much, Allison and Regina. I learned so much, and the real point was capitalism is at the root of the issue. So I think we have time now for discussion or for questions for our panelists. Any questions on climate change? And with Ike pacing back and forth, I know that our time is limited. Questions? Okay, there's a question all the way in the back.
Ike, behind you. Behind you. Okay, good.
Okay. In the back, there's a question. I don't know if we want Gail to be having to put her jogging shoes on again. Okay.
No.
I have so much now to stream on Twitter.
Just that we're going to try to break for dinner at 6 to 7:30. Then we have the rally tonight. So we take a few questions and go till about, I don't know, 5 or 10 to 6, and then
Okay, it's 5:30.
Can I just say that
Sure.
there were about 4 or 5 questions from the last session?
Okay.
I don't know if they relate to this session or not. Different people who wanted to ask questions during that last session, like our sister over here, who I'm gonna. Did you want to?
Okay, there's a gentleman up here as well, ready.
Yeah, Helen is still with us, and
Oh, great.
we
Helen
also
is
have-
here too.
Yeah. So any questions about Cuba as well?
Yes. My name is Juan. I'm Puerto Rican, and I'd like to raise an issue which I think is an opportunity. There's an important juncture now for real political change, and is nowhere more exemplified by the United States approaching Venezuela to sell it petroleum after being denied by the Saudis because the Saudis don't want to accept the dollar as the currency, they want to accept the yuan. That's a very important historical change. My question is, has anyone in Cuba or in the Cuban movement, the movement for ending the embargo, approached the Venezuelan government to include as one of its demands for trading with the United States, lifting the embargo on Cuba? I think this is at a very important juncture where that can be asked and that can be achieved.
I think Cuba and Venezuela have very close relationship.
Precisely.
Teresa, or would you like to answer this? Move.
Yes. Has anyone in Cuba or Venezuela raised the issue of including in the demands for Venezuela to sell petroleum to the United States, that the United States lift the embargo on Cuba?
Here, Ambassador.
Bueno, gracias por la pregunta. O sea, como se conoce, Cuba y Venezuela tenemos relaciones de hermandad, de solidaridad, muy estrechas relaciones. Somos ambos miembros de la Alianza Bolivariana para los Pueblos y por tanto tenemos contacto frecuente. Esto que usted pregunta es un desarrollo.
Sí, pero André va a
Sorry.
decir. Andrés.
Su pregunta corresponde a un desarrollo muy reciente, a un evento muy reciente.
Your question has to do with the recent development.
Y realmente Venezuela es un país soberano
And really, Venezuela is a sovereign country,
y estamos confiados en que los hermanos venezolanos
and we are confident that the Venezuelan brothers
sabrán tratar ese asunto en correspondencia con sus intereses
we know how to
y
treat
con su soberanía.
or how to address that issue in correspondence, with accordance with their interest and
Desde
according to
luego,
their sovereignty.
Cuba no interferiría
Of course,
en la manera
Cuba will
en
never
que nuestros
interfere
hermanos venezolanos
in any
decidan
way, in any way, in trying
encarar
to that the,
esas
Venezuelan
conversaciones
brothers
si es que estuvieran ocurriendo,
make a
como dice la
decision.
prensa,
in the case that those in the event that those negotiations are taking place according to the press
en relación con los Estados Unidos.
in relation to the United States.
Y pienso que los hermanos venezolanos
And I think
tienen muchas demandas que hacerle
the Venezuelan brothers had
al gobierno de los
a lot
Estados
of
Unidos.
demands to ask or to put forward to the government of the United States.
¿Está bien?
Is it good? Is it okay?
Gracias, Ambassador. Questions? Come on, all you young folks got to have questions on this. I know it was very thorough, though. You'll see it on Twitter later.
We could also see if Helen had anything that she maybe wanted
Right.
to add.
Helen, are you out there? Yeah, there you are.
David will
Anything
find
to
her.
add?
I'm
Here you
here.
are.
Yeah, not really. I mean, I would just encourage people to go and watch the second half of, or the last part of the documentary, because it raises some really important issues as well about climate imperialism, and you know, Cuba, for example, came to COP26 knowing full well the limitations of these sorts of international conferences where the big powers are trying to look like they're doing something while preserving their interests. And yeah, no, I don't really have anything to add. I hope you've got questions or comments about the documentary, because, you know, it was an incredibly intense job to get that done so quickly. And I feel like we've just started to tell the story. I've been talking to a colleague of mine who's just returned from Cuba in January, and we're working together investigating Tarea Vida. And she's, you know, talking about how far they have advanced this process, excuse me, of the work in the municipalities, which we call boroughs here, so local areas and regions. I think it's really important to understand that Tarea Vida, as a sort of state plan to tackle climate change, is part of a much broader and more general process of transformation underway in Cuba, which involves decentralization of budgets and decision-making to local communities, and really enhances the participation of individuals and neighbors in the decisions, the policies, that affect their lives. So a real kind of deepening of democracy in that sense. And, you know, this is also really important because this, as I was talking about before, this quest for natural solutions and local solutions, and making a climate change policy that is relevant to the area, to each and every individual area. And of course, the needs of coastal areas are different from the needs of mountainous areas and urban areas. And it's the residents and neighbors there that have their biggest, the best understanding. So Tarea Vida should be understood not just as a policy that the government has adapted, that it can or cannot pursue, but as part of a much broader process of transformation in Cuba. And, you know, and all of these things are very, very carefully planned and very cautiously developed. So the decentralization process began when Havana province was divided into Artemisa and Mayabeque, which was several years ago, and they began experimenting with more participative local budgets and decision making, and to assess how it was going. So, you know, this, it is actually incredible that despite the incredible hindrance of the United States blockade, despite what for probably most countries in the world would mean suffocation, the Cubans have never paused. And I think you heard that from one of the Cuban speakers earlier. They have never allowed the US blockade to become, you know, like the end of the experiment or an excuse for errors. I mean, clearly, you know, the biggest obstacle to Cuban development is the US blockade, but they don't foresee the blockade being removed anytime soon. So they just keep going. They just keep drawing on their own resources, drawing, you know, reaping the benefits of an incredibly intelligent strategy, very much protagonized and pursued by Fidel Castro since 1960. So, you know, a time when the revolution has just taken power. Just within a year of the revolution, illiteracy rates were very high. You know, 40% of the rural children were running around barefoot with parasites in their bellies. And only 1% of the population had been to university, and a tiny percent of them had studied any science. And Fidel Castro went to the Academy of Sciences, January 1960, and said, the future of Cuba will be a future of people of science. We are sowing opportunities for people to use their intelligence for the benefit of the nation. And really that's what they've done. And Tarea Vida, you know, the state plan to combat climate change, should be seen as a fruit of that. But likewise, the incredible fact that Cuba has developed 5, not 1, but 5 domestically produced vaccines for COVID-19, the only country in Latin America and the Caribbean to have had the capacity to do that. And the first country in the world to vaccinate all of its children population or infant population from 2 up. And, you know, and that doesn't come out of the blue either. It's after being the first country in the world to produce the meningitis B vaccine in 1988, the first in the world to eliminate mother-to-child HIV transmission, the first to have a synthetic antigen in another vaccine. And, you know, it is, the more you study Cuba, the more you look at development in Cuba and move away from rhetoric and actually just, you know, go and find the evidence, the more remarkable it is to see, not just that Cuba has survived, but that it has made such an important contribution globally to developing, to demonstrating an alternative form of development.
This
and
is
to show that a small Caribbean island subjected to 400 years of colonialism and imperialism, subjected to the world's, to modern history's longest and most comprehensive set of unilateral sanctions, more than any other country in modern history, can achieve these things. It really is inspiring.
It truly is. Fidel was a visionary and an amazing leader. Do we have any other questions? Questions from the floor? Okay.
My name is Suzanne Gazal, and I'm Brazilian, and I live in Boston. And I'm part of the July 26 coalition. And this question is for anyone from the Cuban mission. I was in Cuba, fortunately, in 2020, just before the COVID pandemic, at the book fair. It was wonderful. And one of the days that I was walking around Havana Vieja, I saw this Cuban man, and we started having a conversation like with so many other people there. You guys like to talk like Brazilians like to talk too, so ended up being friends like at first sight. And he showed me a picture of his son, and he said, "Do you know his name?" And I was like, maybe Ernesto, maybe Fidel. And he told me, his name is Obama. Ugh. And I was thinking to myself, I know where you're coming from, because there was hope. And there is always this kind of hope that when the politicians change colors and sides from red to blue, things will get better to Cuba. Maybe the blockade will be lifted. Maybe these sanctions are going to be over. Maybe this criminal genocide will stop. Maybe Guantanamo will go back to Cuba. So there are so many hopes, including to Latin America, including when we're trying to vote for Lula or get out with Bolsonaro. And I was heartbroken that that boy is named Obama, because Cuba has been betrayed over and over and over when we think that the international politics will apply this time to lift the blockade, to end the blockade. So I would like you to talk about this, if you may. Is there any difference when the elections in the United States come to change presidents? There is any new hopes in Cuba that Biden can live to what Trump did, those 243 new measures putting their struggle against Cubans' necks? Do you think that there will be any difference if we're still thinking that let's vote for the lesser evil?
Thank you.
Muito obrigado pela pergunta. Thank you. Huh? No, thank you so much. You have raised a very interesting question, and I mean, I think I would have to start by reminding some reflections of Fidel when Obama came to Cuba, and Fidel made a reflection that he called Brother Obama. And I mean, the thrust of that was because in one of the of the encounters that Obama had in Cuba, actually in the one of the main theaters in Cuba with some civil society. Obama was inviting us, was inviting the Cuban people just to look ahead, just to look to the future, in an attempt of somehow luring the Cuban people to forget the past and to forget history. And Fidel just was telling us, we cannot forget the past. We cannot forget history. Because we have to know from where we come from. And if we have reached this point, and if we were able to engage in a civilized discussion and reopening of the relationship with the US, was precisely because we knew that we have to undertake that with respect, knowing that we had to respect each other as we are, and to respect each other's sovereignty and equality particularly. But fundamentally, we had to be very mindful from where we came from and what is the history that was, every time there in our mind, because otherwise we will be lost. So I look at this as somehow incidentally, there are naive people, and there is naive people everywhere. And people that might think that because of the colors, we just have to, to forget about the past. And the past is not because you are attached to the past, not for the sake of the past, it's because the past is your root, it's your basis. I mean, if you don't have a solid basis, you cannot face the future. And that is the history. So that's why history is so important. And that's why it's so important to understand and keep in mind that this problem didn't start yesterday and didn't start even with the revolution. It started much, much before than that. And that is why we try that a young generation can understand and can embrace, because otherwise we cannot reach that point there. So thank you very much for your question. I think it's a very good question to us.
Thank you, Ambassador. It also brings to mind a famous quote of Malcolm X's, which stated that the Republicans put the knife in 6 inches, the Democrats pull it out 2. There's very little difference between the two parties. If you notice, there's absolutely very little difference in it. This particular administration, no difference in the foreign policy. It is Biden's policy at this point. His desire and the general desire of the US capitalist imperialist system is to crush Cuba, because Cuba offers an alternative, and especially now for the youth who will soon not see any possibility of the quote unquote American dream, which Malcolm called the American nightmare. They're going to look for an alternative. And as soon as they open the door and people find out the truth, which is why we must educate about Cuba, they'll know where to look. Socialism is not a dirty word anymore for our youth. That's a new thing. They're trying to bring it back. This whole Cold War stuff, they're trying to bring it back, the Red Scare. But most youth do not think it's a dirty word, and they're open to the idea that there should be a worker state. It should take care of its people. Woo! Yeah. Any other questions? All right, well, if we have no other questions, I see Ike pacing the floor. I think.
I want to, oh, there's one. Okay.
Oh, there's one.
Yeah, we'll
Come,
do that.
come. Yamir. Brother Yamir.
Hey, everybody. My name is Yamir. I am from, Malcolm is on in my jacket.
No, that's
And
true.
I'm from New York City. So I wanted to ask a question about the environment. I mean, about like, how is the lifting of the Cuban blockade connected with the environmental struggle worldwide? I know this is something that you touched upon, but yeah, just to ask a direct question to the panelists about, yeah, is it like saying if the blockade gets lifted, would more people who are doing, like scientists out in Cuba, would they have more connections with environmentalists through the United States, Canada, the third world? Yeah, I just wanted to know the connection with the lifting of the blockade.
Thank you, Yamir.
So I can start us off. Thanks, Yamir. I mean, that's very important to emphasize on, and that's actually also more further emphasized in the part of Helen's film that we didn't watch, because it goes into, there's very concrete things. Cuba has difficulty accessing United Nations funding for different development projects related to combating climate change because of the criminal US blockade. On the larger scale, as I think Helen brought up at the beginning, just the basic cost to the government of Cuba due to the criminal blockade is money that, instead of having to buy, machine parts from Europe when they could be purchased from Mexico, but they're manufactured in the US, Cuba could buy them for much cheaper, save that money, and invest that money in projects to combat climate change, for climate change adaptation or mitigation. I also always think about a story that I read. I read a book that was called, I believe it was called Deep Cuba. And it was a book mostly about Cuba's marine environment. And it was written in a way to try and avoid, in a lot of ways, the US blockade, I think. But they couldn't avoid saying that there was little historical information about Cuba's fisheries and like fish stock, because scientists from the US before the Cuban Revolution had been the ones that were studying the fish stocks and kind of the marine ecology. They'd taken all that information to the Smithsonian or to museums in the United States. Cuban Revolution happened. Cuban scientists no longer can access, simply that documents about their own natural history and how difficult it was to try to repair that. So that's an impact of the blockade that would be immediate, that sort of exchange. But to me, and I think we'll emphasize this more in the conference tomorrow, one of the biggest impacts is going to Cuba and seeing it for yourself. The fact that we cannot, as Reverend Lucius Walker was always saying, treat Cuba as our neighbors. Cuba is our neighbors. They are our neighbors, and we need to be able to exchange with them as such. And the criminal US blockade and the travel ban prevent that, and prevent people from the US and Canada seeing with their own eyes what Cuba is doing, and then going back home and saying, well, why can't I do that? Why can't I have organic produce? Why can't I develop a program at my school on this subject that has to do with ecology? Why am I always being told there's no money or no funding or we can't do this? So I think that's really what will be the greatest impact of lifting this criminal blockade. And for the Cuban people themselves, the blockade is just such a day-to-day reality. It impacts their ability to lead normal lives without difficulty. And just think how much energy, human energy is spent on dealing with the blockade when it could be put into developing programs to deal with climate change or building their communities. And Cuba has done amazing things despite this criminal policy. But we have to really focus on what would be possible if Cuba could breathe. And I know there's people here from Let Cuba Live Coalition in Maine. If Cuba could breathe, if they could live, what would Cuba's example be?
Thank you, Allison.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you to the panel.
Thank you, Allison and Regina. Did you want to say anything before we go ahead?
Close.
Quickly, we're on time, folks.
Okay. Really quickly, I just wanted to add that also ending the blockade and the sanctions and normalizing Cuba relations would allow us to learn from Cuba in a much more free manner. I brought one of my friends earlier today, And she was telling me about how incredible it felt to her to be able to receive information about Cuba that wasn't being heavily filtered and censored by the US media or even just Google.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, wow, it's like 5 minutes to 6.
But we still have Helen with us. So I think we have to say goodbye to Helen.
Oh, Helen.
And
Thank you.
if we can announce, I'll announce her tour as we say goodbye, if that works like. So Helen Yaffe was going to be on tour in person in the US, and I'm sad to say that's not happening yet, but Helen is going on a virtual tour to cities across the United States and Vancouver, Canada, and this is going to be taking place in the weeks following this conference. She's speaking at events organized across the country about COVID-19, where Helen has also made an incredible film that is very useful to our struggle against the blockade and to combating this mismanagement of COVID-19 crisis. And also, she'll be speaking on the environment. So very gracious, Helen is going to be up all hours of the night at a very weird schedule for a few weeks in order to do this virtual tour. So if you go to the US-Cuba Normalization.org website, you will see information about her tour and be able to key in to a whole wide range of events that are being organized by the US-Cuba Normalization Conference Committee, the National Network on Cuba, and other organizations.
Did you give them the website?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we got the website. We should put it up on the screen maybe too during break. I also wanted to say that, I mean, for me, Cuba is the embodiment of a demand that I think is our key demand in the environment movement, which is system change, not climate change. Cuba has done the system change. It's our responsibility to do it as well. So I brought some buttons to share, and I'll have them over at a table over here if some people would like. They say system change, not climate change. That is our demand. That is where we go from here, and Cuba is our example. Thank you.
And I'd like to say one thing. Albany already has hosted Helen and John. Is it on? Can you see what you did on YouTube? Okay, so the Albany Solidarity Movement did host Helen about 3 days ago? Yesterday. Yesterday. So check out YouTube. See, I knew I wasn't that
Okay,
crazy.
Helen, we're coming to the end
All
of this
right, we're
panel.
coming to
About
the end. It's on you now.
We're about to break for dinner. Thank you for everything. And I will. Before we go, thank you, Helen. And we're selling a lot of copies of your book.
Discounted rate.
So before we break for dinner, we'll be back here. I want to just a couple of timeline things. Be back here by 7:30 for the rally. We're going to have a wonderful rally with Brother Carlos Lasso and others. So it should be great. And we'll hear from our Cuban friends again. Be back here at 7:30 before we break. Gail wants to say one thing. So here's Gail. Thank you.
First, we want to thank everybody who presented today, this afternoon. We're almost done, folks. Just hold on 1 second more, okay, please. Two things. One is there are tables around with information. Please make sure that you're stopping at the different tables and collecting information. There's especially over here at this IFCO table, there are the brochures that were ordered by NNOC. We need to make sure that everybody takes a packet of brochures because they're doing nothing but sitting up at the office. And that you can hand them out at rallies, right. So please make sure that you pick up some of those brochures, okay? I think that was it.
So see you all back at 7:30 for the rally. Thank you. Viva Cuba! Viva Fidel! Viva Cuba Revolucionaria! Venceremos!
everyone. If you are here for the film screening, separate from the conference, please find Sarah with her hand raised. She'll take you downstairs.
Hello, beautiful people. We're very grateful to be here. We're very grateful to continue to stand in solidarity with Cuba. Que viva Cuba libre y soberana. You know, here I see a lot of beautiful people. We're in New York City. This is a very international city. And here I feel that we learned that in order for us to survive, and the only reason that we are here is because we have always come together as a people and shared resources. Things are getting hard all over the world, not only in Cuba. I believe that US imperialism is the answer to nothing, and that we've already seen what's going on the islands that the United States has hostage as colonies, such as the island of Borinque in Puerto Rico, that is currently continuing to fight in their struggle for sovereignty. So the United States needs to lift these sanctions so that people can continue to do what people do, which is love. We are very grateful to be here, you know, remembering the legacy of Reverend Lucius Walker, an amazing, amazing, amazing human that fought and used his life to really stand in solidarity with all of these nations, right? What is a border? Who created them? The same people that are oppressing us everywhere. When we go outside and we see our brothers and sisters in the cold, homeless, right? That's not easy. When we see people that look a little like they're bugging because the system's been bugging and it's bugging on our backs. And it's just a leech. It's been leeching on our backs. So, you know, I'm going to stop talking because I know there's a lot of programs of talking. We're going to sing. Let us know that when we play these drums, that's maroon music. That's spirit music. It doesn't have a border. This is palenque music, quilombo music, quijombo music, munanso music. It doesn't matter what language we singing and praying in. When the drum hits and the music sounds, we are free. And we've been free because we know that our ancestors have fought for us to be free when we claim our freedom and we claim it together. So at the end of the day, life is a struggle here, there, and everywhere. And we love our brothers and sisters in Cuba, and we know that they are going through a lot right now. And we're all going through a lot right now. And the only way that we're going to survive this is if we're able to share resources. So let's give thanks. I give much, plenty thanks. This maraca, the maraca is a Taíno instrument. The Taínos were in the Caribe, they're Arawak. We've been traveling. The origin of humanity is Africa. The drum comes from Africa. Everywhere in the world that Africa arrived, the drum never died. And let me tell you, they didn't allow Africans to bring drums on the ship. So that means that everywhere that they were working the land, they were working the land, and they were working their ancestors. And that's why Haiti got free. And that's why Cuba won what they won so far. And that's why we continue to drum, because we stand on the shoulders of all of those ancestors. Thank you. Madre, ay madre, agua, tierra, los pueblos están en lucha para salvar. Imperialismo mata, capitalismo roba, balas que quitan vida, truenan que truenan. Tus hijos hambre pasan, crecen y nos preparan para matar a mi hermano. De su guerra somos esclavos. Contra todo no se puede, unidos somos la fuerza. Todos juntos sí se puede, unidos somos la fuerza. Y no hay batalla puede tumbar el aire libre que se está sumando. No hay batalla puede tumbar el aire libre que se está sumando. Liberación.
oh, cimarrón, oh, liberación, oh, cimarrón. Congo libre no espera más, hoy ya cogemos la libertad. Congo libre no aguanta más, hoy ya cogemos la libertad. Hoy ya cogemos la dignidad. Hoy ya cogemos la libertad. Hoy coge Susan su dignidad. Oh, siento las islas, hay una Fermina. Oye, guerrillera, tú eres de la mía. Y siento las islas, hay una Carlota. Oye, Lucumí, tengo orgullo de tu raíz. Ay, Congo libre no aguanta más. No nacimos para esclavizar, ni nacimos para morincar. Que la tierra para todo y para todo da. Hoy reclama tu tierra indígena, que ella es para todo y para todo da. Que ningún ser humano es ilegal. Hoy ya cogemos la libertad. Hoy coge Nani palo a lo más. Cuyo a los montes así marrona. Hoy coge Lola su libertad. Que Lolita Lebrón tira su bala. Oye, que siento las islas, hay una Fermina. Oye, guerrillera, tú eres de la mía. Que siento las islas, hay una Carlota. Oye, Lucumí, tengo orgullo tu raíz. Basta la fucking colonia ya. Que yo quiero ver isla en libertad. Hoy reclama tu tierra indígena. Ay, como Tingo ve, alza su machete. Y que vivan todas las islas independientes. Ay, como Tingo ve, alza tu machete. Y que vivan todas las islas independientes. Hoy coge Susan su libertad. Hoy coge Lemba su dignidad. Ay, con Nani a los montes y marrona. Cuyo a los montes y marrona. Que basta la fucking frontera ya. Que la tierra hay para todo y para todo da. Hoy ya cogemos la dignidad. Ay, Betán se tiró su grito ya. Ay, que reclama tu tierra, my África. Que esa es la cuna de la humanidad. Ay, reclama tu tierra indígena. Que ningún ser humano sea ilegal. Hoy ya cogemos la dignidad. Que vivan todas las islas en libertad. Hoy ya cogemos la dignidad. Hoy Hoy coge Susan su libertad. Ay, mujer libre no aguanta más. No nacimos para ser cadena, ni nacimos para ser gobernar. Que vivan sus islas en libertad. Que no nacimos para ser chopa. No nacimos para morinca. Ay, no nacimos para ser gobernar. Hoy ya cogemos la libertad. Ay, hoy ya cogemos la libertad. Thank you. May we always be free. Claim your freedom today.
Let's hear for the legacy drummers, Dr. Drum from Bambaya. It is an honor to have you open this space tonight here at our rally against the U.S. blockade on Cuba. Yeah, we are here. We are celebrating solidarity. We are celebrating action against this criminal blockade. My name is Allison Bodine. I was honored to speak to many of you all earlier. I represent the FIGHR This Time movement for social justice in Canada and Friends of Cuba against the U.S. blockade. I'm here with Samira Adri, who needs no introduction. And we're gonna lead you through a program of a rally tonight featuring speakers from Cuba, from the United States, some poetry, some culture. But we really owe a lot to the legacy drummers and Dr. Drum from Bambayo for starting us off, so thank you.
Right on. Good evening, all. I can't match the energy of Allison. She really is the fire tonight. But we're very grateful that you all are here tonight with us. Just like our wonderful legacy drummers spoke, the key words are liberation, independence, sovereignty. We want to free the land and free the people. So say it with me. Free the land and free the people. That's the goal. That's the goal, and that is why we're all gathered here today and tomorrow in the quest to continue to support our beloved Cuban people and the wonderful revolution that has brought so many of us in the world a piece of what freedom really means. So tonight we have the special honor of featuring our Cuban guests who are, some reside here in New York for a temporary time and some are visiting all the way from Cuba. First off, we have a special guest that if you haven't heard from him before, the Honorable Ambassador Yuri Gala is the Deputy Representative to the United Nations. He is a statesman that has represented Cuba in different fronts previously in Jamaica, also was stationed here in the US at the embassy at some point. And he is back again working with the Honorable Ambassador Pedro Peroso Cuesta. So it's a dynamic duo, but we have the honor of listening to Ambassador Yuri at this time. So welcome him.
Buenas noches. Buenas noches. Good evening to you all. I just saw a great vibe here, so great energy here in the podium. So we have to keep it up. Let me start by thanking the organizers of this conference for making this event a reality in really difficult circumstances. This Saturday, we have had a very fruitful and optimistic day at this venue. So I would like all of you to join me in giving a big round of applause to the organizers and all the panelists of this conference. I'm grateful for the kind invitation to participate in this rally, which features several speakers, including the Secretary General of the Cuba's Women's Federation, Mrs. Teresa Amarel, and other speakers this night. But on behalf of the Permanent Mission of Cuba to the United Nations, I bring warm greetings and our deep appreciation for your solidarity and support to Cuba in our struggle against the unjust economic, commercial, and financial blockade imposed by the United States government. While that blockade has been implemented for the past 6 decades, since 2017, the Cuban people have endured an unparalleled and excessive tightening of the blockade. During the Trump administration, we have to remember that it started in 2017, and during those 4 years of his mandate, 243 unilateral coercive measures were adopted against Cuba, some of them out of an unparalleled cruelty. As part of this policy of maximum pressure with the ruthless objective of suffocating sensitive sectors of the Cuban economy, such as fuel procurement, foreign trade, and tourism. These measures carried a huge burden on Cuban families, including through the imposition of serious restrictions on remittances. The said US administration saw the COVID pandemic as an ally in its unconventional war against our country, and deliberately and opportunistically toughened the blockade. The aforementioned coercive measures remain enforced with the current US administration and in full practical application, in spite of the fact that a large majority of Americans support the lifting of the blockade and their freedom to travel to the island, and that many Cubans living in the United States yearn for normal relations and well-being for their families. In addition to that, Cuba has also had to face a political communication operation orchestrated and financed from the United States territory as part of the so-called fourth generation warfare already tested against so many countries. Dear friends, the blockade is not only a challenge to ethics and humanism, it is in fact a violation of the purposes and principles of the Charter of the United Nations and international law. The blockade is a massive, flagrant, and systematic violation of the human rights of all the people of Cuba. The historic leader of the Cuban Revolution, Fidel Castro Ruz, led the moral battle of ideas against the blockade from the very beginning. He denounced it inside and outside Cuba, including in multilateral forums such as the UN headquarters here in New York. The continuity of that struggle from the highest leadership of our country has been worthily embodied in the then President Raúl Castro Ruz and by our current President Miguel Díaz-Canel Bermúdez, with the full support of the Cuban people. Our permanent mission here in New York, as representative of the Cuban government and the people, has participated in the efforts that have been made within the framework of the United Nations to denounce the US blockade and demand its lifting. For 29 years, the United Nations General Assembly, its most representative and democratic body, has adopted the text of a resolution on the necessity of ending the blockade imposed by the United States against Cuba. Throughout these years, the number of countries voting in favor of this resolution has been increasing, and the most recent exercise took place in June 2021, when 184 countries voted in favor and only 2 voted against. However, year after year, the United States government has dismissed that demand of the vast majority of the United Nations member states, an attitude that is neither democratic nor ethical. But the practical implication of this US position is the continuous increase in the suffering caused by the blockade in Cuba on a daily basis. The human damage caused by the blockade cannot be measured. No Cuban family is spared from the effects of this inhumane policy. Friends, the Cuban nation has demonstrated and will continue to demonstrate its will to resist and move forward in the face of great difficulties and obstacles. In a context of a tightened blockade, Cuba has had to face COVID pandemic with limited resources, and we have made visible progress so far. Cuba sought to protect everyone against the virus. It activated its sound and universal health system, relied on the dedication, willingness to sacrifice, and high qualification of its personnel, mobilized its scientists and its biopharmaceutical industry, and harnessed the unambiguous support and consensus of the people, particularly of the youth and students who volunteer to work in the so-called red zones and on epidemiological screening. That was why we succeeded in developing highly effective domestic protocols to treat both COVID-19 confirmed and under investigation cases, creating conditions to hospitalize all confirmed cases, ensuring the sustainability of intensive care services and free access to PCRs, as well as commissioning molecular biology labs in all provinces of the country. When the US blockade truly prevented the supply of lung ventilators, Cuba developed its domestic production with its own prototypes. And Cuba is today the first country in Latin America and the Caribbean with 3 anti-COVID vaccines of its own. And 2 vaccine candidates in development. And we are also the first country in the world to begin and have carried out a vaccination campaign in children between the ages of 2 and 18. But our efforts were not limited to our borders, and we have made our humble contribution to other countries in a manner consistent with our internationalism that all of you well know. In fact, when the slanderous campaign of the United States administration against our medical cooperation was intensified amidst the pandemic, Cuba sent 57 specialized brigades of the Henry Reef International Contingent to 40 countries or territories in the world, who joined over 28,000 health professionals already providing services in 59 nations at that time. That is another expression of Cuba's unchanging vocation of solidarity, gratefully acknowledged throughout the world. But in our case, dear friends, it's not about providing others what we have to spare, but to modestly sharing the little, very little resources that we have. Dear friends, it is neither legal nor ethical for the government of a power to subject a small nation for decades to an economic warfare of extraterritorial reach for the sake of imposing on that nation an alien political system and a government designed by it. It is unacceptable to deprive an entire people of the right to peace, development, well-being, and human progress. I would not like to conclude my remarks, dear friends, without reiterating our deepest gratitude to all the good people in the world who have supported our demand to put an end to the blockade, including those friends who have shown a sustained commitment over the years in their solidarity with Cuba and its revolution. This has been expressed in various ways, from actions of public denunciation and those actions related to sending donations to the island. We will never forget that genuine support, but rest assured that Cuba will continue to fight tirelessly against the blockade and hostility, and that our revolution will never be surrendered. Rest also assured, friends all, that we are all on the right side of history. Or simply put, we are doing the right thing. So please join me in expressing, let Cuba live. Let Cuba live. Let Cuba live. Long live the solidarity movement with Cuba in the United States and in other countries. Venceremos. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much to Ambassador Yuri Gala Lopez. It is great to have you here, not only tonight, but throughout the conference, and to bring really the important message of why we're gathered here today about solidarity and about defeating this criminal blockade that is over 60 years old. One thing we can't proceed with, we must not neglect, is really thanking our translators that have helped throughout the day. So big round of applause. They've been working to not only do the Spanish to English when we need, but also have been doing English to Spanish in headsets and working very hard. So I want to thank Regina Cobian, John Melendez, Jill Clark-Golub, Roger Calero, Seth Galinsky, Tamara Hansen, and Martine Coppel. And there'll probably be some more before we wrap up tomorrow, but a big round of applause to all of our translators and interpreters here today. So next, we're going to have a very important video greeting. It is coming from Fernando Gonzalez, the current president of the Cuban Institute of the Peoples, but also one of our 5 Cuban heroes. And every time we talk about our commitment to defeat the US blockade on Cuba, we must remember the great victory we had when the Cuban 5 heroes returned home in 2014, all of them together. This took many coordinated actions over many years in both the United States and especially with the continuous fight of the people of Cuba to bring their brothers home, and is an example of what it means when we are creative and consistent and when we unite together to demand for a just cause, such as freedom of our 5 Cuban heroes. So it's because of this that we're able to hear this message from Fernando Gonzalez here today. Thank you.
I'd like to begin by thanking all the people of goodwill, Friends of Cuba, and organizations in the United States, Canada, and the rest of the world who have joined this second international conference for the normalization of United States-Cuba relations. Despite the adversities imposed by COVID-19, you have maintained and strengthened your commitment to Cuba, its people, and its revolution. Nearly 60 organizations have endorsed the Saving Lives campaign in the United States and Canada, and your support in this pandemic situation has been life-giving. This event is taking place in a context of frank regression of the bilateral relations as a consequence of the application of new unilateral measures aimed at the total asphyxiation of our economy, and an unprecedented campaign in the virtual sphere that has been unleashed with a consequent increase in subversion against Cuba. These slanders are the pretext for the current Biden administration to keep Cuba on the list of countries that sponsor terrorism. They try to discourage and confuse our friends and US citizens who wish to visit us as an elemental way for rapprochement. It is the same policies of successive US governments towards Cuba, marked by its arrogant and aggressive character. For these reasons, the unity of our solidarity movement is ever more necessary. The lifting of the economic, commercial, and financial blockade, the return of the territory illegally occupied by the Guantanamo Naval Base, and the end of the financing of the counter-revolution and internal subversion should constitute fundamental basis for analysis in order to achieve civilized and respectful relations. If you allow me, I would suggest to debate on the actions that the Solidarity with Cuba movement can undertake to exemplify the impacts of the blockade on the Cuban people and also on the American people, to make known our reality and its innumerable achievements in the social, scientific, cultural, and sports fields, particularly in the midst of a global pandemic. I invite you to participate in the 15th edition of the May Day International Brigade, to have a direct exchange with trade union representatives in our factories, with artists, scientists, and local authorities in community projects, and especially to celebrate together with the Cubans the International Workers' Day at the Revolution Square. Our institute has also taken on issues related to peace and the sovereignty of the peoples, for which we hope to strengthen ties with the organizations that make up the World Peace Council and those that oppose wars and support peace. On this important issue, I would also invite you to evaluate your attendance to the seminar for the abolition of military bases to be held in Guantanamo, Cuba on May 4th to 6th. It is essential for ECAP to count on your participation in the monthly virtual events we organize against the blockade. Cuba's solidarity movement of the world needs to know how much you're doing in the United States in favor of our revolution. We are ready to welcome all of those who wish to visit us. Cuba is a safe country, and each visit will allow you to have a clearer and more reliable vision of our reality. We believe that the efforts made by several cities to present their local governments letters and bills to promote travel to Cuba, eliminate sanctions, and achieve cooperation in the fields of health and science should be multiplied, at least as a counterweight to the campaigns of lies against the Cuban Revolution. Cuba, a country that defends international law, the Charter of the United Nations, and which has suffered hegemonism and injustices in its own flesh, works for and supports the proclamation of Latin America and the Caribbean as a zone of peace. Even under the conditions of the blockade, Cuba will continue to move forward. We have proven for more than 60 years, and we will continue to prove it. I wish to conclude by thanking you for the work, time, effort, and commitment you dedicate to the solidarity with our country. I express my deepest and most sincere gratitude, assuring you that together we will continue to move forward, defending the Cuban Revolution, which is also defending justice and brotherhood among peoples. Hasta la victoria siempre. Thank you very much.
Is it on now? Yes. Okay, so inspiring words as usual from Cuban hero Fernando Gonzalez Yort. And we would like to announce one very important detail that we missed earlier, is that we forgot one of the interpreters, compañero Andrés Acosta from the Cuban mission, who has also contributed immensely to helping translate today. And now we have the honor of introducing Madame Teresa Buet. She has a degree in history and social sciences. You already heard from her, but she is one of our guests who, of course, is coming live from Cuba, and we are honored to have her. She currently serves as the Secretary General of the National Committee of the FMC, which is the La Federación de Mujeres Cubanas, but the Cuban Women's Federation, for anybody who just joined us tonight. She is a member of the Council of the State of the Republic of Cuba since April 19, 2018, and she was re-elected in the 9th legislature of the National Assembly of People's Power held on October 10th, 2019, a position she will hold until 2023. She's also an official of the Municipal Committee of the Union of Young Communists. And she is the first secretary. She is a member of the Political Bureau Central Committee of the Communist Party of Cuba. So, ladies and gentlemen, applause for Ms. Teresa Buet.
Queridas amigas, hermanos de lucha del pueblo de Cuba, la batalla por el cese del bloqueo es algo que nos hace sentir que somos una familia.
Dear friends and brothers of the fight of the Cuban people, the battle for the end of the blockade is something that makes us feel like we're family.
Les agradezco en nombre del pueblo cubano y en particular de las más de 4 millones de mujeres.
I thank you on behalf of the Cuban people and in particular of the more than 4 million Cuban women.
El esfuerzo y dedicación que ustedes han demostrado en favor de la eliminación de esa injusta política que responde al nombre de bloqueo.
For the strength and dedication that you guys have demonstrated in favor of eliminating this unjust policy, which responds to the name of blockade.
Conocemos acerca de las intensas jornadas en las que han participado para denunciar esta genocida ley que aplica este gobierno a nuestra isla, con el propósito de asfixiar a un pueblo que definió que el socialismo es y será irreversible e irrevocable.
We recognize these intense activities in which you guys have participated to denounce this genocidal law, which this government applies to our small island with the proposition of strangling a nation who has decided that socialism is and will be irreversible and irrevocable.
Para las mujeres cubanas, el bloqueo constituye la peor forma de violencia ejercida contra nuestro pueblo.
For Cuban women, the blockade constitutes the worst form of violence exercised against our people.
Entre otras cosas, se impide el flujo regular e institucional de las remesas a las familias cubanas.
Among other things, it impedes the regular and institutional flow of remittances to Cuban families.
Ha propinado duros golpes al sector cuentapropista y obstaculiza los vínculos con los cubanos residentes aquí en Estados Unidos, afectando la reunificación familiar.
It has hit hard sectors of the population which are self-employed and makes the links between Cuban residents in the United States difficult, affecting family reunion.
De igual forma, se aplican restricciones a los viajes a Cuba y se incumplen los acuerdos migratorios bilaterales, incluyendo los visados, lo que suma más angustias a las familias.
In the same manner, they impose restrictions on trips to Cuba and violate bilateral migratory agreements, including people who have visas, which causes more anguish to the families.
Está demostrado que una amplia mayoría de los estadounidenses apoya el levantamiento del bloqueo y su libertad de viajar a la isla, y que los cubanos que viven en este país desean relaciones normales y bienestar para sus familias.
It's been demonstrated that a broad majority of U.S. Americans support the lifting of the blockade and their liberty to travel to the island, and that those Cubans who live in this country want normal relations and well-being for their families.
La escasez e inestabilidad de productos alimentarios imprescindibles generan sufrimiento y ansiedad a nuestro pueblo, de forma particular a las mujeres, sobre las cuales todavía recae el peso de las tareas domésticas.
The shortage and unstable supply of vital food products generates suffering and anxiety to our people in a form so particular to women, on which we still have a lot of domestic tasks to complete.
En el desabastecimiento de las tiendas y el aumento desmedido de los precios, pese a esfuerzos ingentes de nuestro gobierno, impactan decididamente también las medidas de endurecimiento del bloqueo en condiciones de pandemia y de crisis económica global.
The shortage in the stores and the unregulated increase in prices, despite ingentes del gobierno, despite the measures taken by the government, are also impacted in a way that has been made more difficult by the blockade in conditions during the pandemic and during the economic global crisis.
En el ámbito de la salud, persiste la imposibilidad de acceder a equipos y tecnologías, dispositivos, tratamientos y fármacos idóneos que nos impiden adquirir de compañías estadounidenses y han de conseguirse a precios exorbitantes en otros continentes.
In the healthcare sector remains the impossibility of accessing adequate equipment, technologies, devices, treatments, and medications, which we are prevented from purchasing from U.S. companies and have to be procured at excessively high prices.
Existen restricciones para acceder a equipos diagnósticos de alta tecnología para el estudio de las parejas infértiles y reactivos para los programas contra el cáncer cérvico-uterino, de mama y dificultades para acceder anticonceptivos de última generación.
There are restrictions to have access to cutting-edge diagnostic kits for the study of infertile couples and regents for the programs against cervical cancer, breast cancer, and access to latest generation contraceptives.
De igual forma, se ha asestado un golpe a nuestras finanzas que, unido a los gastos asociados a la COVID-19, provocan además la falta o inestabilidad de medicamentos de uso hospitalario y dificultades cotidianas a las personas para adquirir a tiempo la insulina, antibióticos, calmantes, los usados para tratar la presión arterial, las alergias y otras enfermedades crónicas.
In the same way, a powerful blow has been delivered to our resources, which together with the expenses associated with the COVID-19 virus have also triggered lack and instability of medications used in hospitals and imposes difficulties for people on the daily to purchase insulin, antibiotics, painkillers, those high blood pressure medications, allergy medication, and other chronic disease treatments.
La vida de ninguna familia cubana escapa de los efectos de esta inhumana política. Nadie podría afirmar honestamente que no tiene un impacto real en la población.
The life of no Cuban family escapes from the effects of this inhumane policy. No one could honestly say that it does not have a real impact on the population.
A pesar de ello, Cuba ha sido efectiva en la aplicación de su protocolo de actuación para la prevención y enfrentamiento a la COVID-19.
Despite this, Cuba has been effective in the application of its protocol of action for preventing and tackling COVID-19.
Se crearon capacidades de hospitalización para todos los infectados. Se garantizaron los servicios de cuidados intensivos, el aislamiento institucional de los contactos de los enfermos, el acceso gratuito a pruebas de PCR o antígenos, y se logró poner en práctica laboratorios de biología molecular en todas las provincias del país.
Hospital bed capacities were created for all those who got infected. We guaranteed that intensive care services would be provided, the institutional isolation of the contact of the sick, as well as free access to PCR and antigen tests. We succeeded in putting into operation molecular biology laboratories in all of the country's provinces.
Orgullosas nos sentimos las cubanas ante la respuesta dada por el potencial científico del país con la creación de las vacunas. Más del 70% de las personas que participaron en estos proyectos fueron mujeres.
We feel very proud as Cuban women in the response of the biopharmaceutical industry, which mobilized to implement, create the vaccines and implement research projects. 95%? 70%. More than 70% of participants were women.
Y también nos sentimos orgullosas de que el 54% de esas brigadas que mencionó el embajador que fueron a salvar vidas a otros países también son mujeres.
We also feel proud to say that over 54% of those brigades which went to other countries to save lives were women.
A las medidas del bloqueo se suma una intensa campaña de injerencia política en los asuntos internos, con programas subversivos a los que el gobierno de Estados Unidos dedica cada año decenas de millones de dólares del presupuesto federal y sumas adicionales de fondos encubiertos.
To the measures of the blockade, we have to add the fierce campaign of political interference in domestic affairs with subversive programs to which the United States dedicates tens of millions of dollars every year and additional amounts to cover funds. The purpose is to trigger social and political instability within the context of the economic challenges that the U.S. government itself causes.
El propósito es producir inestabilidad política y social en el contexto de las dificultades económicas que el propio gobierno de los Estados Unidos ha creado.
Yeah, so the purpose is to trigger social and political instability within the context of the economic challenges that the U.S. government causes.
El bloqueo daña al pueblo cubano, pero también a los ciudadanos y sectores empresariales de Estados Unidos, privándolos del beneficio para la salud, el comercio y el derecho a visitar a Cuba en condición de turistas.
The blockade harms the Cuban people, but it also hurts U.S. citizens and U.S. entrepreneurial sectors, depriving them of benefits in terms of health, trade, and the right to visit Cuba as tourists.
Es el principal obstáculo para el desarrollo de las relaciones económicas, comerciales y financieras con los Estados Unidos, pero también con el resto del mundo por su carácter extraterritorial.
It is the primary obstacle to the development of economic, commercial, and financial relations with the United States and also with the rest of the world due to its extraterritorial nature.
Sin embargo, Cuba desarrolla el principio de resistir creadoramente y avanza en la implementación del Plan Nacional de Desarrollo Económico y Social.
However, Cuba develops the principle of resisting while creating and making huge strides in the implementation of the country's national plan of social and economic development.
Queridas hermanas y hermanos, agradecemos el esfuerzo de todos los que en estos tiempos difíciles se mantienen firmes frente al odio, la manipulación y la persecución política.
Dear brothers and sisters, we appreciate the effort of all those who in difficult times remain strong against hatred, manipulation, and political persecution.
Hagamos puentes de amor que permitan lograr que sea posible hasta lo imposible. Exijamos que se elimine el bloqueo, que cesen los obstáculos que impiden el vínculo entre los cubanos que viven aquí y sus familiares en Cuba.
Let's build bridges of love that allow us to make even the impossible possible. Let's demand for the lifting of the blockade, as well as the roadblocks that hinder the relationship between Cubans living in the United States and their relatives in Cuba.
Confiamos en ustedes, en la fuerza de la solidaridad, en su hermandad con nuestra revolución y con nuestro pueblo, convencidos de que la solidaridad no se puede bloquear. Muchas gracias. ¡Viva Cuba! ¡Viva la solidaridad!
You want me to say that last part? We trust in you. We trust in the strength of solidarity and your brotherhood with our revolution and with our people, convinced that solidarity will never be blocked.
Thank you very, very much to Teresa. We've been really honored to hear so many different perspectives from you, and you have an incredible experience with so many organizations in Cuba. It is great to have you here with us today. You ended where we want to go to next, which is Puentes de Amor and Carlos Lasso. Carlos has also been with us here at the US-Cuba Normalization, our conference, in order to build Cuba solidarity. He is a leading Cuban-American organizer and founder of Puentes de Amor, or Bridges of Love, which initiated the monthly worldwide caravan movement, which sees cities around the world take to the streets on the last Sunday of every month to demand an end to the U.S. blockade on Cuba and to unite Cuban families. Please join me in welcoming Carlos Lasso.
A ver, ¿se oye ahí? Can you hear me? ¿Sí? A ver. Sí,
We
doy
hear
fe,
it.
sí.
We hear it.
Les voy a hacer una historia.
I will tell you a story.
En la parábola del hijo pródigo,
In the parable of the prodigal son,
hay un hijo que se siente insatisfecho
there's
con
a
su
son
familia
who is not satisfied with his family
y con su país y se va lejos.
and his country, and he goes far away.
En cierto modo, yo soy el hijo pródigo.
In a certain way, I'm that prodigal son.
Yo me fui de Cuba en el año 1991 en una balsa.
I left Cuba in 1991 on a raft.
Comenzaba el periodo especial y
The-
las condiciones en Cuba empeoraron.
The special period was beginning and conditions were worsening in Cuba.
Como otros tantos, viré la espalda y me fui.
Like many others, I turned my back and I left.
Para mí, el bloqueo era una palabra retórica.
For me, the word blockade was a rhetorical word.
No significaba mucho.
It didn't mean much.
Cuba sí, bloqueo no. Cuba sí, bloqueo no. No quería decir nada.
That phrase didn't seem to mean anything.
Como el hijo pródigo,
Like
me fui pensando que mi casa y mi país era el peor lugar del mundo.
Like the prodigal son, I left thinking that my country and my home were the worst thing in the world.
Durante los siguientes años ayudé a mi familia, como muchas personas en los Estados Unidos que se van.
After I left, I continued to help my family like many people who come to the United States.
En los Estados Unidos he sido camionero, camarero.
In the United States, I've worked as a truck driver, as a waiter.
He hecho tanto que hasta médico de combate fui en la guerra de Irak.
I've done so many things that I was even a combat medic in the war in Iraq.
Aquella guerra fue una experiencia aterradora y transformadora.
That experience in Iraq was a terrifying and transforming experience.
Vi con mis propios ojos cómo las guerras, las intervenciones, las bombas destruyen a los pueblos y destruyen la vida.
I saw with my own eyes how war and destruction destroyed countries and human lives.
En ese momento decidí que siempre lucharía para que en mi patria de nacimiento nunca ocurriera algo así.
At that point, I decided to fight so that in my own home country, something like that would never happen.
Ahí, entre bombas, humo y metralla, prometí construir puentes de amor entre los pueblos de Cuba y los Estados Unidos.
There, among the bombings and machine guns, I promised to myself to build bridges of love between my country and the United States.
Cuba, mi madre.
Cuba, my mother.
Los Estados Unidos, mi padre.
The United States, my father.
Divorciados.
Divorced.
Me convertí en un activista
I
de
became
puentes de amor.
an activist for bridges of love.
En el 2020, con la pandemia, una vez mi patria entró en periodo especial.
In the year 1920, with the pandemic, my homeland once again entered a special period.
El mundo también entró en periodo especial.
And the world itself entered a special period.
Y en medio de la pandemia, la administración de Trump decidió arreciar y apretar más las medidas para asfixiar al pueblo cubano.
And in the middle of the pandemic, the Trump administration decided to tighten the measures to try to strangle my people, my country.
Prohibición de remesas,
Prohibiting remittances,
persecución financiera,
financial persecution,
prohibición de vuelos a provincias,
blocking provincial flights in Cuba,
cierre de embajada.
Closing embassies.
Entonces me quedó claro que el bloqueo no es retórico, el bloqueo es real.
It then became clear to me that the blockade was not a rhetorical thing, the blockade was real.
Esta vez muchos cubanos y yo decidimos no dar la espalda.
This time around, many Cubans, like myself, decided not to turn our backs.
Decidimos que lucharíamos por nuestra gente.
We decided to fight for our people.
En esos días, junto a mis hijos y a mis sobrinos, recorrimos en bicicleta 5,000 kilómetros.
At that point, myself, together with my children and my nephews, decided to
Al mismo
on
tiempo,
bicycle over 5,000 kilometers.
sí, al mismo tiempo, observé cómo mi país natal, Cuba, en medio de la pandemia,
Point I also observed, I saw how my country, Cuba, in the middle of the pandemic,
desarrolló vacunas contra el COVID.
developed vaccines against COVID.
Me di cuenta entonces que Cuba no era el peor país del mundo.
I realized at that point that Cuba was not the worst country in the world.
Pero entonces, como por arte de magia, muchos cubanos más empezaron a levantar la voz en los Estados Unidos.
But also at that point, almost as though through magic, the majority of Cubans began to raise their voice.
Y cuando miramos alrededor nos dimos cuenta que no éramos los únicos,
And when we looked around, we realized we weren't the only ones.
que habían miles, todos ustedes levantando la voz hacía mucho tiempo.
There were thousands of people just like yourselves raising your voice all over.
Ustedes que son la
and going back for a long time.
ustedes que son la conciencia moral del pueblo norteamericano.
You who are the moral consciousness of the American people.
Un día, todos estos cubanos que están acá, que levantan la voz, que piden el fin del bloqueo, regresarán a Cuba.
Someday, all the Cubans who are here, who are raising their voice against the blockade, they will return to Cuba.
Y la patria lo recibirá y dirá, este es mi hijo que estaba perdido y ha sido encontrado, que estaba muerto y ha resucitado.
And our people will welcome those children, those sons and daughters, as those who are lost and who were found again.
And those who were dead have been resurrected. El amor se impondrá contra el odio.
Love will impose itself over hate.
Vamos a una fiesta de amor y será el día que gritemos tan alto
We'll go to a festival of love and we will shout so loudly
que el gobierno de los Estados Unidos no tendrá otro remedio que levantar el bloqueo
that the U.S. government will have no choice but to have to lift the blockade
ante el reclamo de personas unidas, diversas de todo el mundo.
in face of the demands of people united and diverse throughout the world.
Cubanos de dentro, cubanos de fuera,
Cubans within the country, Cubans outside,
seres humanos de todo el mundo,
human beings from around the world,
clamando, gritando,
crying, demanding,
Cuba sí, bloqueo no. 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 Dios bendiga al pueblo de los Estados Unidos. Dios bendiga al pueblo de Cuba. Dios bendiga al mundo. Dios bendiga los puentes de amor. God bless the people of Cuba. God bless the people of the United States. God bless the bridges of love. And God bless our love here, our united commitment to lift the blockade. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Carlos Lasso, for bringing the message of love always to us. Before I introduce the next act, I just wanted to recap and connect a few dots. We started the program with our legacy drummers and the main lead singer singing about liberty, dignity, independence, and sovereignty. And I mentioned that because of Cuba, some of us now have a taste of what freedom is. We have a taste of what to yearn for in terms of liberation. I say that after hearing the ambassador give us a recount of several achievements that Cuba has gained throughout the struggle, despite 60 years of blockade, over 60 years of a blockade. And I say that having listened to Madame Teresa Bouet also mention the achievements of Cuban women. Today, just today, we at IFCO Passage for Peace, along with Cuba, are celebrating the fact that 10 of the US Elam graduates placed in medical residency throughout the country. 10 in Idaho, New Mexico, 2 in Chicago, in Michigan, New Jersey, New York. I could name them all, but out of those 10, 7 of them are women. 7 of them are women. So I want you to understand that that piece of freedom is palpable for some of us. Those of us who studied in Cuba, who have been blessed by the gift that Cuba keeps giving in educating the world's children, that piece of freedom is palpable. That is what we are all struggling for today. That is why we are uplifting and supporting our Cuban comrades who have come to spread the peace. And we are all emissaries of peace and love. We must continue to teach and reach as many people as possible with this knowledge. And we must always remember that this is not just something that happens out of the sky. Like Ambassador Pedroso mentioned, it's not out of the blue. It's from a long history of resistance, a long history of contributing against the empire. When I think of the medical doctors, men and women who are now being trained at the Latin American School of Medicine, and I think of the US doctors that are now back home, I think of the first medics of the Movimiento de 26 de Julio. Who were those first medics? It was Vilma Espín and Jaire Santa Maria. They were the ones who placed the first aid kits in the different cells in Santiago, so that in case anything happened, if people got hurt, they had where to go. Now today, I stand here as a physician, and over 200 others have been trained in Cuba. It is not for nothing. So we must continue, and we must continue to broaden our vision of what liberation is. It's people-centered rights for all of us. That's what the Family Code was about today. That's what Climate Justice Tarea Vida is about. It's about the preservation of life in and of itself. So I just wanted to recap and bring us back to the tangible examples of what we are doing and fighting for here. And also to reintroduce the lovely Kayla, did I butcher it? Sorry. Kyla, songstress and longtime Caravanista, who many of my mentors have said saw her from when she was a young, very, very young person. She's still young, but very young, and continues to grace us with her gifts, contributing to the people and the liberation fight. So thank you.
Thank you. So I was asked to recite some poetry, and I have done several of these events for the caravan and before. So because I sang and those songs that I sang were also songs that I wrote, I wanted to use this time to read a poem by an amazing poet named Reverendo Pedro Prietri. And El Reverendo was somebody who fought so much for all of our people as well. He was a Nuyorican. He was one of the founders of the Nuyorican Poets Movement. And, you know, this whole situation with Cuba, I really wanted to appreciate everybody also who has spoken today. And Carlos Lasso, I really, really love your message. And it's similar to the one that I wanted to share today as well, which is that, you know, this is a special period. We're at war, you know what I mean? This is happening. It's been happening all over the world. It's been happening in Palestine. It's been happening. And now it's happening, and people in the United States are kind of becoming more aware of the way that this country has been terrorizing people all over the world, right? The special period is coming, you know. Cuba went through it, had to learn how to grow food, had to learn how to fix all their vehicles, had to learn how to do everything, just about anything that they could do to continue to be sovereign, right? So here we have this American dream that everybody's coming to these lands to get, and we come here and we realize that it's really a nightmare for most of our people. So many of our people right now are houseless. You know, so many of our people are really, really, really living below the poverty line right here, you know, and even those that aren't, it's like your life, the quality of life of just getting up and working for capitalism and coming home for a few hours of sleep to go back at it every single day, and not often being very isolated from each other. You know, it's a slave driving system that we are here living. And, you know, I thought around this time of SOS Cuba, to see so many people calling, there was a moment where there was a lot of people that were very confused calling for the United States government to intervene. And I'm saying that in the island of Borinquen, Puerto Rico right now, we see what US colonialism is doing. You know what I mean? And it's very strong, and we have to resist that. So I know that it's tough times, and it's tough times for everybody, and as well as Cuba. Let's keep it real. Everywhere in the world right now, there's a lot going on. But I believe that we're going to continue to fight for all of our sovereignty, and we know that this beast is not going to be the savior. It has never been the savior, and they're doing exactly what they have been designed to do. So the system is working as it works, which is in the favor of the oppressors. And without speaking much more, I'm going to just read the words of Reverendo Pedro Prietri in his poem, Puerto Rican Obituary, so that we remember what our brothers and sisters come here to live. Puerto Rican Obituary. They worked. They were always on time. They were never late. They never spoke back. When they were insulted, they worked. They never took days off. They were not on the calendar. They never went on strike without permission. They worked 10 days a week and were only paid for 5. They worked, they worked, they worked, and they died. They died broke. They died owing. They died never knowing what the front entrance of the First National City Bank looks like. Juan, Miguel, Milagros, Olga, Manuel, all died yesterday, today, and will die again tomorrow, passing their bill collectors on to the next of kin. All died, waiting for the Garden of Eden to open up again, under a new management. All died, dreaming about America, waking them up in the middle of the night, screaming, "Mira, mira, your name is on the winning lottery ticket for $100,000. All died, hating the grocery stores that sold them make-believe steak and bulletproof rice and beans. All died waiting, dreaming, and hating. Dead Puerto Ricans who never knew they were Puerto Rican, who never took a coffee break from the 10 commandments to kill, kill, kill the landlords of their cracked skulls and communicate with their Latino souls. Juan, Miguel, Milagros, Olga, Manuel. From the nervous breakdown streets where the mice live like millionaires and people do not live at all, are dead and were never alive. Juan died waiting for his number to hit. Miguel died waiting for the welfare check to come and go and come again. Milagros died waiting for her 10 children to grow up and work so she could quit working. Olga died waiting for a $5 raise. Manuel died waiting for his supervisor to drop dead so he could get a promotion. It's a long ride from Spanish Harlem to Long Island Cemetery where they were buried. First the train, then the bus, and then the cold cuts for lunch, and the flowers that will be stolen when visiting hours are over. It's very expensive. It's very expensive, but they understand. Their parents understood. It's a long, non-profit ride from Spanish Harlem to Long Island Cemetery. Juan, Miguel, Milagros, Olga, Manuel, all died yesterday, today, and will die again tomorrow, dreaming. Dreaming about Queens' clean-cut lily-white neighborhood, Puerto Rican Lacine, $30,000 home, the first Spix on the block, proud to belong to a community of gringos who want them lynched, proud to be a long distance away from the sacred phrase, ¿Qué pasa? These dreams, these empty dreams, from the make-believe bedrooms their parents left them after the after effects of television programs about the ideal white American family with black maids and Latino janitors who are well-trained to make everybody and their bill collectors laugh at them and the people they represent. Juan died dreaming about a new car. Miguel died dreaming about new anti-poverty programs. Milagros died dreaming about a trip to Puerto Rico. Olga died dreaming about real jewelry. Manuel died dreaming about the Irish sweepstakes. They all died. Like a hero sandwich dies in the garment district at 12 o'clock in the afternoon. Social security number to ashes. Union dues to dust. They knew they were born to weep and keep the morticians employed as long as they pledge allegiance to the flag that wants them destroyed. They saw their names listed in the telephone directory of destruction. They were trained to turn the other cheek by newspapers that misspelled, mispronounced, and misunderstood their names and celebrated when death came and stole their final laundry ticket. They were born dead and they died dead. It's time to visit Sister Lopez again, the #1 healer and fortune card dealer in Spanish Harlem. She can communicate with your late relatives for a reasonable fee. Good news is guaranteed. Rise, table, rise, table. Death is not dumb and disabled. Those who love you want to know the correct number to play. Let them know this right away. Rise, table, rise, table. Death is not dumb and disabled. Now that your problems are over and the world is off your shoulders, help those who you left behind find financial peace of mind. Rise, table, rise, table. Death is not dumb and disabled. If the right number we hit, all our problems will split. And we will visit your grave on every legal holiday. Those who love you want to know the correct number to play. Let them know this right away. We know your spirit is able. Death is not dumb and disabled. Rise, table, rise, table. Juan, Miguel, Milagros, Olga, Manuel, all died yesterday, today, and will die again tomorrow. Hating, fighting, and stealing broken windows from each other, practicing a religion without a roof, the Old Testament, the New Testament. According to me, gospel of the internal revenue, the judge and jury and executioner, protector and eternal bill collector, secondhand shit for sale. Learn how to say, ¿Cómo está usted? And you will make a fortune. They are dead. They are dead and will never return from the dead until they stop neglecting the art of their dialogue for broken English lessons to impress the Mr. Goldsteins who keep them employed as lavaplatos, porters, messenger boys, factory workers, maids, stock clerks, shipping clerks, assistant mailroom, assistant to the assistant lavaplato. An automatic artificial smiling doorman for the lowest wages of the ages and rages when you demand a raise because it's against company policy to promote spics. Juan died hating Miguel because Miguel's used car was in better running condition than his used car. Miguel died hating Milagros because Milagros had a color television set and he could not afford one yet. Milagros died hating Olga because Olga made $5 more on the same job. Olga died hating Manuel because Manuel had hit the number more times than she had hit the number. Manuel died hating all of them, Juan, Miguel, Milagros, and Olga, because they all spoke broken English more fluently than he did. And now they are together in the main lobby of the void, addicted to silence, off limits to the wind, confined to worm supremacy in Long Island Cemetery. This is the groovy hereafter the Protestant collection block was talking so loud and proud about. Here lies Juan, here lies Miguel, here lies Milagros, here lies Olga, here lies Manuel, who died yesterday, today, and will die again tomorrow. Always broke, always owing, never knowing that they are beautiful people, never knowing the geography of their complexion. Puerto Rico is a beautiful place. Puerto Ricanos are a beautiful race. If only they had turned off the television and tuned into their own imaginations. If only they had used the white supremacy Bibles for toilet paper purpose and make their Latino souls the only religion of their race. If only they had returned to the definition of the sun after the first mental snowstorm of the summer of their senses if only they had kept their eyes open at the funeral of their fellow employees who came to this country to make a fortune and were buried without underwears. Juan, Miguel, Milagros, Olga, Manuel will right now be doing their own thing where beautiful people sing and dance and work together, where the wind is a stranger to miserable weather conditions, where you do not need a dictionary to communicate with your people. Aquí se habla español all of the time. Aquí you salute your flag first. Aquí there's no Dial soap commercials and everybody smells good. Aquí TV dinners do not have a future. Aquí the men and women admire, desire, and never get rid of each other. Aquí que pasa power is what's happening. Aquí to be called negrito means to be called love. Thank you.
Thank you to Kyla. So up next, Carlos Lasso had a very fast announcement he promised that he must make about important actions coming up.
Lo digo en inglés y en español. Caballero, el día 27 de marzo, domingo 27, tenemos caravana internacional por el fin del bloqueo y por puentes de amor. En diferentes ciudades del mundo la gente saldrá a la calle. El que no pueda hacer caravana, que haga un evento, y si no hay caravana, pues sea usted la luz en la oscuridad. On 27th of March, Sunday, we are going to have international caravans for Bridges of Love and for the end of the blockade. Participate. If you don't have caravans, be you the caravan. Be the light in the darkness. Thank you very much.
Woo! Thank you, Carlos. Next, I have Aaron, who's joining us from the New York, New Jersey, Cuba Sea to just give us a short announcement and then let you all know we have 2 more speakers left tonight to share their solidarity with Cuba and people's struggles around the world. Aaron's next.
Hi. This is what every solidarity group does. So this is the time for a fund pitch. Now, I know if you have soul like I have soul, you've been upset and angered, distressed, frustrated by the fact that the blockade cripples our Cuban brothers and sisters. The fact that they have done amazing, amazing things, even with the blockade on top or the boot on their neck. Yet they've been able to accomplish miracles. You might remember, many of you, during the summer when the pandemic was the highest, they had invented 3 vaccines with much difficulty because the Germans, after they were listed as the terrorists on the terrorist list, cut off the raw materials of Soberana and they had to switch to Abdallah. But they got these vaccines done and they needed to immunize their people. But the blockade, this government's blockade, did not allow them to have the syringes they need. So the Solidarity Movement raised $600,000 and produced and bought 6 million syringes, and they were sent to Cuba, which began the vaccination program. We think that this kind of solidarity is what we want to do in the future. We want to ask if you have any extra money. We're still getting money for expenses, but the next thing that the Saving Lives campaign was considering doing was in late May and June, Global Health Partners, who assisted us in purchasing and doing all the work to get these syringes down to Cuba, are planning to formally launch a project which to target very critical needed medical equipment to 14 Cuban trauma hospitals across the island. So this will be another campaign that, yes, they need milk, they need a lot of different things, but this will buy equipment that will help them to save lives and enhance the medical system they have by giving them the things they would have if it wasn't for the blockade. The high priority items that they're hoping to get will be microsurgery drills, saws, burrs, bits, mayofacial screws and plates, and anesthesia machines. They already have their export license, so this is a done deal. We just have to raise the funds so that it can be done. But as I said, it will be launching in May and June, so I want you to keep an eye out. anything that we get over the expenses from this meeting, we will be donating towards that cause. Now, there are many causes, but we feel the Saving Lives campaign, which is part of the US-Cuba Normalization Committee, we feel that this is concrete. This is like the syringes. This is the kind of thing that can bring real difference in lives, Cuban lives, for many years to come. Anesthesia machines are approximately budgeted about $40,000 each. GHP has already donated more than $210 million worth of medicines and medical supplies and has been successful. So I ask you, if you have anything, if you see this plea coming forward in the future, please give. We would like to get these machines to Cuba when this project starts. So I don't know who's collecting it, but this is the donation pitch. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Erin.
Donation pitch. We are many people here participating in lechepacuba.com. We are taking to Cuba milk to all the pediatric hospitals. If you want to contribute or you want to share, just write lechepacuba.com. It's an effort started by Code Pink, by Puentes de Amor, and by the caravans and everybody here, and just help us to reach the goal and bring milk to all pediatric hospitals in Cuba. lechepacuba.com.
All right, Carlos Lasso, thank you. And we're also going to talk about this tomorrow, about all the campaigns we need to be donating to and supporting, about travel to Cuba. Make sure you're here at 10:30 on the dot, but actually 10 o'clock. Be here at 10 o'clock. We're starting at 10:30 tomorrow. But without further ado, it is my pleasure to introduce Jocelyn Vazquez. Jocelyn is here with the Jornada Se Acabaron las Promesas, which is a Puerto Rican liberation movement, and it is an honor to have you here at the US-Cuba Normalization Conference, Jocelyn.
Testing.
Saludos. Bien. Antes de iniciar, quiero informar que el Comité de Solidaridad con Cuba de Puerto Rico, quien lleva funcionando por los pasados 30 años, envió un documento que no es el que voy a estar leyendo durante mi presentación, pero que está a la disposición de todos ustedes, quien quiera tener acceso al mismo, donde se hace un pequeño resumen del trabajo que hace el comité en Puerto Rico.
Before I start, I'd like to, I'm not going to read from these comments here, but the Comité de Solidaridad con Cuba de Puerto Rico did prepare a document that we'll have available here to share with you all. So please take a look at it to show the work that they've done over the past 30 years.
Gracias. Saludos a todas y a todos los presentes.
Greetings to all present.
Quiero agradecer a los organizadores por la invitación y además de eso quisiera pedirles un aplauso muy fuerte para el compañero Francisco Vergara, que no se encuentra aquí hoy con nosotros.
I'd like to thank the organizers for this invitation, and I ask for a strong applause for Comrade Francisco Vergara, who has worked tirelessly in solidarity with the brotherly people of Cuba.
Fran Vergara ha sido un incansable trabajador de la solidaridad con el hermano pueblo de Cuba. El compañero es vivo ejemplo de la entereza y la dedicación con la que se tiene que enfrentar el imperialismo yanqui en nuestras tierras.
This comrade is a living example of the integrity and dedication with which Yankee imperialism must be confronted in our lands.
La historia de Puerto Rico y Cuba tiene muchos senderos compartidos. Compartimos vivencias y experiencias comunes que nos han hermanado hasta el presente.
The histories of Puerto Rico and Cuba have many common paths. We have shared experiences that have bonded us to this day.
Ambas naciones caribeñas vinculadas desde tiempos inmemoriales por nuestros pueblos originarios, por el nefasto proceso de esclavitud y por ser las últimas dos posesiones en América del imperialismo español.
Both Caribbean nations are linked since time immemorial by our native peoples, by the disastrous slave system, and for being the last two possessions in America of Spanish imperialism.
En ese contexto colonial, la lucha libertaria del pueblo cubano era también la del pueblo puertorriqueño. El anhelo de libertad de ambos países los hizo unirse en un mismo fin.
In that colonial context, the struggle for freedom of the Cuban people was also that of the Puerto Rican people. The longing for freedom of both countries made them unite for the same goal.
Llevando a muchos puertorriqueños a luchar mano a mano con el ejército cubano. Por desgracia, para los dos pueblos, el gobierno de Estados Unidos, en su insaciable hambre de expansión, retrasó la obtención de la libertad para los cubanos y tronchó el proceso en Puerto Rico.
Leading many Puerto Ricans to fight hand in hand with the Cuban army. Unfortunately for our two people, the United States government, in its insatiable hunger for expansion, delayed obtaining freedom for the Cubans and cut short the process in Puerto Rico.
Desde ese punto en adelante, la historia de nuestras naciones es la historia de los contrastes.
From that point forward, the history of our nations is a history of contrasts.
Por un lado, es la historia del heroico pueblo de Cuba, que tuvo la valentía, la pasión y el coraje de concretizar su proceso emancipador sacando a los yanquis de su territorio.
On one hand, it is a story of the heroic people of Cuba who had the bravery, passion, and courage to carry out their emancipation process by driving the Yankees out of their country.
Acción que el imperio no perdona y que ha condenado a Cuba al continuo acoso y violencia por parte de Estados Unidos, siendo el bloqueo una de las más asqueantes manifestaciones de la soberbia criminal imperial.
Actions that the United States Empire does not forgive and has therefore condemned Cuba to continuous harassment and violence by the United States, the blockade being one of the most disgusting manifestations of this empirical criminal arrogance.
Por otro lado, es la historia de Puerto Rico, un pueblo mutilado por el coloniaje. Por décadas, la maquinaria propagandística y mediática del imperio desarrolló una dicotomía entre Cuba y Puerto Rico.
On the other hand, the history of Puerto Rico is of a people mutilated by colonialism. For decades, the propaganda and media machinery of the United States Empire developed a dichotomy between Cuba and Puerto Rico.
Cuba era el sinónimo en el Caribe de la corrupción, la miseria, la violencia, represión, producto de un malvado gobierno socialista.
Cuba was synonymous in the Caribbean with corruption, misery, violence.
Versus la vitrina del Caribe, que simbolizaba Puerto Rico, ese lugar idílico donde la sumisión al yanqui y la economía capitalista demostraban un gran poder, éxito y fortaleza. La vitrina del Caribe.
Okay, sorry about that. Cuba was synonymous in the Caribbean with corruption, misery, violence, and repression, the product of its evil socialist government versus the showcase of the Caribbean used to symbolize Puerto Rico.
En ese lugar idílico donde la sumisión al yanqui y a la economía capitalista demostraba su gran poder, éxito y fortaleza.
That idyllic place where submission to the Yankee and the capitalist economy demonstrates its great power, success, and strength.
Mientras eso ocurría, las y los luchadores por la independencia y el socialismo en Puerto Rico hablaban de la crisis del modelo colonial. Ese concepto establecía que los políticos coloniales eran incapaces de administrarnos porque su concepción del servicio público era uno de lucro personal, pillaje y corrupción.
While that was happening, the fighters for independence and socialism in Puerto Rico talked about the crisis of the colonial model. They rationalized that colonial politicians were incapable of managing us because their conception of public service was one of personal gain, pillage, and corruption.
Presagiaban que cuando la debacle del Estado Libre Asociado se concretizara, esa clase política corrupta y sumisa serían los primeros en abandonar el barco. Insistentemente les repetían al pueblo que el Estado Libre Asociado y su llamado pacto son una farsa con la que el gobierno de los Estados Unidos ha engañado al mundo y seducido a los colonialistas.
They predicted that when the debacle of the Estado Libre Asociado, ELA, or Commonwealth status materialized, the corrupt and submissive political class will be the first to abandon ship. They insistently repeated to the people that the Commonwealth and its so-called pact are a farce with which the United States government deceived the world and seduced the colonialists.
Establecían que nuestra economía débil y dependiente estaba condenada a colapsar y que cuando ese momento llegara, la única opción que tendríamos para salir del abismo sería la independencia.
They established that our weak and dependent economy was doomed to collapse and that when the time came, the only option we would have to get out of the abyss would be independence.
Para desgracia de Puerto Rico, ese concepto se convirtió en el presagio de la tragedia que vivimos hoy.
Unfortunately for Puerto Rico, the predictions expressed by independence-minded folks at the time is the tragic reality we experience today.
En Puerto Rico se han cerrado el 44% de las escuelas.
In Puerto Rico, 44% of all schools have been closed.
Un 58% de los niños viven bajo el nivel de pobreza.
58% of all children live below the poverty line.
La privatización de la generación de energía eléctrica pondrá en manos privadas canales de agua vitales para la agricultura y la ganadería.
The privatization of electricity generation will also put vital water channels allocated for agriculture and livestock in private hands.
Todas estas problemáticas son el reflejo de la crisis del modelo colonial. Nuestra economía, dependiente de las necesidades del mercado estadounidense, está condenada a seguir colapsando.
All of these problems are a reflection of the crisis of the colonial model. Our economy, dependent upon the United States, will continue to collapse.
Los autoproclamados paladines de la democracia en el mundo, que imponen sanciones y bloqueos económicos a naciones hermanas como Cuba, nos estrangulan.
The self-proclaimed champions of democracy in the world, those who impose sanctions and economic blockades on sister nations like Cuba, strangle us.
Las viviendas sin reparar tras los huracanes, sumado a las casas e infraestructura desplomadas o fracturadas tras el embate de los sismos del 2020, comunidades desplazadas por la especulación, el capitalismo del desastre y el cambio climático aumentan día con día.
Unrepaired homes after the hurricanes, coupled with the collapsed or damaged houses and infrastructure after the onslaught of the 2020 earthquakes remain. Communities displaced by speculation, disaster capitalism, and climate change increase day by day.
Mientras nuestra hermana Cuba, contra viento y marea, resiste ofreciendo salud, educación y seguridad de calidad al pueblo a pesar de las sanciones y el bloqueo.
In contrast, our sister Cuba nation resists, offering quality health, education, and security to the people despite the sanctions and the blockade.
Demostrando no solo la falsedad del discurso mediático imperial, sino la inagotable capacidad del pueblo cubano de luchar.
Demonstrating not only the falsity of the imperial media discourse, but also its inexhaustible capacity to continue fighting.
La liberación de Puerto Rico y el fin del bloqueo del hostigamiento de Estados Unidos contra Cuba son luchas por la vida, que tenemos que dar unidos para poder construir esperanza de futuro para la gente.
The liberation of Puerto Rico, the end of the blockade, and the harassment of the U.S. against Cuba are struggles for life that we have to fight together in order to build hope for the future of our people.
Por años, hermanas y hermanos han asumido esa bandera de lucha y en virtud de este compromiso denuncian el crimen del bloqueo y del coloniaje que se ejecuta contra nuestras naciones.
For years, sisters and brothers have assumed that banner of struggle, and by virtue of this commitment, they denounce the crime of the blockade and the colonization that is carried out against our nations.
Gracias a ese compromiso, Cuba es vanguardia en la solidaridad con nuestra causa y por eso le damos las gracias.
Cuba is at the forefront of solidarity and with our cause, and for that we give thanks.
Confiamos en la valentía de nuestros pueblos y en esa terquedad de vencer que nos ha permitido seguir hermanados a pesar del imperio. La proclamación de la independencia de Puerto Rico y el fin del hostigamiento yanqui a Cuba serán victorias para la humanidad, que saldrán de la sangre, sudor y esfuerzo de nuestros pueblos. Nosotros daremos la pelea desde la unidad, la solidaridad, la hermandad y venceremos, que no lo dude nadie. Muchas gracias. Que viva Puerto Rico libre del imperialismo yanqui y que viva Cuba libre y socialista del imperialismo yanqui también. No al bloqueo. Se acabaron las promesas. Muchas gracias.
We trust both in the courage of our peoples and in that stubbornness for victory that has allowed us to remain united despite this empire. The proclamation of the independence of Puerto Rico and the end of the Yankee harassment of Cuba will be victorious for humanity that will come from the blood, sweat, and effort of our peoples. We will fight united in solidarity and in brotherhood, and we will win. Let no one doubt it. The promises are over. Long live Cuba and Puerto Rico, free from Yankee imperialism. No to the blockade. Gracias. Thank you.
Excelente, excelente. De la otra ala del mismo pájaro. Siempre estaremos con ustedes, puertorriquenses. Es seguro. Gracias. I gotta translate that, don't I? I just said, thank you to the other wing of the same bird, because that is what Puerto Rico is considered along with Cuba. So we thank those words of solidarity and love, and we will continue in the struggle together. I have the pleasure of introducing the next speaker, who is fighting what our sister just spoke to, fighting the beast that is capitalism. He is Mr. Chris Smalls. He's the lead organizer of the Amazon Labor Union. He is fighting to organize JFK 8 Giant Warehouse in 2022 with building bridges to Cuba with Cuban labor and LA Hands Off Cuba Coalition. Welcome.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you for having me. Wow, how do I follow up all these amazing speakers tonight? How did I end up here? Well, there's a lot of solidarities and similarities here when you talk about the struggles. And a Cuba liberation is a world liberation. So repeat that a few times. A Cuba liberation is a world liberation. A Cuba liberation is a world liberation. I believe that. And I was here a couple weeks ago, and we had a fundraiser here for this union. I was in tears, but I'm not in tears tonight because I'm excited about what's about to happen. In 6 days, we're going to vote to have the first union in American history for Amazon, 28 years. Right here in New York. And when I think about my journey, you know, how I ended up here, it's all a blur. It's been 2 years. And the day I was fired, my life changed forever. And, you know, we grew up in a society where they teach you coming up as a kid, you know, Cuba's bad, it's a communist country, it's bad, Fidel, it's bad, everything's bad over there. And what happened to me, I was awoke when I got fired. I realized, like, wow, they're teaching us all this nonsense. And I started reading and listening to everybody here. I'm like a sponge tonight. I'm soaking everything in because I really didn't learn this in school. And to study Fidel and realize the similarities that he had, the struggles that he had, the odds that he had to defeat, and the fight that I'm in, it's like, wow, damn, we relate to each other. And I'm, you know, a lot of people hated Fidel, didn't even know him, right? And the same thing happens to me every day. People don't even know me. They don't know who I am as a person. They don't know how, they'll have no idea who I am, that I'm still unemployed 2 years later, no health insurance. I'm still trying to raise my kids. I'm still, I haven't slept in about 2 years. I can see by the bags under my eye. You know, ever since I was fired, I've been on the front lines. I've been traveling the country, speaking up for workers' rights, human rights, until about 11 months ago, when ALU started, Independent Worker-Led Union. And for context, we don't have any resources. We don't have much money. We're doing this all on our own. We have very little help. Starting to get a little help now because everybody's paying attention now. But when I first started out, it was 2 tables, 2 chairs, and 2 people. That was it. Most campaigns, most union campaigns that start with established unions, they spend millions of dollars. For example, Alabama, our brothers and sisters in Bessemer that's unionized, and I hope they are successful as well. For their campaign last year, they spent about $4 million, which I wish they would have went the other way, but unfortunately it didn't, right? My campaign in New York, same size building, size of a small city, about 8,000 workers we're trying to unionize. I did it all in less than $100,000. And it's not about the money. It's not about the money. What I realized, love is what got us here. Bottom line. It was nothing else. Love is what got us here. And love overpowers the hate every time. And the same way they hate on me, the same way people didn't believe in what we was going to do, didn't believe that we even make it this far, all we did was love one another. We took care of one another. We took care of our co-workers. We spoke up for our co-workers. We fought back for our co-workers. We put our lives on the line for our co-workers until the point where the co-workers started doing it to their co-workers. And now the workers are organizing themselves. I don't have to do much anymore, even though I'm still out there every single day, day and night, nights and days. I realized that love is what got this union to where it is. It wasn't nothing else, no resources, once again, no money. It was just people coming together. And for the first time, I'm going to be joining you guys, hopefully God willing, next month in Cuba for the Million Man March, International Workers' Day. So thank you for inviting me to that, because I'm looking forward to that. And when we talk about Puerto Rico, for the first time, I went to Puerto Rico last year for the first time ever in my life. And once again, opened my eyes to what's really going on, capitalism. No matter where you go, it's happening. And just thinking about my journey now, how I ended up here, it wasn't a coincidence. No, this was meant to be. You know, Jeff Bezos, the CEO of Amazon, one of the richest people on the planet, he's half Cuban. His parents, his father, I believe, is half Cuban, or fully Cuban, one of them. And he hasn't done nothing for this country. He hasn't done anything to help support you, help support your struggle. And he has his hands in them politicians' pockets. He has his money in their pockets. So whatever platform I have, you damn right I'm going to speak about Cuba. And my solidarity is Cuba's solidarity, it's Puerto Rico's solidarity, it's the whole world's solidarity. Workers, the working class, the people, we built this land. This is our land. We're on stolen land. And we want our land back. And I want to let you guys know that I'm 100% with your solidarity with Cuba forever. So thank you all. Cuba C, Blockade or no. Cuba C, Blockade or no. A Cuba liberation is a world liberation. One more time. A Cuba liberation. Thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
Thank you. you to Chris Smalls. Chris will be around here as we wrap up tonight. If you got questions about how to support the vote that's happening in a few days or the continuing organizing, then please let him know. Grateful that you could be here. As we close out tonight's panel and our rally here tonight, we have Spirit Child, who's going to share with us some music to send us on our way, to keep up our energy, to prepare us for an important workshop tomorrow, Cuba and the Battle of Ideas, our tasks and perspectives towards ending the unjust U.S. blockade. Be here at 10 a.m. We'll start as promptly as we can, hopefully earlier than 10:30. And Chris got something else, all right.
I'm sorry. We are having a rally tomorrow. I know you're having an event, but tomorrow after your event is over, if you can make it over to Staten Island 3:30, we'd love to have you. You're all welcome. Our last big rally before our election. Once again, we're voting in 6 days. We're going to try to unionize 8,000 workers. Once again, American history, 28 years of no unions in America for Amazon. So tomorrow's a big rally. We'd love to have you in solidarity. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chris Smalls. All right, without further ado, Spirit Child.
Thank you. Yeah, definitely support Staten Island. We moved out there 5 years ago, and people don't come out to Staten Island. I don't know why. But come out to Staten Island, party people. So I got a little job in a few minutes. Oh, here we go. Okay, got my little ones with me. So the idea is to keep the energy up. Yeah, give it up for them. This is Rhea Rose. That's Soel, and that's Mama Rose over there. Normally Beth Bliss was supposed to perform. I'm not supposed to be up here, but as a Maroon, we are taking the place of that and providing that she had to leave earlier. So I'll just try to get into it as quick as possible. Oh, I will say one thing that I feel I haven't heard today, and this particular portion of set is dedicated to all political prisoners, right? Dedicated to political prisoners, all those Cuban fives that are still behind enemy lines, all of the mini Cubas that exist throughout the United States, the Maroon communities, as our sister mentioned, the Quilombos that are here. So be fooled not, we are winning. There's a lot of political education and conversations happening throughout the world. Brother Shep right over there is hosting a series of them, continuing the legacy of the Panthers. So please join those political education. The Maroon Party for Liberation also has political education, and our young people, gardening is political education, and music is political education. So when it comes down, don't you be afraid. When it comes down, no matter what name you call, just be ready for it all. I am ready for it all. That's my band. When it comes down, don't you be afraid. When it comes down, no matter what name you call, just be ready for it all. I am ready for it all. See, we have burned them Constitution. I want my own liberation. I want my own emancipation. I want my own liberation. When it comes down, don't you be afraid. When it comes down, no matter what name you call, just be ready for it all. Are you ready for it all? Are y'all ready for it all? We'll get ready for it all. So that's a little piece for our peoples and for us here. So if you could give me a little. Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Revolution on phone, yeah. Don't you feel like you're about to give the system the tightest fight it's ever did see in its life? Revolution I need ya. Don't be slave for the media. Lock and load and control and for the science soul of this mic. Well, all right. Make a man them feel like a maroon. Woman them feel like a maroon. Youth them feel like a maroon. Black na kill black when the business of Kuno. The amount of control with the media lies it's unfold. Well, if you're a bad man, then I work your plan. Fight the system with all of your soul. Revolution unfold, yeah. Don't you feel like you're both? Give the system the tightest fight to tell it it's see in its life. Revolution I need ya. Don't be slave for the media. Lock and load and control and for the science soul of this mic. Come on, y'all. Say freedom. Say freedom. Say freedom. Say freedom. Say freedom. Say freedom.
Freedom.
Say freedom.
Freedom.
Say freedom.
Freedom.
Asada, I'm old school like the beginning of rap. X-Stat, more like the beginning of boom bap. From back, Africa black. Red, black, and green, get a black fact. I hit them off and I'm breaking them off, shaking them off, taking them off like the cough. Gotta get them off, gotta get them up to rush and disrupt that boss. Anyway, I'm looking for my getaway. Better days appear to be right away. And I'm ready for this. The black fist make catalyst for the resistance. Instance in this moment in time, moment to sit, moment to rhyme, moment to spit. Hold this time, hold a twist. I is your I. When you fight, I fight. You die, I die. I is your I. When you live to live, I live to live. Rise, I is your I. When you fight, I fight. You die, I die. I is your I. When you live, 'cause I'm that black power, freedom fighter, African that loves Asada, organizer, ready rider, liberation screams inside of me, CC, I'm on par, for the people never tired, forever live, till I die, we get them high, come on y'all, say freedom, say freedom, say Cuba, come on Cuba, say freedom, say freedom, say Cuba, Cuba. For all political prisoners until they're free, Assata Shakur, hands off. We love you. Thank you so much for your energy. Keep organizing, keep riding, keep growing the babies and marooning every day. Appreciate the organizers and everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you all for this lovely and inspiring event to end the first day of this US-Cuba Normalization Conference. We hope to continue with the same passion and fire tomorrow morning. Please be here on time, 10 o'clock. We want to really get to the program at 10:30 sharp. So please be here at 10 o'clock because there is a process of getting in and getting seated, and we know how carried away we get because it's good to be together again in person. So let's be here for the program tomorrow. Please be safe out there tonight. And we have more to come tomorrow. But we also got to clear the space now. We got to clear the space so that the People's Forum staff can close up.
Very grateful to the People's Forum staff for staying a little bit later for us here tonight. Let's give it up for People's Forum, for their support, for their work all day today. Also, just to say, the music group that kicked us off tonight was not the Legacy Drummers. It was Kyla and Company. So thank you again to Kyla and Company. Great group of drummers and people coming together for Cuba, for solidarity. We'll see you tomorrow.
Want to tell them to get out. Hello, everybody. Please leave. Move towards the door.